The following is a presentation of Flow Sports.
The Winter Series is back. 3 races at Bradenton Motorsports Park. 90 of the baddest pro mods on the planet, all throwing down for over $1 million. NHRA superstars, street outlaw legends, and the fiercest pro mod racers from all over the world, all chasing winter glory. Buckle up. This is the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, live only on FloRacing. Good morning, FloRacing. I am Courtney Enders. We are here at what you're seeing, the beautiful Bradenton Motorsports Park in Bradenton, Florida. This is race 2 of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series U.S. Street Nationals presented by Motion Raceworks. You are getting a live drone view of what is one of the coolest places on earth and the only place to be this week, as weather is impending for most of you there. I'm Courtney Enders. Like I said, this is Wes Buck, the man that makes all of this happen here. Wes, we are day 2 of race 2. Last night, you and I sat right here and talked about this. This was absolutely incredible. You had goosebumps before we started. Did it live up to your expectations?
And then some, Courtney. And thank you for having me. And FloRacing doing an incredible job this weekend and always for us. But no, I mean, this is the place to be. This is the battery might be dead.
This is the place to be, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the place to be. And honestly, I really was blown away by what we saw last night. You know, early, the way these race cars are so temperamental and so violent that it's just they are walking a tightrope out there. And as the conditions began to change there during the first qualifying session, we started the session in the heat of the day, 4 o'clock, sun's out, track's got a lot of heat in it. And as the session wore on, you just could feel, for us, excitement, but I think for a lot of these competitors, impending doom. Like, oh my gosh, how fast are these guys going to go? And by the time it was all said and done, Jimmy Taylor, really who has burst onto the pro mod scene in 2025, was the guy standing on top of the mountain. 355, 224 miles an hour. But as we talked last night, and I think perhaps the biggest milestone moment so far, 20 cars in the 3.5 second range. Incredible.
That is incredible. And in this red line oil round recap, we are going to dive into a few of those things. You said it right there. Jimmy Taylor absolutely crushed it, but this is what had the internet moving. We had Stevie Fast Jackson, one of the greatest grudge racers of all time, and Victor Alvarez, who owns this facility. We're going to slow this look down here because a great drag race, as you can see by visual standpoint here, but the timing system, as it would on the only grudge race of the evening, kind of failed there, and we don't really have a clear winner. They are going to run later, but not for that 10K. But this is the run right here, side by side, incredible run, taking nothing away from what Billy Banica did over there in the left lane. But Jimmy Taylor and Jason Harris has been the talk of everything. Only person that is eligible for that #1 qualifier sweep of getting a new race car from Jerry Bickle, but also the $1 million from Richard Freeman and Elite Motorsports. He's only a thou behind right now. Do you think that that makes him hungrier?
Absolutely, and I got a little bit of secret squirrel stuff, and I'm probably going to get myself in trouble for revealing this information, but I was talking to Bob Harris, Jason Harris's father, a beloved character in the sport of drag racing, last night at our Strange Engineering Racer appreciation party, and he told me that when they crossed the scales, they were significantly overweight. They were so concerned about making sure, and this is a little inside baseball for drag racing fans, the scales vary, from track to track, place to place, time of day, and despite moisture, despite our best efforts to perfectly calibrate those scales daily and multiple times throughout the day, a lot of these racers, just for the sake of safety and not having a run thrown out, will add some additional ballast to their car to make sure that when they cross those scales after a run, they're legal. Jason Harris and company opted to add a little weight to the car to make sure they had no issues. They were confident they were going to make a good run and didn't want to see it be DQ'd, and they came across the scales. I won't reveal the number, but I'm telling you that it was enough to make up that difference and then some. So I think this morning, while we've got great conditions, we've adjusted the schedule because of our opportunity today to simulcast on FloRacing 24/7 on Amazon Prime's live TV offerings. We've opted to adjust the schedule to make sure that we have 2 absolute barn burner sessions in Pro Mod today. So I wouldn't be surprised to see not only Jimmy Taylor pick up, but I think Jason Harris be in the hunt.
Yeah, and there's a couple people outside of this. I know a lot of people we've seen on the internet wondering where Ken Cotuccio is. Spencer Hyde, a former World Series of Pro Mod champion, is running for him. Did not make it down, but he will be second out today, which he was chomping at the bits at 9 a.m. Let's take a look at our Pro Mod standings as of right now. Look at that ET column right there. You can run down the list. We've got Jimmy Taylor, Jason Harris, Justin Bond, Billy Banica, Stevie Fast Jackson sitting on top of Victor Alvarez. If you stand on the side of the internet right there, that's interesting. Eric G, Callie Mills making a great run here. She will be a competitor. Runner-up from last week, Sydney Frigo, all the way down to the number 20 spot. 359 with a 7. If you are new to drag racing and you're just catching this, that is something that is so monumental. Usually we go through 4 or 5 qualifiers to get to the point where we are already at, and that is one big reason why you adjusted the schedule, and that was a great move. Aaron Stanfield, one of the names that sticks out to me, did not qualify. He is a pro stock driver in the NHRA series over here trying to make his way in Pro Mod. Dallas Glenn you're seeing on there too. Yes, that is the pro stock world champion, Dallas Glenn. Lyle Barnett looking fierce in there. As we're talking, it's Pro Stock O'Clock. Bo Butner sitting in the number 33 spot. He made a great showing at the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals, ended up hurting that thing and caused Lyle Barnett to be the alternate there. But just a couple of quick thoughts, Wes, before we wrap this up, because Pro Mod is coming around the corner. The 50s. I want you to talk about what that will mean for the rest of this as the bump moves.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, Courtney. It's for me, I love giving these racers an opportunity to let it all hang out. You know, it's no secret that I do think that there is a point of diminishing returns with it when it comes to these elapsed times. And right now, drag racing is in such a great spot, specifically Pro Modified, that there's just an incredible inventory of cars. And the fact that there are 20 already in the 350s here is incredible. But the fact that there are even 20 cars on the planet that are capable of doing that, in my opinion, is mind-blowing. So the fact that I think we may well be staring down the barrel of an all 350 field is pretty incredible. I love making history. I love making headlines, and I definitely think that we're staring down the barrel of a monumental moment in the sport of drag racing.
And that is lighting up right now. Pro Mod is on track. This is going to be exciting. It's crisp. It's cold out there. U.S. Street Nationals. Let's go.
Well, thank you, Courtney and Wes, as we get ready to kick things off here. Pro Mod qualifying session 2 here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Brian Loans and Mike Carpenter with you up here in the booth as Kenny Lang and Mike Decker make their burnouts. Mike, let's talk about something that is inverse to what we talked about last night. Qualifying session 1, you always want to be at the end. You want to be there when it's the darkest and the coolest and the most ideal atmosphere. Qualifying session 2 early in the morning, you really want to be at the front of this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally you don't see these cars come out this early in the day. All these guys are used to coming out around noon, then in the evening. But with this schedule and what we've got going on today, this is the opportune time for these guys that are at the front of the order or the back of the pack at this point. So these guys have got to come out here, learn, improve on what they learned last night and try to get in the show here, because if they don't improve here, they're going to be out early again at 4 o'clock. And that's another
suboptimal.
Yeah, suboptimal condition. So this is it right now for Kenny Lang.
Jason Harris will be in the final pair, and again, that story of him trying to pursue that Jerry Bickle sweep bonus, if you will, the free Pro Mod available to anybody who is able to qualify number 1 in all 3 of these Winter Series races. He did it last race. He is 1,000 behind Jimmy Taylor. The question will be, how long will this session run, and will there be optimal conditions or opportune conditions to run 355? These are 2 guys who are not thinking 355. They are simply thinking 350 anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, 350 anything would be impressive, but I'd try to shoot right at that bump spot number right now. I don't know how much that bump spot is really going to lower. I think a lot of people are predicting a 350 bump spot by the time it's all said and done. I think it'll be right above that.
I agree.
So, get down the track, I think, is the key thing right here.
So Decker and Lang looking to reverse their fortunes last night. And Decker, way up in the air, had to let off the throttle. A 360 at 208 miles an hour for Kenny Lang. Mike Decker was on a brutally quick run until the car wandered toward the center line.
Yeah, it looked good early, wheels up, but Lang ended up with the better pass there. That's exactly the number that I think you want to shoot for. That 360 with an 8, that's right, right in that sweet spot that I think that those guys probably not everything they could have thrown at it, but they made sure they got down the track.
You look at Decker's car when it really climbs up on those wheelie bars, and again, he is looking out over the, kind of using that blower as almost a ramming sight, and when he saw that thing shift to the right side, he had no choice but to lift. But for Kenny Lang, that is going to place him in the field. It's going to take the bump spot to a 363 flat right now and puts Lang in that mid-20 grouping for qualified cars right now.
Yeah, next we got Scott Palmer in the J&A Service 69 Camaro, and Spencer Hyde, a guy that's not used to coming out this early in the order, but this is going to play into his hands here. This car, they tested very well all week. They've been here literally for weeks. I think the whole Tidwell camp, his fleet of trailers over there, I don't know that it ever left after the Snowbirds.
Well, it was right after Christmas. I flip open Facebook, and they're down here making runs barely at the start of the month.
Yeah, so they've run the wheels off this thing, and they've run the wheels off this car, period, even outside of testing. One of the most dominant machines at this track with Ken Cortuccio behind the wheel. And this is a car that I think you'll see go in the 50s right here. I totally expect a 50. Scott Palmer, as we take a look at him here, you know, totally capable of it as well. He was very happy with the way this car ran all week. Certainly has the capability to do it as well. I'd look for him to try to hit right around that number like Kenny Lang just did, 60, 61, 62.
You can see the moisture here coming out the blower as the alcohol flows through it. Just kind of sucks that air out and really chills things on the way by. Brandon Snyder, the crew chief, the man with his hand out. Now, this is a car that went 357 in testing, so it has gone down into that 350 bracket that we've talked so much about. Of course, the car that Spencer Hyde is sitting in has been highly successful as they're going to move Palmer back just to reset where they want it in the groove.
Brandon Snyder up there calling the shots for this team.
Both cars now creeping their way ahead. Life becomes very much more difficult if you miss this session and you go into Q3, which will be in the afternoon. You're really going to have to lean on your stuff depending on how far this bump comes down. Nothing doing it all for Palmer. Meanwhile,
good run for Spencer, 357 with a 0.
211, textbook.
Yeah.
Textbook.
We talked about it all last night. 9, 12, 60 foot. When you see that 240 flat, 330, you're going in the 50s, as long as everything holds together out the back half of the track. So we saw that pop up. We knew Spencer was going to be in the 50s. That's exactly what we expected to see out of that car.
We're going to watch Palmer first just wad the tire up, and then you can see Hyde's car completely planted. Very little front end lift on this car, which is interesting. We see so many cars really carry the front end a ways out. It did carry the nose, but it was in a much more kind of low-flying way than we've seen other guys do it.
Yeah, under control. And that's what you want. As a driver, you know, it looks spectacular, have the wheels up, but it's not efficient. It's not as efficient to do that. It's more efficient to make a run like you just saw, and the drivability is so much better. So that's going to keep Spencer Hyde in the show. He's in. He can relax. If it goes to a 57 with a 0 pump, you know, the earth has been rotated officially over here.
And so Frank Falter has been bumped out of the field. Gabriel Andino has been bumped out of the field. Lyle Barnett now sitting on the bump spot as burnouts are completed for both Randy Weatherford and Keith Haney. Haney debuting this new Black Widow C7 Corvette. And last night did not go the way he would have preferred for either man. 569 for Haney, a 513 for Weatherford. Haney, one of the nitrous cars, one of that strong running contingent. Brandon Schweitzer on the tune.
Yeah, Haney's got to make a pass here. This is, like you said, his shot. Both of these guys do, because Randy Weatherford, he's not used to being out here early, like we talked about with Spencer. It's shocking, honestly, to see this car out this early in the session and only go a 513 last night. This car, one of its calling cards that we've seen so far is its consistency. I don't know how many aborted runs it has. That might be one of the first ones. This car's been on rails, so I totally expect to see this team pick up. Check out that nitrous plume for Keith Haney there. That's the one thing about coming out in the morning. It's cool. It's you know, better air than you're going to get later in the day, but there's a lot of moisture still in the air, especially down here in Florida. So as that nitrous hits the air and condenses the moisture in the air, you see a larger nitrous plume, and that kind of gives you an indication of the humidity.
Sure. And for Randy Weatherford, you know, we talked about how in that first pair, the Lang and Decker pair, we're talking, man, maybe let's see if they can run a 60, which they did. But for Weatherford, you can't. They're going to try to split everybody's wig right here. This is a team that is not trying to run 360. I feel like in these conditions right now, they are trying to go number one.
Yeah, I think Haney would be happy with that 60 number, but Weatherford, he's looking at that 57. He just saw Spencer go down with that 57.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he's shooting for.
Mention the fact that you're talking about 20-plus cars, now 21 cars that have run better than 360. It was a year ago at this race we had 7. It's incredible.
Life comes at you fast, man.
It certainly does. And Weatherford's going to have a shot at it. The car's planted to the racetrack. 55 with an 8 at 211 miles an hour. Randy Weatherford goes right to the number 3 position.
Look at these numbers, 890. That might be the quickest 60-foot we've seen all weekend. 238 with a 4, 355 with an 8, just off Jason Harris's 355.6. and Jimmy Taylor's 355.5. Incredible pass for Randy.
Certainly doing what we thought they were going to do in terms of the approach. For Keith Haney, things did not get off to the right start there. He was off the throttle before the 330, but for Weatherford, that is just what the doctor ordered.
I think that's more than what the doctor ordered. I actually think, I mean, you talked about what that team expects, but that's getting all of it right there.
It is. Beautiful run there for Randy, and again, talk about just the critical nature of taking these opportunities when they present themselves. If you're a high-level team that did not perform to a high level last night and you have the beans to get there, Weatherford proving the point that you still can do it. That #1 spot is still in jeopardy in these conditions.
Like you said, the cream rises to the top. Now Randy came out and took advantage of the cool air this session. Now he gets to take advantage of the cool air in the night session as well.
So if my manual calculations are correct, that puts Dallas Glenn on the bump spot, which now moves the bump to a 362.9 or a 362.4. I know what we're seeing is a 363.0, but we have bumped a bunch of cars out of here.
Yeah.
Gotten us deeper than that. So Manny Bujinga, Todd Tutterow. Bujinga's been spending most of his days, if you will, on the smaller tires. Back at Pro Mod this weekend.
Yeah, Todd Tutterow drove this car at the previous race, but you'll see Todd is actually walking around outside the car as he tunes this machine for Robert Abbott. Robert back in the driver's seat for this event. And then Manny Bujinga back on the grounds. This is a guy, probably along with Lyle Barnett, spends more time in the seat of a race car than just about anybody.
Yeah, Manny, a highly successful construction guy back in Massachusetts. He lives right around the corner from me. He actually has a materials yard in the town I live in, about half a mile from my house as the crow flies. And you know, he has sold that business, and racing is his full-time job now.
That's the dream, man.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But so many of these guys, that's a great point. This class in particular used to be comprised of guys, you know, weekend warriors that would go do this on the weekend and have a job, but you almost have to commit to this thing full time.
You really do. In so many ways, you really do. And they're both going to finish these runs. 61 with a 4 for Manny Bujinga and a 65.6 for Robert Abbott. So Manny Bujinga finds his way into the field, not necessarily deep in, but he goes to the number 26 spot.
Yeah, he's actually, I think it's at 28 there. I'm not, well, yeah, 26th. So,
man,
that's, you know, 6 spots off the bump right now. You think that 61? I mean, we're already at a 61 with a 4 this early in, it's 26th. This bump is going to drop quickly here.
It really is. I mean, we're incrementally doing it, and then we get through these 363 and 362 cars, which are sawing most of those off at the knees right now. We're going to get into this run of that 361 bracket. But yeah, this bump spot is rapidly heading its way to a 60 as Robert Cox and Ed Thornton come up here. Now, Cox ran 362.3 last night. Thornton did not. I believe these guys have a little match race going on right now.
Yeah, they must, because the pairing has changed around from what we're seeing up here.
So Robert Cox with that 62 would have been later in the order. Thornton had nothing happening for him last night. He went 5:30. So Cox made a move to challenge Thornton on the grudge race side of things. As we get a look at our bump spot here. He is the bump spot now at 362.3. Jason Lee at 361.8 will be next up on the hot seat. And look, it's a smart move for Cox if in fact he initiated this thing to basically challenge a guy and kind of almost buy his way up in the order. See what he can get out of this car. A little haze in the skies right now, so it's knocking a little bit of the edge off of a sun that's going to certainly heat this racetrack up. Ed Thornton, the turbocharged entry, the DBRD Racing entry out of California.
Yeah, that's a great point, because every minute that goes by out here, conditions are changing.
Spooling the turbos. And Robert Cox is going to have a drag race. No, he's not. Thornton's out of it early. 359.3, 209 miles an hour for Robert Cox. And we are just handing out 50s like Oprah gave away Pontiacs out here. You got Thornton going 4 flat at 152. Was on a pretty decent pole, but had to get out of it.
Yeah, the turbo cars, you know, they leave lazier like that, and you look to see them come up down track. It just never happened for Thornton. Rob Cox with a great pass.
Yeah, and again, we talk about these 59s. That's going to move him to the right dead center, basically.
Yeah.
Melanie Salemi and Kurt Stedding will be coming up next.
I'm actually kind of surprised at the number of 50s we've seen so far.
Yes.
But in opposite fashion from what we saw last night, where kind of the lid came off of the 60 flat zone, and then everyone was in the 50s. We're going to see it go the other way, where
you're right.
We're probably going to see a few of these early in the session. Then here, I don't know, in 10, 15 minutes, we may never see another one.
That's a fact.
Until later this afternoon and evening.
So Jason Lee, by my math, is on the bump spot of a 361.8 right now. That's what I'm seeing as I work my way through my sheet. Melanie Salemi, Kurt Stedding backing their way up. Salemi last night went 436, Stedding a 528, so both of them suffered tire shake, which was, and tends to be in those early sessions, prevalent.
Yeah, not something you expect out of really either of these teams. Kurt's had a ton of success down here at Bradenton. Multi-time semifinalist and finalist of the World Series of Pro Mod. Not really on his game to this point, but totally expect him to get there as Ty Tutterow takes a look inside the passenger's door of the P2 Contracting 69 Camaro. On the other side, same thing for Melanie Salemi. Don't expect to see them out early this, in the order. A car that's been dominant here in the past with multiple combinations. Roots blower, 5-speed. Right now it's got the screw blower, I believe. I'm not sure what kind of driveline setup it's got in it right now, but the Salemi's kind of always experimenting, changing things.
Yes.
You'd really never know weekend to weekend what setup that car is going to come in with.
See Ethan Salemi standing in front of the car right now. Follow the family trajectory as a racer and as a great mechanical mind. Raced snowmobiles for a long time up there in New York, drag racing. Ethan did get his career going back as a kid. And they're all firing shots.
Yeah,
358, 208, and a 360 for Stedding. So that 358 for Salemi moves her up into the order. And again, a year ago, we're talking about a 358 placing a driver basically 4th or 5th. And now you're right in the center of the field at number 16.
Yep. Stedding slots in at 25th with that 360 with a 3. We could end this session alone.
We could?
With the bump spot right at a 360. I mean, that's the way things are looking right now. I'm honestly surprised. The air, compared to last night and maybe what these guys learned, they're coming right back out and building on that. But this has been impressive to start this session.
Really has been, and a fascinating pair coming up now as Mike Bowman and Murden Ovashan coming up here, the pair of side-by-side turbo cars. We don't see a lot of side-by-side turbo action out here, so this is cool.
No, I mean, these things tend to find each other. Like we said, we've got the international pairings that tend to happen. We see a lot of our nitrous guys paired up. I don't know that we've seen 2 turbo cars.
I don't believe we have.
Who's going to stage first? That's the thing. The turbo guys, they love to stage last.
Yes,
and
they do.
Build that boost. Maybe they'll time it up.
I can see that. I can, you can almost see in a qualifying situation, you can almost see that conversation happening about making sure everybody gets a clean rip at it. And eliminations, all bets are off.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The Ramjack baby blue Camaro of Murden Ovashan. And Mike Bowman, of course, his signature Chevelle-bodied machine, the Hartz turbocharged entry. When Ellington's car is right, it will run massive speed. We've seen this thing verging on 220 miles an hour. Big speed of the meet so far. Jimmy Taylor, 224.77.
If that doesn't hold, then yeah, we're doing some. I don't know, maybe later tonight. But man, that was impressive.
It really was.
Almost 225. I don't think we'll see that here, but both of these cars very capable if they can get a hold of this racetrack, and this is the time to do it.
And Sean's up by the center. He gets a block. Bowman goes 380 at 161 out of the throttle early.
They were like magnetized to each other.
Yes, they were.
Ran toward the center line right almost at the same time. The staging thing was no issue like we saw. They kind of went in at the same time. And then Sean, we saw a lot of that last night, especially in the right lane, cars running toward the left. That that cone has gotten a lot of action out of that lane.
So we watch here, and it's starting to move that way right off the jump, and you can see it kind of shaking the tires. He blipped the throttle, and that was game over.
And then Bowman nearly he nearly got the block on the other side.
Yeah, you can see the chassis kind of load and unload. Yeah, Bowman was walking the tightrope up there through the finish line. And so we're going to pick up a little reflector action. Now's a great time to remind people, if you're watching at home on FloRacing and on the FloRacing app, fantastic. If you have friends that are not FloRacing subscribers, they need to go to Amazon Prime Video, go to Live TV tab, and then they can watch streaming all day long. They're going to watch the same stream you are. So if they're not a subscriber, a great way to get them in there. It's a limited time deal. We're doing this today only.
Yeah, or they can just search FloRacing.
Okay.
I think if you search FloRacing in your Amazon app or on your TV, browser even, whatever you should be able to pick it up.
So Randy Lee and the crew going to replace that block. Let's go to Caleb Morton, joins our broadcast team from the top end.
Randy Weatherford, you went 55 with a 5, putting you at the number 3 spot. You were currently outside of the field at 61. How are you feeling about that run?
That was a good run. I mean, we have been 55 with a 2 down here all day. We think we can go a little bit faster than that, so I think number 1 spot might be mine, because we run tonight. So hang on to your ass, because I'm going to take your ass.
I love the confidence. Thank you, Randy.
They are certainly feeling themselves now, as well they should, as we get a look at our current qualifying order. Taylor's still standing number 1, but he is dodging some bullets right now. You can see Weatherford that number 3 spot. Then it's Bond, Banica, Jackson number 6, Alvarez 7. We'll talk more about those two when we get onto this thing. And then it's going to be Hyde, Gustafson, and Callie Mills, the quickest 10 cars right now on the property. So when we come back, we continue qualifying session 1 on a beautiful Friday here at the U.S. Street Nationals, presented by M&M Transmission, live on Flow.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
And so we can see Mike Decker backing his way up to the starting line, but what we can't see is, unfortunately, Rick Bailey is down at the 1/8 of a mile with the door open on his race car. So I don't know if he didn't have reverse or brakes or both, but he has come to a stop effectively at the finish line. And Decker's going to be shut off up here. And I think we're just going to have to send the quad down to get Bailey off the racetrack. Kind of odd.
Never a good situation, and I really hate, typically the protocol is stop and get out of the car, jump over the wall, hang out with Kyle Christ over here, maybe get some,
man on the spot interview.
Yeah, get an interview, get a quick video, but that car's just hanging out down there at the finish line, and we've seen some of this happen actually recently, where anything could go wrong, and then that thing is just sitting out there as a target for this other car to come down through there, 210 plus miles per hour. So probably the right thing to do for Decker to come back here, shut it off. Let's take some time and get this situation resolved.
It's one thing if the thing's at 150 feet,
right,
but it's another thing when to your point, and it's the whole target fixation thing. The most wild example I can ever remember of a situation like this, it was at the NHRA finals years ago. Robert Hight had won the championship that year, made the final against Jack Beckman. It was actually, I believe, in 2019. And massive burnout. Robert does this monster 8th mile burnout, and the thing shuts off. And it's a Nitro Funny car. Beckman's all the way back at the starting line, and Robert jumped ship, and he was about that far down. And Beckman went by, and we had a helicopter, drone or helicopter shot of it. And the visual of that speed, like when you see that thing going by a fixed object at 290 miles an hour, it was like, it took your breath away.
It's sketchy.
Yeah.
It's sketchy to see that.
Melanie Salemi is not sketchy. She's with Caleb Morton.
Melanie Salemi, much better run, much more characteristic for you. What we're used to seeing. That took you to number 17th. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Early in the morning, but that's okay. Yesterday we just got behind again, and we've been trying out some things, and it finally worked. So we now have a stepping stone that we can improve on. Hopefully we're going to be later in the session tonight, and we'll have some better air. I was very fortunate to be able to go out and make a run this morning. So last night didn't go our way, but it set us up good for this morning.
Well, I know 9 a.m. doesn't really work for us girls as far as getting ready on time, but it worked this time, and hopefully we'll have some more movement this afternoon.
Thank you.
They'll take it. Take it anywhere you can get it.
Yeah, that early morning, you know, it's a little tough when you're rolling out of bed early this morning to get back out here, but as you rip off a 50,
yeah,
then it's all good.
It brightens your whole day.
Yeah. Now you can go hang out, have your coffee, brunch, maybe.
So the U.S. Street Nationals presented by M&M Transmission. It is race 2 of the 3-race Drag Illustrated Winter Series, a winter series that does have a points championship. And, of course, Jason Harris is leading the points in this winter series thus far with his dominating performance at the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals last month. He's going to try to continue and maintain that points lead, grow it if he can. Ken Curtuccio, the inaugural champion of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series last year. Harris is currently the leader to try to be the second of that. We know that Curtuccio will not be able to back up that championship as he's been taken out of the seat for business concerns up at his Eastside Auto Transport Company up in Connecticut. I'm sure he's watching, though.
Oh, yeah. That's, I mean, painful, but
yes,
really awesome to have Spencer Hyde in that car, and we're seeing that pay off already this morning.
Here's a look at our current point standings for the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. You can see Harris with a pretty solid 122-point lead over Sidney Frigo, who made the final and lost to Harris a month ago. Curtuccio sitting in third. He actually would have been a factor if he was able to continue.
I know, man. It's tough to see that there, but he'll drop after this. And just a reminder how dominant he is. Again, won this event a year ago, won the championship, was a threat in all 3 races.
And that is Mike Decker, who is now going to be in a solo. And you can tell they're not going to go back into the water, go through the whole rigmarole. They've done their burnout. They still have heat in those big Hoosier slicks on the back of the car, so they're going to stage it up and go.
It still changes things. This is one of those situations where if it goes down through here and makes a nice pass, all good. If it blows the tires off, it's, man, it's because we had to stop. It's because we had to wait. And there's really, it's, you know, just one of those situations.
And it's one of those things, too, if you're Bailey down there, you're thinking, man, I hope this guy makes a clean run because I don't want to be waiting down here for him when he gets here otherwise. Deckers are really trying to break their way out of a slump. Let's call it that. If they can go clean here, as we saw the other Decker car get up on the wheelie bar and get to the middle. This one, though, is going to work, and it's going to work very well. 3:58.9, 2:07. Bailey, you got nothing to worry about.
Yep, all good. Everybody's happy. It worked out. Now that they may even ask, hey, can we shut the car off and wait?
Right.
Because now for our data, we're going to need to let these tires cool down and try to replicate that. That was a great pass.
And it's great on both sides. They're going to be able to transfer that information to the other Decker car, hopefully give it a better shot to make their way into the field. But let's take another look at this one.
897 early, drifted a little bit to the left. You can see the tire marks where so many other cars have done that. Didn't get quite out of the groove, right back in. Pretty pass out of that right lane.
Yeah, nice study and not overdriving the car.
Yeah,
you know, really nice study there. Great view from behind the automobile as Travis Harvey, the Carolina kid, eats the tires. And Harvey will be on the racetrack next to Erica Enders. So we talk about highly skilled operators in this sport, and you got 2 of the best ever right next to each other.
2 just absolute race car driving machines on different levels. Travis Harvey, the Carolina kid, has driven anything and everything. Door car, dragsters, a real legend in the Carolinas, just known for pure driving ability. And on the other side, one of the greatest pro stock drivers of all time, and recently named one of the 75 greatest NHRA racers of all time, as you guys released that list bit by bit over on the NHRA side.
You know, what I think is really interesting about these 2 is, you know, Erica's got a reasonably diversified resume, you know, the sportsman racing, the index style racing, obviously pro stock and now pro mod. Harvey, a more diversified racing in that the garage style cars, the small tire cars that she hasn't done, but both of them are rooted in that sportsman element. Travis is an incredible bracket racer. Like you said, he's a great drag racer, a dragster pilot in big money bracket racing realms. So I love the fact that their skill sets are also kind of matched in how they grew.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And an underrated fact, well, Travis has driven, I believe, every type of power adder you can in Pro Mod. so has Erica.
That's
Enders.
right, too.
She's one of the few that have actually done that as well. So kind of an underrated stat that Erica's been behind the wheel of a screw blower, Pro Charger, a turbo, a nitrous car even.
And I think she'll tell you straight up, she is so much more comfortable in this car now than she ever was in the turbo car she ran several years ago on the NHRA side.
Yeah, that turbo car going almost 260, I believe she went.
Man, the front tires of Erica's cars didn't touch down until about the 330. 358.6, 208 for Harvey, a 360 with a 7 at 208 for Erica Enders.
Great early numbers, 904, 910. Harvey made it up through the middle, ends up, but look at that, 58 with a 6 to a 60 with a 7, goes from 18th to 31st.
Man.
When I saw that number pop up for Erica, I thought, okay, she's going to feel secure. She's in this show, but she's already one spot away from the bump.
And you can see, I think at the very beginning of that run is where Erica's car gave up just that much to Harvey's in that, what, about 1500. It did wiggle the tire just, I would even call it shake. It just kind of wiggled the tire a little bit early. And Harvey's car was perfect.
Very early in that car, though, as far as figuring it out, getting runs, and you're starting to see some of that pay off.
And so now a revised bump spot is now Kenny Lang, who was in the first pair of cars, ran that 360 with an 8. He is in the hot seat. Erica Enders not far behind him. Then we go to Jay Cox, Ryan Hayward, and again, you know, we heard Wes talk about, man, we're going to have this all 50s field. You and I were of the opinion that we'd probably end up somewhere here. I hate to admit it, I think your boss might be right.
I think he is. I think we are going to have a 50s field. Just the onslaught of 50s we've seen early this morning changed that whole game, changed the math. And there's no way we escape tonight's session without the entire field in the 50s. We're already only, what, 10 spots away from doing that now, so it's going to be much lower than expected coming out of this session.
If I'm Jason Harris, I might be running around the pits with a bank bag full of cash, going, "Hey, who wants a grudge race? Yeah, who's the next pair? How about you? How about you? Let me out of there. Let me at him." So Janik and Costa making the trip from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Janik from Las Vegas, Nevada. So a couple of the Western racers out here, which is great to see how people come from all corners to compete at the Drag Illustrated Winter Series.
You talk about that, about, you know, this session and the air and everything. We're actually going to get this again tomorrow morning.
Yes.
We're going to run the same schedule tomorrow and then go into eliminations tomorrow afternoon. So you're going to get these type of conditions again. Yeah. And I wonder how these teams are approaching this. Is this, you know, I want to get down the track. I want to kind of get my daytime set up, especially if you're later in the session. It's going to more replicate your daytime race day setup. And then you really swing for the fences tonight. And then tomorrow morning, you've got another opportunity.
Yeah, there's going to be, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on, but there's some mental gymnastics you can go through to figure out what people may try to pull off this afternoon or not. Clean and mean, both sides. 59 with a 2 at 208 miles an hour for Costa. Brilliant run for the man from New Mexico. 371.3 at 201 for Nick Janik.
Yeah, I mean, Costa, that's a car, 435 last night, didn't make a full pass. Yeah, I'm not totally expecting him to come up here and rip off a 50.
No.
And here he goes again. So this is incredible for this morning session.
That means Lang is bumped out of the field, and that means Erica Enders is now on the bump spot.
I think we're really seeing the screw-blown combination run well this morning and take advantage of this air. Maybe it's more favorable for what those engines want to make power, but really kind of evening the centrifugal. And besides Jimmy Taylor, kind of dominates the first 4, 5, 6 cars in our order. But we're seeing these screw blowers creep up this morning.
And Flamehole's got one of those screw blowers on top of the engine in this beautiful Chevelle. Going to be on the racetrack next to Andrew Hendricks from New York. And the 959 nitrous injected powered Camaro.
First nitrous car we've seen in quite a while. I think Haney was the last one, and he was 2 or 3 pairs in. So we'll see how he's able to tackle the situation now it's gotten a little warmer. And then I just saw in that graphic Halsey coming up here anytime. There's no, I mean, the cars that are still left in this session with the bump we're already looking at, this thing is going to drop even more. There's a lot of heavy hitters that are now sitting right outside the 32 spot.
Great split screen there, looking at that 4-hole injector on top of the PSI screw supercharger. You can see the additional nozzles there. If you look to the left side when he moves out of the way, you can see that additional nozzle introducing fuel into the supercharger itself. Methanol has that great kind of liquid intercooler effect as it flows through the engine.
Opposite situation on the other side. You
Yes.
got that gasoline aided by nitrous oxide.
Quick final purge there for Handress as he inches in. Man, Handress is on a good one here. 366.4 at 203. It is not quick enough to get in, but it was clean and it was straight. Unfortunately for Flamos, he hit the gas. It was almost like the thing tried to backfire or something.
Handress with a really pretty run. I mean, if we go back and look at that, looked a lot quicker than it ended up being. Really just down on speed, 203.28. Good speed, but I mean, it's got to have more than that out the back door to compete. Great looking pass though.
Yeah, I mean, you just not enough. I mean, nothing else wrong with it.
Chassis setup, everything looks good. They're early numbers. They've just got to try to put more power to it this evening.
Joel Wensley coming up in his Chevrolet Camaro. Louis DeLeon of Fuel Tech will be next to him. Wensley, the Liberty Gear sponsored 6th gen style cars. We're getting a quick peek out there on the racetrack. There's our track spotter just giving a look-see. We saw a little bit of smoke out of Handress's car. They're just being...
I think that car does that pretty
I
much
think it
every
does, too.
pass, and I don't think it's an issue. But doesn't hurt to check. We look good. Got Petey there in the center of the track, giving them the fire signals. We've got the Pro-charged, I believe, 5-speed Liberty lock-up converter in the right lane, which would be your left from this view here, and then the turbo car out of the Fuel Tech camp. Out of Brazil by way of Ball Ground, Georgia.
Yes. Interesting, a very short burnout there.
It sounded like the RPMs went up and really sounded like it might have chewed up the converter or something on that burnout.
So they have stuck their head in the cockpit. Yeah, and to your point, it's almost like it didn't catch the burnout chip or something like that. You know, almost freewheeled. And they're going to push the car back, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where you don't know what happened. You don't want to take the risk of further damage. And if something did, you know, the car's not going to make the run that you set it up for. So probably smart to make this move and push back so we get a good look at Wensley.
So the Michigander Wensley will be on a solo. Went 393 last night.
Back in the car after the awesome story we had with Samuel Peterson making his debut. Actually, right before the PRI show, then the next week, he was announced as a member of the 30 under 30.
Yes.
The
pretty good run for the young man.
Yeah. We talked to him at PRI. Said, "Man, you're having a pretty good week." And I think that same at PRI, you guys on the NHRA side announced the national event going to US 131.
Yeah, the Peterson family they were on top of the world.
They're having a great week.
So let's see what Joel Wensley can muster here out of the Liberty Gears.
This will be great. We get to hear this car run through this 5-speed.
.363.206, big pickup. It's going to set them up to pick up more as they go through qualifying. But yeah, it sounds like a Fast and Furious movie out there.
12-speed.
Yeah,
never
just banging gears.
Yeah.
But yeah, that ability, to your point, we talked about it last night. But you know, when you add gears to these cars, you're just able to manage. You're able to keep the car in that perfect kind of power window.
I think this car, which is a team car to Eric Gustafson, I think they really like the cool air. They like when the track is good. They're able to apply this power. They do carry a heavier weight, and they've got a bit of a weight penalty because of their combination. I don't think it loves it when it gets hot. So I think it's kind of a situation where when it's good, it's really good, but then it struggles in the heat.
Jay Cox coming up onto the racetrack. I'm sorry, Matt Deesh coming up on the racetrack.
Hey, we'll forgive you for that.
I see an orange nitrous Camaro, and I default back to the old days.
You had a flashback.
So Matt Deesh and Justin Swanstrom. Little country Swanstrom over there, Zephyr Hills, Florida, the 2025 Corvette. You can see the Modern Racing logos in the rear quarter panels. Quick Performance, the Swan Gang, Rich Bailey Racing, and Hormone Logics, the sponsors for Swanstrom.
Two big personalities in their own way.
Oh yeah.
Here, Matty D out of your neck of the woods, toward the northeast. We'll cut a promo down here if he makes a good pass.
Yeah,
but Swanstrom will as well. It'd be great to get these two guys in an interview.
Yeah, that would be a lot. In a good way, but it would be a lot.
Huge nitrous purge from Matty D. You can see already from, and I mean, there's a few other factors at play based on how those purge nozzles are set up, but you can already see that purge much less cloud-like.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah, temperature comes up, the sun burns some of that moisture out of the air for sure. So as we talked about last night, as we work our way through the order, we do stop and have a prep break halfway through the session. We're a couple of pair away from that prep break. Man alive, good looking laps here. 366.1205. We should match up Handress and Deesh in the next round. And then you go across the racetrack to a 365.4 at 206 for Swanstrom.
I think that they were matched up last night, and they're matched up here again today and run very similar numbers. But, you know, getting down the track, but this is just not what they're looking for. If you look at the speed on both, they've got to turn up the wick.
Yeah, and I think we go back to what we said when Handress ran. Mechanically, the two runs were right. They worked right. It's just you gotta have more. You gotta have more. 54th and 56, and you're running mid 360.
Easier said than done. I think we get spoiled out here. We see these cars just coming out, clicking off 50s.
Yeah.
What it takes to actually do that is
ridiculous.
Yeah, and to see so many cars doing it, and then we kind of get spoiled, by that. And then when we see two great runs like that, we're, kind of left wondering where's the rest of it.
Right, and it's the reality of this event and this winter series. You go to virtually any other Pro Mod door slammer race in the country, and you're sitting there in the stands, you're watching guys reel off side-by-side 60s with the front end up and everything, having the time of your life, thinking you're seeing the greatest show on earth, and you come here, it's like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's cute.
And it does appear as though Mark Mickey is going to be in a solo here.
Yeah,
Jacob McNeil was supposed to be up with him.
Yeah, Jacob McNeil. I'm not sure. We'll have to try to figure out what happened. If he's got some damage or
last night, remember we saw that thing smoking, went through the lights, had smoke out of it, so I don't know if it's hurt. And I do not know if it was him or not, but I was kind of surprised as I was coming in this morning. There were a couple of rigs heading out down 64. So I think, carnage does catch up with guys down here.
On that jib shot, we got to see where Mark is lined up in this right lane. You can see he's hanging a little bit to the right side, giving himself a little bit of cushion from the inevitable drive to the center that most of these cars make, as you can see by the tire tracks, both nice tire tracks and tire shake tire tracks that you don't want to see. But you can see that groove make that little dance toward the center. Let's watch Mark's car and see if it follows that path.
Oof.
Oh no,
man!
Look at those. Look at that chatter. If you go back and look at that, what the marks of that car just left, those tires just basketballing off that track.
Yeah, that was brutal. That was nasty. And so Mickey, far outside the field as we get a look here in slow-mo.
Yeah, you can see just right there. Oh, I mean, look at the body flexing, and look at that. Just, you got to go back and check everything. You got to check every nut and bolt. You got to check everything under that car.
Man.
Mark's got to check his fillings.
Right. Yeah, if you take your mouthpiece out and there's pieces of your teeth inside it, that's never a good sign. So this is going to be Kevin Rivenbark and Ethan Stedding.
So I believe we've got this pair, maybe one more before we do our track touch-up.
Yes.
But we are starting to see. Now, that was Mark Mickey in a turbo car. That's a kind of whole different ball game from how the screw-blown combination is set up to lead the starting line. But we're getting to that area. It's getting warmer, getting hotter. These are the quicker cars.
Yeah.
They're making big power. They expect to make a good run, and all of a sudden, the track's coming out from underneath them, so to speak. Or it could be a situation as it gets hotter as well, where the car just doesn't make as much power as it initially was set up for this morning. We talked about Kevin Rivenbark, kind of a Cinderella run that he made here last month. Round after round, guys red lit. He took advantage of some of their mistakes and just went right down Broadway. Every pass, you know, mid 360 passes, wound up in the semifinals. Somewhat surprisingly at the Snowbirds. And then Ethan Stedding also made his debut at that event a month ago in the P2 contracting machine. Him and his father, Kurt. Again, two good passes, mid 360s in that 204 range, but that's where you see the difference. We see some of these guys earlier in the session, 210, 211. Now we're seeing 204. Look good early, but just not enough power out the back door. But again, a good setup for race day. You know, this is maybe you didn't make the pass you want, you didn't improve, but this gives you, if you are able to crack into the show, this gives you data. Because we're starting to get to that point of the day, the temperature, UV, everything to where these guys are going to be racing on Sunday.
Picking it back up here, Mike Achenbach and Rodejan Posado heating the tires.
The mountain man. I don't know if you've ever seen Mike Achenbach outside of this car. Looks like he's having some issues.
Yeah, he's going to try to refire.
Yeah, you can see his hands up on the switches, trying to figure out what's going on. And get back in the water, but not too. Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, don't go too far.
All right, so Achenbach, see if he can get a burnout going here.
I'm not sure the story behind this, their T-shirt. They've got new T-shirts over at Mountain Man, and it's got an illustration of a blonde woman, and it says "the hot sister." So I'm not sure where that came from. We'll have to ask Mike what the hot sister thing is about, but that's the nickname for this car.
That is a Kayla Morton special right there.
Okay.
We need Kayla at the top end to get us
little
figured
intel.
out.
Figure out what's going on with that. Pretty cool shirt.
And Posado, the FT injector, screw-blown Camaro, of course, with the electronic fuel injection set up on it. See Achenbach purging the nitrous. He ran 364 last night, and it's going to be interesting to me for a guy that ran 64 already. We've seen multiple mid-360s out of some nitrous cars. How much more can he find in this moment?
I think if he gets a hold of it, we could see a low 60.
Okay.
This is one of these guys, you know, tuned by Brandon Schweitzer, Fulton engine, all the parts and pieces, brand new Jerry Bickle race car. Very lightweight car. They're able to move the ballast around and get this thing set up how they want. You know, is a mid to low 60, are they going to be happy with that? Probably not, but in this situation, I think it's probably what we should expect.
And so Posado now, waiting in that pre-stage bulb. Now he's going to go in. Nice side-by-side pull, a 364 again for Achenbach, a 364 for Posado. 49th and 51st, that's all that buys you today in this moment.
Achenbach just, I mean, consistent. He was 64 to 7 at 207 last night, so you're happy to see that, but you see the difference. We talked about these last couple of cars that came up, these last few pairs in the 203, 204 range.
Yes.
You see Achenbach 208, just not enough early.
Yeah, not enough.
But,
not enough.
But it's probably not out there. It's probably as aggressive as you could be with the conditions.
Here comes Bob Glenn, the lone battler with the Roots style blower on that beautiful GT500 Shelby Mustang. And of course, Chris Thorne across the racetrack. employing the centrifugal supercharger. It is, you know, this sport to me always elevates itself, always becomes great when we have these various wars, whether it's tire wars between Goodyear and Hoosier. Now it's a centrifugal supercharger war between ProCharger and the Hartz charger. We've had great turbocharger wars with Garrett, Precision, and all these other companies over the years. And that's really what drives this stuff forward. It makes guys like you have to stay up all night thinking about making rules.
It does. I mean, we've seen it. This Hartz charger deal.
Yeah.
ProCharger, you know, came onto the scene, and then they were the dominant, the only option for that type of supercharger. And then Hartz came in, moved the bar, and then ProChargers answered. I mean, we've seen Billy Banica. You know, we've seen several cars that have the updated ProCharger unit on there compete with Hartz, and then, you know, back to the drawing board again. These guys are going to keep leapfrogging each other. And that combination, it's really interesting. We talk about nitrous, we talk about roots blowers, screw blowers, very mature power adders and combinations that are refined and these guys have been working at these for a long time. This is relatively new.
At this level, for sure.
Yeah, the centrifugal superchargers is relatively new, and there's gains out there to be had.
To be found.
So there's, you know, a lot of meat left on that bone for these guys to find, and it's something that we're all going to have to keep an eye on as this thing progresses throughout the 2026 season.
Glenn leading Thorne down the racetrack, a 364.6 at 202 as Glenn got off the blocks first, a 363.9 at 205 for Chris Thorne. And, you know, naturally we begin to ask the question of, you know, is this all that those things have, or is this the step forward they needed to take to then lean on it harder? I'd have to guess on both sides there's a little bit more to be found in both of these cars.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe not so much in Glenn's. I mean, we talk about the roots blower. He made a great pass last night, some 350s in testing. But I do think Thorne had more there. We talk about the strategy as we get later into this session. Maybe they were set up to let's get down the track and get kind of a daytime data set so that for race day on Sunday, we can feel a little bit better. However, the first thing you got to do is get to race day.
Yeah, he ran 64.3 last night. Just picks away at it to a 63 and change here. And that is, I mean, we have this massive group of cars now between, let's call it a high 62 and a mid 64. That's where the majority of these cars this session have fallen into that mode. And it's going to get even further away from them by the time we get to this next session, as we can see. Joey Martin in the Corvette, Ned Dunphy in his Camaro.
Joey Martin's got a lot of nicknames. He's got the real deal on the windshield, Hero on the door.
I like it. I like you get to choose which superhero you want to be rooting for. It's the same guy, but you know.
Yep. Longtime pro mod racer out of the Southeast. Longtime screw blower guy, chassis builder. Put this car together just for the Winter Series.
And I saw an interesting post he made after the first Winter Series race, and he basically said, hey, I'll build one car this year. Did you see that? He said, if anybody wants one of these, I'm not getting back all the way in, but if there's somebody out there that wants me to build, I'll build one car this year. I'll build you one of these.
All right. Well, I mean, just a guy, he's, you know, obviously talented, got the capability.
Yeah.
Just a small, pretty much a one-man band.
True craftsman. And Ned Dunphy. Man.
Huge tire shake for Joey Martin. And a good run for Dunphy, 62, but only puts him 39th. But that's really the best run we've seen, and I don't know, it feels like half dozen pairs at least.
Yeah, with that, the 64 to 66, and now we see a 62. Dunphy had to wheel that thing too. It was moving around a little bit on us. We get a look down from the finish line.
Let's watch Joey Martin. I mean, he was wrestling this thing, shaking there, still shaking, trying to look at the nose, dancing. I mean, that thing, especially from the back, the wing was flexing. He's testing the strength of that new C7 body.
that was a good engineering study. Yeah, and you can see Dunphy's car almost black tracked its way all the way to the finish line. As Stan Shelton and Bo Butner come up here. Butner driving the Brian Karate tuned and owned Camaro. Brad Mason is here, the car chief that works hand in hand with Brian Karate on Antron Brown's top fueler. Saw Antron come in this morning as well, so Antron's on the ground. Those guys must have been getting stir crazy, locked in the shop up there in Brownsburg. Said, we'll see on Monday, guys.
I've seen a lot of people say, hey, we saw the weather forecast, so we're going to Florida.
Yeah.
We're getting out of there. So these guys coming out of the Indianapolis area, we got to go look at Brian Karate as that car was backing up. Look at that, all the detail of this Batman and Joker themed wrap on Bo Butner's car. And the classic look on the other side for Stan Shelton.
The Culp Lumber Company. And that name is kind of underselling it. You know, they cut over 100 million board feet a year.
Wow.
It's it sounds like it's like, oh, they sell some 2x4s and nails. No, they'll clear a forest for you if you need it. Yeah, they can take them down.
Yeah, huge operation they've got over there, not too far from me in New London, North Carolina.
The issue that seems to be solved on the Karate Butner operation, they were hurting a lot of parts. They seem to be well past that. But will they be past the break on ET at 361.1 at 208 miles an hour? Stan Shelton goes 363.7. So Butner is as close as we've seen anybody get in that 8 to 10 pair window.
Yeah, that's definitely the best pass we've seen in quite a while. No shoots for Bo, but looks like he's going to be able to get that stop, no problem. That's a car I would watch for them on race day. We talked about him making his debut at the Snowbirds, but even before that, when was it Sackman?
Sackman.
Yeah. Was driving
Zach
the car.
was driving it. Yeah.
Zach Sackman was driving the car. Last year, it was very consistent. It made good passes, just hurt parts, like you said. Maybe they figured that out.
I don't know if it was wheelie control per se for Bo coming off, but if you have a keen eye, you saw the driver's side bank of cylinders. There was a cylinder that was not necessarily all the way into the whole program until they got going.
Take a look at the Candyman there on the injector blades. You got FAFO on the. That's a good use of that four-hole injector.
Oh, wait a second.
What is that?
Yeah.
I might have to Google it, figure out what that means.
Yes.
The Falter family, we talked about this last night, multi-generational candy family, candy distributors.
That's what it is. Falter around and find out.
Oh, there you go.
That's what it is.
That's it. That makes sense.
Yeah, it looks neat. I mean, the car looks cool, too. Kind of a classic, classic, like, reflective lettering on the doors.
Yeah, that is old school. And Gabriel Andino, kind of out of nowhere.
Yep.
A lot of people were looking at that sheet last night, and I heard more than one person say, who's Gabriel Andino?
Yeah, where'd he come from?
Yeah.
Oh, turns out Juncos, Puerto Rico.
Get a good look at the airbrushing on the 69 Camaro. Andino last night with a 363 with a 0, put him 31st. Currently finds himself 41st.
Yeah, we've worked our way into the cars now that were in the field to start the session. So really, to me, this next phase of this session, we've brought ourselves to that moment now where these are the fast 32. They may not be right now, but they were last night.
There's a good shot of that FAFO. Oh, man. Big shake, pulled left early. Andino, another nice run. 61 with a 7, actually improves over his ET from last night, but, you know, only moved up 2 spots from where he was before that run.
I'm going to say it this way. I'm going to say it with total respect. That is the slowest looking 361 I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way some of these cars look.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the tire shake out of falter.
Andino's car looked to me like, oh, man, this thing's like, it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. I mean, it went a 61. He went 63 last night, like you said, so that's a decent pickup for those guys.
Get a look at this 63 Corvette. These used to just, I mean, Pro Mod was all 63 Corvettes, and now it's like rare to see one.
It is.
And this is a car for Jim Whiteley out of the J&A camp, driven by Dallas Glenn, current NHRA Pro Stock world champion.
And Lyle Barnett. Barnett and Glenn lined up together. Again, that's what, just another one of the special aspects of this particular race. When you bring all these people in from these different areas and genres of the sport, to see them lined up next to each other is great. Eric Anders still living dangerously. The bump spot is 3607.
Right there. I mean, we're already tickling the 50s.
Yeah.
I don't know how, are we, we're to the point where the bump's not going to change.
Correct.
For this session. So that's going to be locked in for the rest of the session.
Well, we shouldn't say that
because
because some of these guys are out right now, right? So depending on, Barnett's been bumped out, Glenn's been bumped out. So if they, so we do have a few pair left of movement.
Yeah. Interesting deal. So back to the 1963 split window Corvette we're talking about here. Once thought to be the most aerodynamic body when these guys were building these Pro Mods. Small, narrow, lightweight was the thought. It actually is not as aerodynamic as they thought.
Oh, wow.
They finally wind tunneled these things and found that with the big rear quarters and everything, it's not that aerodynamic. So it now falls into our nostalgia body category. It gets a 25-pound weight break.
There you go.
$910 a pair, 60-foot, 241. Huge run for Lyle Barnett. 358, 211.76 puts him all the way up to 14th.
That puts Eric out, and that puts Cox out. So 58 and 60, both of those guys are in. Dallas effectively becomes the bump spot with that 5, or very close to it. And if you notice, Dallas was 19 green.
Yep. These two drivers, they're not going to let each other slip on the starting line, right? So got to go up there and show what you got. Two great runs. I mean, out of both sides there, especially that 58 at 211. That's impressive as the temperature continues to rise, the track changes, which we didn't. I think we're pretty well past our grooming point.
Yeah, we're just rolling along.
And we haven't seen Wade Rich pull the equipment out and kind of groom the track, which maybe he's looking at the starting line, looking at the track, and deems it unnecessary at this point.
So the carousel of pain continues to turn. So Jay Cox and Erica are now the two that have just been thrown off. Ryan Hayward is on the bump. And we can see Jason Lee on the racetrack right now. Dallas Glenn, with the run he just made, is only 31st. And Jason Lee, so Rob Cox, who ran earlier next to Thornton, was going to be the dance partner here for Jason Lee. So it's going to be solo.
But we haven't yet seen Scott Taylor, and he was up here early in the order. I thought we might see him paired up.
Yeah, you're right.
With Jason Lee, so I'm not sure. We can't really get a look around the tower here to see if he's back in the staging lanes.
Look at all the plumbing up there for the fuel injection on top of the engine. It's just wild. Coast Packing Company. The Gustafson family business. And Lee is trying to bust his way in. A 361.6 places him on the doorstep, but not in the field.
Actually improves from last night. It's pretty wild to see. I mean, by the time these guys were running last night, I believe the conditions were pretty good.
Yeah.
But they were, probably middle of the pack last night, and then actually improving this morning. This has been an impressive session.
Very impressive. Top to bottom, very impressive. And we've seen people miss in terms of maybe just not having enough guts. But reality is we can probably only count on one hand, Martin's car, Mickey's car. Really, the number of cars that have had tire shake this session has been minimal.
Yeah, and that we talked about the track grooming as you get a look at all the equipment stacked up here.
Yes.
The John Deere tractors on the far left. Haven't seen those roll out here to do a touch-up on the track. That may be one of the first times we've seen that throughout this throughout the winter series, and I wonder if the way the track is being prepped for both the radial and the slicks, if that factors into sort of the process that they're going to go throughout these sessions.
Well, you have to wonder, and that's a question I would pose to Wade Rich later in the day. If we had gone with a more traditional, let's run the radial stuff first and then move into this, is that when you have to do a mid-session rebuild? But when you come out of the gate with these cars and they continue to actually build a nice layer of rubber, then you can stay with it.
Yeah, maybe so. That's above my pay grade.
Mine too. Thankfully.
Talk about it. Yeah. So some of the science that goes into this stuff.
Yeah.
Even just the track prep.
Yes.
Is mind-boggling.
Kyle Dvorak, Nate Saylor coming up right now. Dvorak, the Cola Racing, 5-star Chevrolet bodied Camaro. And Saylor in that really just nicely put together Mustangs. It's classy, it's cool. The paint scheme is really nice with the orange pinstriping around the rally stripes.
Yeah, great looking car. Had a great test session here all week and then came out with a 61 with a 6 last night, but looking for more here today. Both these cars have the capability to rip off a 50, maybe a 60 flat like we saw out of Dallas Glenn.
And Dvorak pulls it down into low gear and moves ahead. Side by side, not more you can ask for. 360 with a 7 to 208. That puts you 34th. Saylor goes to 61.7. That's 40th.
Yeah, pretty much where we expected.
Yep.
61 with a 7 doesn't improve for Nate Saylor, but that 60 flat for Kyle Dvorak, just right there. They're 34th. They'll be mid-pack coming out tonight. I'd look for him. He kind of surprised everybody and made the field for the Snowbirds. He's got a good shot to do that again here for the U.S. Street Nationals.
Both runs totally under control. Cars nicely composed, tied down, straight down the groove. I mean, again, you're not going to see more clean side-by-side nice stuff than that. Just not to the degree it needed to be in terms of quickness.
This is a great matchup here. We got the Pumpkin, Jay Cox and Jim Halsey.
You know, the multi-levels of this, these guys just absolutely hard-nosed battles over the course of the Pro Nitrous careers that they had, and Jim continues to have. But, you know, Jay Cox was a grand star of that showcase, and Jim was one of the guys, like so many were chasing him for years, and now he has obviously gone, Cox has gone his own way with the centrifugal, and Jim's still got the nitrous in the car.
Yeah, we've seen these guys, you know, Jay doesn't really run a full schedule anymore. He tunes, actually still tunes in his crew chief for Marcus Butner.
Cool.
The current PDRA Pro Nitrous World Champion as of the 2025 season. So Jay's kind of a guy that can do it all. And he's dabbled with them all. He's never rests, never really happy, always going 100 miles an hour, trying to improve his program. And this is the latest iteration of it here with the centrifugal Harts Charger. You know, look at Kathy Halsey.
Brandon Schweitzer kneeling down, going to take some.
Eric Davis. This is another team that you see have been together for decades and have this routine that they never deviate.
Never
from.
deviate.
Do everything exact same every run. So we get here's a number.
Run count.
So at VMP we got 6 runs.
1 at Cecil.
Yep.
And 7 so far here at Bradenton. Halsey 359.6 at 211, 358, 210 for Jay Cox, 18th and 28th. So Jim Halsey bounds his way into the 350s at 211.
Impressive to see Halsey pick up from his 61 last night, dip into the 50s. You look at the early numbers, 903 to 923, and Jim was almost 300ths off at the 330 compared to Jay, but made it up out the back door. That nitrous car is making some power. It's interesting, too, you see all the black smoke. I've seen people talk about that a lot with Halsey's car. And, again, you'll see that out of all of the Schweitzer-tuned cars. I'm not really sure exactly what they're doing differently. I just imagine they're pumping so much fuel and nitrous through that thing.
Yeah.
That's what you're seeing.
It's got to be, and I have to wonder if that huge fuel volume has, I don't want to say a cooling effect, but in degree, some sort of a fueling effect, because you know the cylinder pressures and cylinder temperatures in that thing must just be astronomical. Kurtz, we are 2 cars away from all 350s field. Stedding and Stanfield. Aaron Stanfield, one of them. Kurt Stedding on the bump at 360 with a 3. Stanfield on the racetrack. We look down our list.
Ryan Hayward was supposed to be his opponent in this round. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, tough break for Hayward. Jolie Stanfield fanning a little air into the cockpit for Aaron. Julie, a great racer in her own right, sportsman racer.
Great announcer, too.
She is, yeah. We've had her in the booth doing sportsman stuff at the NHRA races. She knows the sport, knows the stuff.
We saw this car last night actually make a really good run where Erica struggled. We talked about the data sharing that goes on with these teammates. Then we saw Erica make a nice pass early in this session. I wonder if that data translated over. We'll see if Aaron can replicate what Erica was able to do earlier today.
Stanfield clean, how mean, 59 with an 8. That is 1 car away from an all 350s field here. 359.8 at 208.
Yeah, great run out of that team. Last night, came up with a 360 with a 1 and dips into the 50s. To see guys actually go out in this late in the session, improve on what they did last night, again, continues this this highly impressive first session we're seeing here today on Friday. Just clean and not a lot of drama to this pass.
Not at all.
What you want.
So Stanfield.
They're figuring that thing out.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about drivers like Aaron Stanfield and Erica Enders. You get a car underneath them.
Yep.
All they've got to do is get in that show.
Yes,
the chip tosses everything out the window. And when you're talking about Sunday, race day, in the middle of the day, the heat, I wouldn't want to draw either one of them.
No. You want someone that's going to have the focus and the ability and the experience to kind of weave their way through these pressure situations, and both of them have made a living at it, quite literally, as we look down for the Modern Racing drone to see Robin Roberts on one side and Tommy DiApril on the other. The R&R Racing Products Corvette, right trailers, DiApril's entry, and, of course, Robin Roberts in the Pontiac.
We talked about Robin kind of flying under the radar at Snowbirds with, an impressive qualifying performance, and did it again last night. 3:59 last night. We'll see if he's another guy that can pick up, easily go in the 50s here today. I came into the session thinking we would see just a couple 50s and maybe see that only in the early part of the session before it got hot, but we continue to see it.
And you look, part of it is the pace, and it bears mentioning. When you get into this, and knock on wood, we're not having any sort of stupidity or big delays in here, and it's allowing this pace to move on, so you're condensing this stuff and giving guys a better shot.
Yeah, I mean, it really only takes one mishap, oil down, something. I think really the only thing that happened was Bailey.
That was basically
stopping on the track, and that was done in no time. But you're right, that makes a huge difference for this session.
DiApril's car on the verge of tire shake, goes 59 with a 7. There you have it. That is a 32-car field that is officially all in the 350s.
If I was a betting man, I would have never bet that
I would have lost my house.
We would end this first session. I mean, we were debating. We came on this morning talking about tonight's session possibly going into the 50s. Now here we are, we're not even done with the first session, and we're already there, which is easily the first field in Pro Mod history to be completely in the 350 zone. That's incredible.
It is absolutely insane. Here comes Steve King. And Isaias Rojas across the racetrack. San Juan with the MECTEC Institute, MECTEC College Corvette.
And we're not just talking about 16 cars being in the 50s.
No.
Or a 16-car field. We're talking about a 32-car
The whole shooting
field.
match. So Rojas backing his way up. And, it's interesting. Wes talked about at the top of the show, you have these points of delineation where, people look at stuff and go, well, is this something I can do? Is this where I can be? There are some cars here clearly that are going to be low 63, 64 cars on their best runs, but there are clearly a ton of them that have run 60 to 61 that can still fight their way into this field over the course of the next two sessions. Maybe not early in the third session, but if we're coming back out with this first thing tomorrow morning, game on again.
Yeah, I mean, we sat up here last night and talked about this was going to be the only opportunity.
Yeah, I thought so.
And if you talked to Jason Harris and Bob Harris last night, man, they were down in the dumps, thinking that was their only opportunity. But what we're seeing here today, and then what we're going to see tonight, and again, an opportunity at these same conditions, I would say we're going to see this type of movement in all three sessions, including this one, which is going to be fantastic.
And King's car rattles the tires. Rojas goes 60 with a 7 at 209 miles an hour.
Pretty rare out of that Steve King car. I was about to say this is one of the most consistent cars on the grounds. We see that from his performance, taking that thing all the way to the World Series of Pro Mod win last year. You don't see him just blow the tires off like that with the hit very often. Take a look here. We'll probably see some brutal shake. Just, oh, man.
Yeah.
You can't catch it quick enough right there. I mean, these guys are doing everything they can to get their foot off that throttle and stop that tire shake as quickly as possible. That's about as quickly as you can do it, but it's probably feels like 100 years in there as that thing is just beating the driver and everything under the rear of that car.
Kai Kelly and Brylan Holder The Larry Jeffers race car is Camaro for Kai Kelly and Holder in that Hugger orange and black striped Camaro Bakersfield, California base. Lions Custom Motorsports, Holder Air Conditioning, Frontier Plumbing, Fuel Tech, Proline, and M&M Transmission. The presenting sponsor of Pro Mod and this race is M&M Transmission.
Kai Kelly with the Larry Jeffers race car sponsorship built this car, and I believe it's a partnership with Larry Jeffers. They've got what's the name for this car? They got Uncle Larry or something?
Yes.
Yeah. So Kai's one of these guys that names all of his rides, and he's also got Jangalang on the property, competing in True 10-5.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another Wild West category. Those of you watching via Amazon Prime Video or on Flow will be able to see a little bit later on with our True 10-5 and Pro 10-5 cars. Those are off the charts. You know, when we're into the grouping now that have already run 350s. You know, that's the interesting thing to me is now we're seeing cars that have been there before, and can they start to prove us wrong a little bit and make a 58, a 56 in these conditions? I hope so.
I mean, if somebody goes a 56 in these conditions here today, especially later in this session, hats off to them. I think, you know, we saw that with this last pair with Steve King. You're getting into these guys that, you know, pretty easily go in the 50s. I would say at this point in good air, are they able to do that today? Or are they able to even back it down enough to get down the track?
Well, these two are in Kelly's car, picturesque 58 with a 2 at 210 miles an hour, 59 with a 2 for Brylan Holder.
There you go, ripping off more 50s.
Kelly's run was within a foul of last night. I mean, just repeating. And he's 28 in the tree. Holder was 19 green, so he was geared up. Larry Jeffers on the property, shaking hands down at the starting line with Jeff Pierce in the group. That is what you can look forward to in eliminations. That looked a whole lot like what we're going to see a ton of when we get to the elimination rounds of this drag race.
Absolutely.
Derek Menholt and Brandon Snyder coming up next.
You see Menholt doing his burnout. We're starting to see some bald spots form on that starting line. If you could look at that left lane, he did his burnout basically one tire width toward the center of the track to try to lay down some fresh rubber there. I'm sure that's exactly where he'll back up to in this beautiful C7 Corvette. Debuted this car at Snowbirds, ran well, but man, this thing's been on a string in testing all throughout the week and looked really good last night as well.
This is pair 29 of 35 in this session.
We do see Menholt back up and going to favor the center of the track by one tire width.
Ricky Smith out there leading Brandon Snyder toward the pre-stage beam. How cool is that?
I think we've seen the Tricky Ricky pay off for these guys. The J&A cars have been impressive here so far this week, and probably, you know, Brandon Snyder, all these guys making big power. Ricky is a chassis
guru
savant, yeah, right? And bring him in to get the car working efficiently so you can apply that power. Middle almost looked like he was pointed toward the center as well. We'll see what this car does. Not too much. Straight down Broadway.
Picturesque 57 with a 1 for Derek Menholt at 211. Snyder goes 60 with a 4 at 209, but man alive, that is a run and a half.
Yeah, a whole 100 better than last night. He went a 58 with a 2 last night. 57 with a 1. I mean,
you know, fresh race car, fresh body. You know, they really used the last event to sort things out, and man, brutally impressive. And it just keeps that window open as we move into the final 4 or 5 pair of this session. It keeps that window open for a guy like Harris to go, listen, if they're still out here teasing this thing, maybe it's still there for me too.
Yeah. I wonder what adjustments are being made. As you've seen this session go on, you keep seeing these cars run these impressive passes. What are these crew chiefs doing back there on the laptop to kind of turn these things up compared to what they came up here with thinking this session was going to go much differently.
And I wonder what that kind of break-even point is time-wise. You know, when you're in these last 4 or 5 pairs, because this session is long, you get 35 pair to run. How long can you stay up here and watch things evolve before you have to really go, okay, guys, that's it. This is what we have to go with. I have a feeling it's probably a longer window than you get at maybe any other race you go to.
Yeah, for sure. And the adjustments they're able to make so quickly, you know, that you probably until it makes that turn there and gets a pair or two behind the water box, these guys are making these adjustments. I do see Blevins. He looks like he's hanging about a tire width in the right lane towards the wall to the outside of the track. Of course, that right lane tends to drive you toward the center as well. So sort of killing 2 birds with 1 stone there with the way he's lining up. And Peter Norton, super impressive over there.
Impressive Peter Norton.
Tuned by Ricky Jones. Kind of a deal through Proline Racing Engines over there on that side. And Greg Blevins making his Pro Mod debut at Snowbirds after his, legendary radial tire career, and always has these great looking Camaros with this burnt orange color. And I mean, just dove right, to the deep end of Pro Mod, and he's loving it, man. He's probably as excited as he's ever been.
And again, what more can you ask for?
239, 357 with a 4.
Here we go again, 209 miles an hour. Blevins had the magic 910 60 foot, the 239 330. Norton runs a 59 with a 4 at 209, so he is also maintaining his presence in the 350s. But 57.4 for Norton, lands him kind of center mass in the field, which is exactly where you want to be.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That 239 330 to half track, we were seeing those numbers last night.
Yes.
There were only a handful that were able to do that, and that's what it takes to get that mid-50 number. I mean, it's out there for these guys. It's out there for Jimmy Taylor. It's out there for Harris.
Here comes Sidney Frigo and John Dock. Doc was pumped up because his car happened to be used in the preview photo when you went on to Amazon Prime and you found the race, which again, if you want to tell people to watch, they can go on Amazon Prime today and today only. The Flow 24/7 channel on Amazon Prime. If they go to that live TV tab, and I was told all you have to do is search FloRacing, one word, or US Street. You can search either of those 2 things. They're going to grab you right and bring you to the front of the list. You can dive on here and watch this whole baby just today only for free.
Big shout out to everyone catching us on Amazon today. Yes. This is a really cool opportunity for you guys to see, bar none, the baddest door cars, some of the baddest drag racing on the planet.
Doc in there psyching himself up, clapping his hands together, fixing his gloves. Great looking helmet as well there.
He's got the full look going, man.
Yeah.
Like the handkerchief, the whole cow theme.
Yeah.
His suit, you can't see it there. Actually, it's got cow spots on it. You see the name there in the cow print, the Cow Marrow.
And Sidney Frigo, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Now, Frigo in a Camaro, he was in the Corvette last time, right? Am I wrong about that or no?
No, he actually debuted this car at
That's what it was.
He was in that Corvette last year.
Okay.
That looked, same scheme as this. This is a brand new car from Rick Jones, our RJ Race Cars Quartermax, and they've been really happy with it so far. Doc straight to the wall. He's going to have to get out of it.
58.8, 211 for Frigo. I mean, take it all day long. Frigo, 12th on the qualifying order.
Yeah, from his run last night, I believe. 57 with a 4 last night. Holds him in the 12th spot. Great run. The screw loam combination. Big power, 211.36 out the back door. Not quite that 230-ish, 330 that we've seen out of a lot of these cars. But picks it up on the back end.
Yeah, Doc's car seemed like it, I don't know if it was shaking as much as it was spinning, but it just drove itself immediately to the right. Callie Mills and Eric Gustafson coming up now. Gustafson in that same 5-speed transmission combination. We saw Jason Lee, although the 5-speed transmission, but the motor itself, a different engine combination than Lee's car.
Yeah, same drive line. That's kind of a Patrick Barnhill specialty. He tunes all 3 of those cars, Wensley, Lee, and Gustafson, and that's the drive line he prefers, and he's making it work. But like I said, I think it really thrives. These are not necessarily the conditions that car thrives in, Let's get a good look here at Callie Mills. How impressive has she been? Again, my pick, she was my dark horse pick at Snowbirds. And based on how she's run so far here this weekend, I might have to ride with her again this weekend.
When we did the chip draw for the first round of the Snowbird Outlaw Nationals, Wes was like wanting everybody to kind of get into that boxing face-off with their fists up. And a lot of these big burly guys weren't doing it. Well, she walked up there and she had her knuckles right about in somebody's nose. So
Yep.
yeah, she was into it.
Now, she's not afraid to stand toe-to-toe with these guys. Had a great season. And then carried that over to Snowbirds to end 2025 and picking right up in 2026. Get a good look at the white Coast packing machine. That actually is Jason Lee that we saw up here earlier. Diving in, making some kind of adjustments there. Shut the door, lock the window.
Coast Packing Company, they're in the lard and tallow business. So if you like your French fries cooked the right way, which he had a chef here last race, brought us up some food. We annihilated that.
Oh yeah,
it
that
was
was
phenomenal. Callie Mills locked in. Look at Gustafson's car move through the middle.
356 with it too. I said that car doesn't thrive in these conditions, but I was wrong. It sure does, man. That car loves this track.
Man, the way it moved through the middle of the racetrack, Callie was out on Eric big time on a starting line. That's immaterial in qualifying, but watch what that Coast car does in the middle of this racetrack.
Yeah, you can't hear it on this replay, but it is just making up so much time through the middle of the track. And Callie with a great run as well, 357 with a 1, but how that 56 with a 2? It's out there for these guys. But how about this pair that we've got coming up? There's a little chatter on the internet about this last night.
This is tremendous. So, to take you guys back 24 hours, and we showed you at the top of the show, but that's been a minute ago. Victor Alvarez and Stevie Fast got John at each other in the internet as they tend to do. There was a basically 10,000 aside grudge race put on during the first qualifying session. Well, they launched up the starting line, and unfortunately, the timing system went haywire. It's not anything we did. It was a malfunction of the system. There was no clear winner, and they crossed the finish line so close together, there was no way to define anything. Stevie said, I got a win light, and in grudge racing, that means technically I'm winning, but I would not demand you pay me. Victor had a very opposite opinion, and we were kind of surprised at how angry these guys were last night.
Yeah, it really escalated quickly. It went from kind of a semi-serious deal to extremely serious after this happened, because as we see here, it looks like a straight-up race and everything's going well, but video evidence would show, based on that camera that you see mounted on Vic's car and other angles we've seen, tends to lean toward, it looks like Vic crossed the finish line first. However, Stevie says, with all that malfunctioning going on the timing system, we don't know that you didn't red light. We don't know that this race was legit at all. And so these guys are really digging their heels in on either side of the argument.
And it wasn't an act. That way, it wasn't theater last night. They refused to run next to each other, so they ran solos basically in qualifying, and then they ran within a thousandth of each other in qualifying, which made this matchup happen. And Victor simply said, unless somebody tells me I have to line up next to this guy in the order or in eliminations, I'm not doing it, and when I do, I'll send him home. There is a lot riding on this run.
Yeah, and this just happens because of where they qualified. They're running again today, but I don't know how this is going to play out right here.
And it looks like it might play out to Stevie's side. It will be Stevie, a 358 at 210. Alvarez goes 362.5. And Kayla, if you got a football helmet, you might want to put it on down there because it's going to get interesting.
So Vic went on the chip as soon as he went in. And I don't know if that was intentional or he's just so amped up that he did that. Then Stevie, and I don't know how serious these guys were taking it, because from my discussions with them and what I've heard, they were going to make this pass, but there was no money on the line. They're not racing. This is not a rerun of that grudge from last night. But Stevie 023 off the tree and then runs a 358. So gets Vic off the line and on the track at the finish line. But again, we'll see what these guys have to say at the end. But as of this morning, to my understanding, they were just running that as a straight up qualifying run and weren't using the opportunity to try to remedy what happened last night.
And they would not have kept that a secret if that was something they were going to do, right? If there was going to be that, if there was going to be a wager on the line, that was certainly something that they were going to make public information. Billy Banica, as we talked about, Banica has the most updated, newest, if you will, version of the Pro Charter centrifugal blower on this car, and Justin Bond is having trouble backing up.
Crew member runs out there to see what's going on, see if they can help get this thing in reverse. Which would be, I mean, this car's been on rails. He comes into the session third, 356 with a 3 last night. We just saw Gustafson go at 56.
Yes.
So it's out there. Bond wants this hit. They want to try to figure out what's going on. Maybe if the car's still running, they can at least just try to push this thing back. No, he's just going to shut it off.
Yeah, they shut off Banica up here, and I think they're going to put the elbow grease. Oh, there you go. So maybe a trans brake failure of some sort. Jamie Luke down there, and going to take the long way around to Bond's car to make sure whatever's going on, he's not in the middle of it.
Banica's still running back here. Okay, so Jamie Luke's giving him the signal. Go ahead and take it down to the end of the track. So if you have the ability to do that, that's the best thing to do. Get it out of the way. I do think Billy's shut off back here at the starting line now. But I think he'll be able to quickly refire. Still got the crew guy up there standing at the beam. Going to mark where the pre-stage is. So I think they'll get this thing fired up right away and see what Billy can do, which came into the session 4th with a 356 with a 5. Everything we've seen so far would indicate that he can hit or best that number right here, right now.
Yeah, Banica, a player that maybe we should be talking about more, but also a guy who I think to some degree prefers to be that slightly under the radar guy, letting the car do the talking, as he was and did during the NHRA Pro Mod season. Came down to a winner-take-all final run in Las Vegas. J.R. Gray leaving first on that run, getting the better of him, but a hallmark season for Banica that has continued very nicely into the Winter Series in this car.
Yeah, this car put together during the season last year with the intent to run in these series. 915, 240 flat. That always translates to that. Oh, makes a dart over toward the wall, but I believe he's okay there.
Yeah, it definitely set a course over toward concrete, but he dragged it back in. 358.8 at 210. Keeps himself in that upper echelon of the field and brings us to the money pair.
Yeah,
the money pair.
We'll see, man. If it's truly out there, we're going to see it right here. The turbo car, again, I mean, with all the power, is it going to be able to apply that to the track? Is it too hot? Where are we at with that? Harris, we've seen these the Hardstarger performing really well throughout the session in these other cars, like both centrifugal combinations with Gustafson. We just saw Banica, Menholt.
The side bet runs are fun and they're intense and they carry their own energy, but this to me is where it's at, because it's very rare in a qualifying session you kind of get the chills looking at this, because you have a guy who is desperate to hold on to the position in Jimmy Taylor, and you certainly have a guy who is desperate to take the position in Jason Harris. So one of the most intensified qualifying runs I might have ever seen here.
Yeah, and you know, the one guy that stands to lose from this session going like it is, and then tonight's schedule change where we're going to be running these guys later in the day, is Jimmy Taylor.
Yes.
But if you talk to him this morning, he said, bring it on. I want it too. I want another shot to go even quicker than I did last night. So the one guy that could you know, stand to have this go against him or you know, out of his favor based on what happened last night and the way we were talking last night about that being the only session where that was going to be possible, you know, we kind of go from that to now the opportunity is there for Harris and others.
Yeah, look, and if your car made, you know, more horsepower than the nuclear reactor at Chernobyl, you wouldn't care either, right? Yeah, we'll run this thing on the moon. This is big time stuff.
Get a good look at the special party time scheme for Jason Harris and Harold Denton right alongside on the passenger window.
They are locked in. Can anybody move here? forward or backward. Harris is out of the gate first. Here comes Taylor at the stripe. 3:58 or 56.1 for Harris. 58.3 for Taylor. Taylor's speed down almost 10 numbers from what he ran last night.
Yeah,
Harris remains 2.
Harris had that 9:02.60, then came up with that 2:38, 3:30. Once I saw that, I thought he's got a shot, but just not quite enough in that second half of the track to make up that 500-600 or thousandths that he needs to leapfrog Jimmy Taylor.
One thing I will make clear, though, Jason Harris does still have the best car on the property. As a 2-run average, he is still the best guy. He backed up a 55 of the 56. Taylor backed up a 55 of the 58.
Yep, absolutely. Right back where he needs to be.
Kayla Morton, we told you to buckle up down there. She's with Stevie Fast Jackson.
We do not have Stevie Jackson here. We have Stevie Fast here. If there was any business to be finished, I would say you solidified it, you finished it, you got to feel good about it, but all the way around, from the reaction time to the ET, you whipped that ass.
Yeah, like every one of these races is tough. Like, and you guys see me talk a lot of shit before a race. I really don't talk a lot of shit after a race. It's disrespectful, but it's a good race, man. I got a lot of respect for all these teams. Just competing here and getting in this show is a big deal. That sounds like a politically correct deal, but like all these people that are here racing, when you see these cars running what they're running, they got really smart people driving them, running them, and really good people driving them. So that was fun. It was a cool deal. Last night I didn't sleep a lot. There's a lot of hullabaloo behind the scenes. Me and Vic spoke last night and kind of smoothed things out. I think that we both kind of grew up a little bit last night, realized that we were taking it too seriously, and that was fun. That was not a grudge race. There was no money on the line there. That was just us paired up, going out there and having fun. It's always good when your win light comes on. So we'll see how we can do it. We're done grudge racing this deal, and we're done messing around. Now we're racing, so I want that money, and I want to win this championship, so we're after it. My team's kicking ass.
Thank you, Stevie. Thank you.
And Victor Alvarez also was at the top end of the racetrack. So you heard Stevie, and they said they kind of, I'm not going to say they buried the hatchet, but maybe shoveled a little dust over top of it. I believe Kayla also caught up with Victor.
Victor Alvarez, you didn't come out on top on that particular pass, but Stevie said you guys smoothed some things over. You had some sleep. Y'all are getting along. How are you feeling about that pass? Now that it's dead in the water, what's the plan for Q3?
Yeah, so me and Stevie spoke last night, and in the moment I was upset. There was conversation that led me to believe that there was still potential to deem a winner based on video that when we talked down here. And when I brought a video to him, the conversation changed, and I was upset about that. But truthfully, nobody should have got paid on that race. Stevie's right, and if I was in his shoes, I also wouldn't have paid. So I just wanted to clear that up. Me and Stevie boys, we're competitors. We get super fired up, and that's where we ended up last night. But yeah, we're all good. That race that pass right there, I was just racing myself, trying something different. Stevie got us, so we'll call it 1-1 or 1-0, whatever you want to call it. And hopefully we can meet up during the actual competition. We can pull each other's ship, and then we'll really see what's what.
Yeah, I'm glad you made that point. I think we're done grudge racing in qualifying rounds. We'll see how we do in eliminations, see how it fares there. I do hope you guys pull each other just so you can kind of solidify things. That would be really cool for the fans.
I think the only way at this point to really squash it or settle it is we end up racing each other in eliminations, or maybe further on down the road we can grudge race again. But last night we were all too fired up and too hot and heavy to be doing all that. So we're good. And honestly, we're just having a blast. The car's printing tickets. It's making good laps. We tried something different there. Heat of the day, it didn't go down as fast as we wanted it to. And this is only my 10th run or 15th run in the car, something like that. So I'm still learning behind the wheel as well. But I feel good. My crew's doing a good job. We'll be ready for eliminations.
Perfect. All right, guys, it's dead for now, but I have a feeling it's going to come back to life before too long.
Kayla, I couldn't agree more. And Mike, let's talk a little bit about what we just watched, which was a really exceptional qualifying session.
Yeah, it really was. Exceeded all expectations, to be honest with you. I never expected to see that many 350 runs and really threatening Jimmy Taylor and Jason Harris up there at that 355 number. I think low for the session was Gustafson with the 356 with a 2.
And remember,
Weatherford's 355 with an 8 was the low for the session. That was early second pair, I believe.
And he even said it earlier. He said, you know what, we're going for it. He's got confidence that they can still get there in qualifying session 3, which will be happening later on today. Bond, Bannick, Jackson, Alvarez, they're still stuck together. Still stuck together 7th and 8th, and it's Hyde and Menhold running up the top 10.
Yeah, I don't think they'll pair up. We'll see how it plays out. But we may get one more Stevie versus Victor. Maybe they'll change their tone again before that session tonight.
We see Lyle Barnett at 358, a much different situation than he was in a month ago. He has some degree of safety maybe in there. You got Jay Cox and Melanie Salemi and Travis Harvey rounding out the top 20 cars on the property. Then we've got Brandon Snyder and Brian Holder, Steve King, Mike Decker, Tommy DeApril, Costa, Cox, Halsey, Isaias Rojas, and Robin Roberts. Now, as I was manually doing my math, I thought we had landed that all 50 field. Stedding is actually 32nd on the bump with a 360, so it will take one more car to get us there. And I would bet my bottom dollar that there's one more car that's doing that later on.
That'll probably happen the first pair of that last session. So, yeah, we're right there. And look at these cars that are still not in.
Oh, it's an all-star list.
That can jump in there. At what point do you think you feel safe? What number is safe now that you can?
I don't even think 58's safe, honestly. Yeah. I maybe have a little concern if I'm 58. If I'm 57 or better or 57 mid, I'm good there. But, man, 58 and up, I think that may be in jeopardy. When we come back, I'm going to dive on the other side of the building with Steve Logan. We're still looking for Al Tucci. He'll show up at some point. And we're going to go to small tire running. We'll be right back here from Bradenton.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
As we get into it now with Ultra Street, Sean Pevler and Tony Orts coming up right now. Pevler, the standout from Cincinnati, Ohio, and Tony Orts out of Oswego, Illinois, former home of Oswego Dragway.
Oswego. That's an odd name right there, right? Ultra Street, like my partner here, Brian Loans, just said. Qualifier, these two are number 19 and number 22 qualifier. I believe this might be an all-qualifier field, maybe.
I believe so.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
For this Ultra Street. But look at the diversity right here out the gate. Beautiful Mustang left side KTR. That's possibly a turbo car in the right-hand lane. Of course, we see the Purge over there for that 68 Firebird.
Yeah, Ort's a long-time nitrous guy. He's stuck with the program. You can see Pevler purging over here on the Triple Law Firm side. Pevler has been one of the front runners in X275 racing for many years. Had a couple of different cars underneath him over the course of time, but the man from Cincinnati, Ohio.
And that is not a KTR. Kind of looked at that. I need better glasses, right? I think there, Brian. And I saw the nitrous purge. I think that's probably an additive there on the left-hand lane. But a good-looking body style right there, and paint job on the left-hand lane.
Yeah, 440-inch combination. Not sure if it's a small block Ford or maybe an LS-based combination. Either way, you got Orts over there, 447 cuber in the front of the 1968 Firebird. Lots of revs and not a lot of movement forward as both cars busted the 275 tires loose. 631 at 93 miles an hour for Orts in 882, which is actually a 6-second improvement for Pevler over what happened yesterday.
Man, that run right there sounded like an old-fashioned shootout.
It really was.
There, right?
Josh McCoy of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, and Ray Cox of Davenport, Florida. Cox of the 1991 Pontiac, or I should say this, the 2001 Pontiac Firebird. He's got a Mustang too, and we saw the Mustang on a racetrack yesterday, or a Mustang that had the Cox name on it.
A Mustang also, or a Mustang 2?
Yeah, a Mustang in addition to. Yeah,
there you go.
And for Josh McCoy, he's not made it down the racetrack cleanly yet in this really clean Grabber Blue 2013 model year Mustang.
Yeah, good looking ride right here, left-hand side. Got a lot of sponsors on the right side there for Cox. RPM Trans, BES Racing, Park Hearing Ford, Cox Home Team, Mickey Thompson, and Nitrous Outlet. And we see some of that nitrous being let out right there in the right lane with a purge.
Yeah, raising the real estate business. The Cox Home Team is his real estate operation. Brad Cox, his son, a longtime crew chief on this car. Got a bunch of guys running toward the starting line here, trying to get somebody's attention down there.
Yeah, looked like somebody left a laptop. They're going to need that, I'm sure.
McCoy likely overhead cam, high revving, turbocharged Ford power. As Ray Cox begins to move forward after we had some guys going full Spider-Man looking underneath that thing to make sure there's nothing under it. Brad's out there helping him line up, and Randy is saying shut her down. Randy on the starting line saying no dice. He found some droplets of something out there, so it will be a solo for McCoy.
Yeah, that's kind of a lengthy process going on down here. We finally got it right. The Cobra here in the left-hand lane. McCoy going to go a solo. Little puke tank there spitting out some smoke.
Nicely done for McCoy applying the power. Goes a 452 at 160 miles an hour. Cox unable to make the run, of course, but Josh McCoy got it off the starting line, stuck the tire, and then rolled the power in. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was a stellar run right there. That was perfect textbook for those small tire cars. Ease those things in and then drop the hammer about 330 and let her eat. 160 miles an hour. Goes in the number 13th spot in qualifying with that hit.
You know, it shows the car's making a lot of power. The mile an hour there, just shy of 161, places him kind of third on the depth chart for speed. So they just need to turn all that power into a little more efficiency on the elapsed time side, and they'll be able to climb up the order. But 160 out the gate down there, it's making some steam.
What a tight field, though. You look at everybody's had to make really a full pull right here, but you're still at 40 to basically 50. So it's a tight field in this Ultra Street. This is qualifying session number 3. Qualifying session 3 of 4. Gavin Carter just informs me. We need our first 4 pair in the lanes of X275. X275, first 4 pair. We need you now. We need Marty Piercy, Troy Perez Jr., Eric Lafayette, Tyrese Smith, Clay Gerhold, John Phillips, Chris Burleson, and Alan Phelps. We got to have you in the lanes quickly. You heard me, Secret E and Turbo John. We need you in the lanes. X275, we got to have you.
And we have a racer in need. Eric Gustafson is in need of a 514 gear for 514 11-inch ring gear for Lazarus rear end. So once again, Eric Gustafson is looking for a 514 ratio, 11-inch diameter ring gear for Lazarus rear axle.
That's concerning.
That is that's a pretty specialized order there.
Right, and he's currently qualified 4th, I think, somewhere there. So that one has some need on it. Some urgency, a sense of urgency right there. If you're out there listening, if you can help him out.
Once again, that's Eric Gustafson. It is a 514 ratio. They're looking for 11-inch ring gear for Lazarus rear end. If you could help him out, find him down there with the Coast team. So a little bit of handwork being done out on the racetrack with the mops and the traction compound, and I do believe that's going to be a little flat drag trip or 2, and then we'll continue things on here with Ultra Street. Whichever brand you want, Haneker, you pick it.
I remember riding by and I'm seeing this, and they're just sitting there in all these trucks, and they got the plow on the front of that thing. I'm like, what the hell? Right? It just comes standard equipment.
Hey,
right
that's
there.
a moneymaker, man. That's a moneymaker. You can do your own property with it, but a lot of guys got those things. They're gonna be raking it in the next couple of days up there.
Yeah, you want the Mr. Snowplow option on that thing? We can throw it on there, right? And it's also the only thing. I tell this story half for years. The only place I ever lived, I was in Norwood, where I played. I probably told you this before. Played golf one day. Started out in the morning with shorts and an Izod shirt. Right, that's all I had. Didn't have a jacket or nothing. Playing golf, and on the 16th hole, I had to quit because it was snowing. Like, what the hell? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it can turn on a dime like it can, but no. Thankfully, we are many miles away from all that business here this weekend. It's looking perfect for us here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. And if you're watching at home on FloRacing or you're watching on Amazon Prime on the Flow 24/7 channel, get out here and hang with us this weekend. This is one of the places you need to be. See this action in firsthand as Joe Gleckner and Mike Freeman come up to the water box now. Freeman out of Fort Myers, Gleckner out of Portsmouth, Ohio. And that one of my favorite cars on the property, this 1986 Camaro.
Oh, you're a fan, right?
Man, it's great.
Look at the gold rims on that thing, along with the lettering on the side of it. It's pretty cool.
I had a white 88 IROC in high school, a little Tune 4 350 in that baby, black tinted windows just like this thing. I didn't have the cool wheels on it, nor did mine run, 150 plus in the 8th mile.
Did you have purple rims on yours or no?
No, man, I had the 5 spokes and I had the accents with the black.
That really looks good with those gold rims.
It does.
And that lettering, that's a pretty sharp. Now, the right-hand lane, Freeman's probably one of the most colorful paint jobs we hear on the grounds this weekend. Other than probably Bo Butner's car. Pro Mod car, but that's a very busy one over there in the right
It,
lane.
it is, and he has owned that paint job for many years on that car. So to his credit, he has stuck with it, and it's gone through its phases, but it's a good looking unit.
Yeah, currently qualified number 15 in the right lane, number 22 left side. So Gleckner looking to make an improvement right here. The Ohio-based car currently did not make a full pull there in his first and second run. Maybe he got here a little late, but this is qualifying session number 3 of 4 for this category. We're live tonight till about 6 o'clock, I'm told, right here on the Prime Video and FloRacing Network. Oh, man.
Man, Freeman had absolutely no success. Gleckner, on the other hand, stuck the tire, but he had a lip before he got to the 330, about 150 feet in. Seemed like it was moving okay, but he was out of the gas and coast to a 607 at 77. Freeman just shy of 11 seconds at just shy of 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, pretty odd-looking run there for both cars. They're going to stay where they were before this. Coming up next, your number 19 and your number 14 qualifier.
Jimmy Wilson and Josh Schwartz coming up. Smyrna, Delaware, home for Schwartz. And then Rippon, 2010 Challenger with 6 inches of Gen 3 Hemi. And Jimmy Wilson out of Gainesville in the 1987 Fox Body Mustang.
Schwartz, Joshua's car in the right lane, pretty loud over there with that Whipple on that thing. Smyrna, Delaware, is that what it is? Smyrna?
Yeah, Smyrna, Delaware, high horse performance. Bischoff Engine Services doing the work on the engine, a Whipple blower on there, Cone racing transmission, Gary Rowe race cars, all part of that Josh Schwartz operation.
And what we said, like we said earlier, it's kind of like 14th at a 52. That's tight action right there. And the left-hand side is Wilson, number 19, with a 44. So both cars looking to improve here like they all are in the qualifying session number 3. They only got one more left. So they're trying to get in. They're all, I think it's an all qualified, but they want to get up there higher.
Yeah, I think Wilson, judging by the 544 at 118, I didn't see that run yesterday, I do not believe, but judging by that number, it got off the starting line, maybe had a problem down course. It was generating a little bit of speed. He had to re-pedal his way to it. See if Schwartz can take a 52 and turn into a 40-something here. No, he cannot. Smoke show for Schwartz as Wilson's car goes 514 at 131. That's 0.3 of a second better. Sounded like it was kind of driving through the torque converter or something out there.
It did. I mean, the body raised up on that thing. You know, the nose dropped down and it lifted early, but it just sounded like it just wasn't doing much after that.
Steve Romeo still the number 1 qualifier as Brandon Simmons and Sonny Rash make their way up. St. Clair Shores, Michigan, home for Sonny Rash and the Rash Family Motorsports. Cometa Gaskets, late night speed shop. Mustang.
Brandon Simmons out of Florida. 60. This is a neat car right here.
It is.
66 Mustang. You know, you don't see anything like this weekend out here, and it's pretty cool looking. I mean, it looks like if you had a smaller scoop on that thing, you take it right there out on the street.
Faded paint looks awesome. It's kind of got that barn fresh look, but it sits right. Beautiful bead-locked wheels on it.
Yeah, on those
it's got
little
character,
small
man. It's got character.
It's got a lot of character on those little small tires. That'd be a fun little thing to drive around, right? Once again, we talked about the big wings on the back of these things. It goes flat out. Back in our day, we had those things tilted way up. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. We had them things like 45 degrees. And now they're flat to get all that airflow coming off the top of that roof and off the back end for the downforce.
Let's see Simmons purging the nitrous. Brad Cox, the crew chief on that Sonny Rash-driven Mustang, which is the second car, I believe, out of the kind of Cox fleet.
Yeah, I like the paint job over there on the right side, or the wrap over there for Sonny's car. That's kind of a cool old school.
Good old-fashioned kind of P51 look to it.
Yeah, P51, that's right. Got some combat battle. Good run there for Simmons.
Yeah, he's 10th off where he ran yesterday. Speed's identical. He went 97. He went 87 yesterday. Racetrack maybe a little warmer than he was on. Maybe they dialed it back, tuned it back a little bit to get it to the finish line. But it was clean, not drama-filled, and The rash car, just like we see so many times in a small tire radial category, once it busts the tire loose even a little bit, straight up like it's on ice.
Yeah, it's done. You know, and I think what we're going to see here, and those of you watching at home, some of the qualifying numbers that we're going to have on the board, or Brian and I will talk about, were done yesterday, and it was a lot cooler than today.
Yes.
Today, and as the weekend progresses, it's going to get warmer and warmer.
It is.
So I think today's high was expected maybe 75 or something tomorrow, almost 80. So the track temperature is coming up, and we're going to see what they can do right here with these small tires. And look at the caliber of these two cars here.
Yeah, Ronnie Dyer's out of Amelia, Ohio, the 1970 Buick GSX. Just an absolutely phenomenal looking race car. Extreme Automatics, Tin Soldiers race cars, DSS Racing, Circle D converters, Low Dollar Motorsports, all part of this thing, and there is nothing low dollar about that guy right there. Vinyl roof, all the factory chrome. It's just absolutely killer. The factory style paint scheme, the spoiler on the deck lid, just chef's kiss awesomeness.
Vinyl roof. I mean, that is a beautiful car. Right lane, Justice car, you almost need a welding shield to look at that thing in the sun, man. That thing is really shining and glistening. But, man, what a beautiful pair of race cars right here in this category.
And we'll take all the X275 cars into the lanes, please. All X275 competitors, bring them on down. Russell Justice of Frederick, Maryland, the Accelerate Diesel Debo-tuned Ironman push bar, New Edge Mustang, and that chromatic shade of candy apple red. Now we're cooking here. Both cars stuck to the drag strip. A 456 at 153 for Justice. A little bit slower than yesterday, but a more race day tune-up in this heat, and a 459 at 156 for Lonnie Dyers.
Yeah, Dyers makes an improvement right there. Goes to number 16 spot.
Justice hanging in there with that 450 in the number 11 position.
I'm looking for the other half of that board, but I missed it right there. So here you go. Going to the next pair right here, going to be Shotwell and Spina.
Yeah, Jason Spina going to roll up in the blue Mustang. We get a quick check of the racetrack down there. There is something laying out there at about 700 feet in the left lane.
As Brian Lone said, we need X275, all of those cars to the lanes, X275, all of them. We need all of those pairings up there. Need you in the lanes, X275, X275 to the lanes.
Concession stands are open, full menu with empanadas tower side. Everything but empanadas over there on the west side. So if you're up there stretching your legs, enjoying the still morning atmosphere here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, make sure you grab something to eat or drink. Whatever Randy's picking up, there seems to be a bunch of it down there as he's making multiple stops. And
now confetti down there on one of the cars.
Shop rag might have given its life down there. I'm not sure. And a big thanks to M&M Transmission, the presenting sponsor of the U.S. Street Nationals. J&A Service, the presenting sponsor of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series.
Well, we got a second. I'll plug this guy. Here's our #1 qualifier here in our Outlaw Pro Mod. But Jay Taylor Racing, want to thank you for all you do for this U.S. Street Nationals to be a part of the Winter Series, and home of the quickest and fastest pro mod on the planet, they say, led by Tennessee's Jimmy Taylor. Jay Taylor Racing continues to redefine what's possible in the door slammer and drag racing, and is a proud supporter of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series.
Proline Racing Engines. Why choose Proline Racing Engines? Because PLR delivers world-renowned power, championship-winning performance, and elite support across the globe. From complete engine programs to EFI software and tuning, Proline Racing Engines is built to win the first time and every time. Learn more at ProlineRacing.net.
Shout out and thank Hart's Turbo and Hart's Charger for all you've done with the Winter Series. performance powerhouse known for industry-leading turbochargers, superchargers, and fuel system components. From street outlaw stars to top-level drag racers, Hartz delivers custom in-house engineering power solutions that dominate. Learn more at hartzturbo.com.
Swan Gang Racing, home to Pro Mod standouts Justin Swanstrom and Rich Bailey, provide elite turnkey racing programs, parts, and service for top-level door slammer competition. If you're serious about heads-up racing, Swan Gang delivers.
I want to thank Scott Tidwell Racing. They're home of reigning Drag Illustrated Winning Series champion Ken Quartuccio, along with Justin Bond, Derek Menholtz, Spencer Hyde. Scott Tidwell Racing is a proud supporter of the Winter Series and a cornerstone of Pro Mod excellence.
Kelly Shotwell of Carlisle, Ohio, the 1995 Mustang Cobra with a Pro Charger on the front of the motor, and Jason Spina of Cocoa, Florida, in his 1990 Mustang.
Yeah, no shortage of Mustangs here, like any track in the United States. A lot of Fox bodies, a lot of Mustangs out here. And you know what? They just work. People love them. You know, that you can make them go fast, easily or easier, I guess, and more financially efficient. But I don't think any of these cars out on the grounds this weekend are financially efficient.
Bischoff Engine Service for Shotwell provided the Power Extreme Automatics, Pro Charger, Callies, and they named the car Betty White.
Betty White. They broke down yesterday, I think, and I said Betty White was getting a little long in the tooth right there. Yeah, Betty White. Jason out of Florida, right-hand side, 1990 Mustang, 400 cubic inches, currently qualified number 10 with a 449 and 157. Your number 5 qualifier right here is Kelly in the left-hand lane.
And there is a tire smoke at launch for Jason Spina. Meanwhile, a 448 for Shotwell, running within 400ths of yesterday. I'm taking that as a successful effort down there, able to back that 444 up, which has him number 5, and he stays there. But to back it up within 400 with his son on the racetrack, that's a good move.
In the heat, and you saw Jason made it about 6 inches right there. He just lights the hides up, and they're out there now trying to look at the track. And Josh Peak out there doing a temperature check. How good looking is this Camaro here?
Here comes Ronnie Rhodes out of Townsend, Delaware, the 1968 Camaro. And Roddy Reagan out of Deer Park, New York. Slated to be on the other side of the racetrack, but I do not believe we have a Mr. Reagan. So Rhodes apparently on a solo here, as these racers are paired up for their qualifying order. So if one doesn't come, it's a solo shot. Rhodes' car, beautiful. As you'd expect out of the Rhodes family, beautiful piece.
Yeah, that thing is flawless right there. I like the little decal on the spoiler. There's a nitrous purge happening right down there. Great looking rims on this thing and a beautiful paint job. Nitrous outlet on board, going to purge now, trying to get that bottle pressure where it needs to be. So Ronnie can get off that button and launch this thing. Probably a little softer out the hole.
And we need Pro 275, the first 4 pair. That is Jeremy and Nick, Dampierre Major, Norton Bailey, Woodruff Ring. So Jeremy Searstad and Nick Lacarenza. Ernie Dampierre, Paul Major.
Soft about that one. He threw it at it and it held. Oh, not sure what happened right there. Still goes 487 and 116. But he was on one right there. I don't look like it may have jumped out of gear or something on the big guy.
Peter Norton, Rick Bailey, and Woody and Ring. We need those first 4 pair Pro 275, all X275 cars should be in the staging lanes. Here comes Dave Fiskus and Ryan Grigsby. The Fiskus outfit, the Fiskus car, if you're unfamiliar, that is a Buick 231 cubic inch V6 turbocharged combination. Of course, the legendary Buick V6 that was such a stalwart in the Grand Nationals and GNXs of the 80s. A lot of people forget that effectively a beefed up version of that engine was running Indy cars during the 1980s, and there are some really hardcore parts, those like stage 2 heads. You can make wicked power with these things, and because it's a V6, it kind of falls into that different weight break in the rules. But Fiskus has had great success with this over the years. I'm glad he is still hung with the turbocharged Buick power plant. Ryan Grigsby in the 78 Camaro with the traditional big block Chevy.
So after listening to the home people at home and the diehard Ford enthusiasts are reaching for the remote down there when you hear the Buick Motor V6.
Well, listen, would you rather have an LS motor in it or a Buick?
Well, yeah, right. Yeah, that's pretty innovative. And Fiskis has been doing it a long time right there.
Yeah.
Grigsby in a beautiful Camaro there in the right lane. It's a 78 body style, but I tell you, it really swoopy, like a 70s style, but you know what I mean? But it's a beautiful car. Qualified number 8 over there in the right lane with a 446 and 443 for Fiskis in the left lane. Cool sound to hear that thing boost up right there. Wow, look at that 46 bracket car.
Yeah, really nice.
6 miles an hour.
Fiskis has run 43, 45, and 46. The speed has ranged from 156 to 158. He is going to set it and forget it, leave it in that window. That's good repeatability. Grigsby fell off a little bit from the qualifying run. Still respectable, still made it to the finish line under power. Just not quite as tight a window as Fiskis has been living in. Jackson Henderson out of Madison, Alabama. We talk about Buicks, and this one does not have a V6 in it. Jesse Coulter from Bowling Green, Kentucky. They got to have it green, 2003 Cobra.
What do we call this Cobra, left side? Was wrong class. RC Components down there on the bottom of that banner on Jesse's car. Got a lot of companies on board with him. RPM Transmission, VP Racing Fuels, Jesse's Garage, Harts Turbo, and TKM Performance, the Kevin Mullins.
And the Henderson family out of Alabama, of course. Chad Henderson, now Jackson Henderson, continuing the multi-generational drag racing legacy. The 87 Grand National is of course, the signature of the Henderson family, these beautiful Buicks.
This race car is right here. I like the zoomies going out there in that quad pattern over there on the Buick Grand National on the right-hand side for Henderson. Your number 7 qualifier, right lane. Your number 2 qualifier right here, Coulter, left lane.
X275, you should be in the lanes. Man, now we're in the real high-performance part of the order here. 442 and 161 for Coulter. Very impressive run. His best run of the weekend. Henderson goes 445 of the 6. He ran 445 of the 1 yesterday. So Coulter, the number 2 qualifier, that 442.4 is his best lick yet.
And Coulter, Brian, I might add, was the winner, last year's winner in U.S. Street Nationals in this category. So you're defending champ right there in the green Mustang.
Joel Greathouse and Steve Romeo will be the final pair in Ultra Street before we roll in to X275. Pro 275. The first 4 pair have been summoned to the staging lane, so Pro 275, we need you to the lanes.
Steve Romeo with a beautiful 67 Bell 434. He's out of Pennsylvania. Currently number 1 qualifier. That's that is left body pair down there. Qualified with 41.
Yeah, it's a great car. I mean, for every single reason you'd expect it's a great car, but the fact that it is this kind of battleship-looking thing doing battle with all the Mustangs out here and the really cars that have a smaller aerodynamic envelope and a much more aerodynamic shape, Romeo is getting it done. It's the best calling card Ace Racing engines could ever have.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much power we make? This thing's number 1 qualifier.
Yeah,
that's how much power we make.
That's how much. Get you a little slice of that. Right side, Joe Greathouse, your number 6 qualifier with a 444 out of Oakland, Kentucky.
Man, Greathouse's car carried that front end beautifully. 447, 157 for Romeo. 453, 157 for Greathouse. That 442 we just saw out of Coulter was a big run when you put it in the context of those two.
Yeah, right. Both of them stay where they were collectively before this and after 2 rounds of qualifying. The third round right there, they don't move up, but again, it's the heat of the day. Brian Keep coming up next. I guess that's a solo, I believe.
Yeah, it appears this will be our final car in Ultra Street. Keep, a former national champion in the category, his 1998 Camaro, Pro Charger, RPM transmissions, nitrous outlet, Hall Tech, Hamilton Racing Engines, and Mentzer Motorsports. All involved in the 1998 Camaro that he has run as his signature piece for several seasons now.
there, I thought we had a little bit of problem. I think.
Yeah, kind of a long, slow roll.
Right, like the burnout was not that long. Threw it up into neutral, and then it rolled for another football field.
He's getting his mileage out of those contingency stickers. This is a way to get more promotion out of it, right? You let it hang out there in front of the crowd for a minute.
All about the marketing. All about the marketing.
This guy's playing chess. Everybody else is playing checkers. Now, this will be his first qualifying run of record. And if there is better than what we see out there as a four, I strongly suspect 440 is out of reach, just logically thinking here. But we saw Coulter go the 42 and keep, again, a very strong runner in the category, mid-ish 440, certainly within his grasp.
And then bringing a stage in and reading his cell phone text at the same time.
Yeah, the guy's got all kinds of stuff going on. So Brian Keep. And it's going to be hell. We got a guy wandering out on the racetrack. Yeah, sir, what are you doing over there, pal? Okay. About to take the temperature at the tree when we got a guy staging on the other side. It's a bold strategy. Little miss out there. You could hear it. Just a little faint miss. Goes 463 at 150. Just was kind of behind itself all the way down the racetrack. Didn't spin the tires, which is good, but didn't necessarily maybe tack up the way I thought it would have been. Then you heard a little faint miss out there at about 330
Yeah,
feet.
strong team, though. They'll bring you back here for last qualifying session and probably punch the ticket in a little lower.
But they're on the sheet. They'll take it.
Pull all the decals out of that thing and probably run a 450. I'm not sure.
Right. They may be structural. We're going to touch the racetrack up as we have X275 about ready to come around the corner. Pro 275, the first half of the field, the first four pair have been called. Searstad and Lacarenza, Dampierre Major, Norton, Bailey, Woodruff, and Ring.
Reminder that our Winter Series apparel for sale right over here, right behind the burnout box or the staging lanes. Beside the staging lanes, you see the big Winter Series tent and the Race Tech apparel as well. Go over there and get your event T-shirt, hat, hoodie, whatever they have over there. It's great looking stuff. And get them now. In your size, whatever size you want, it's going to sell out. So you need to get it now. Go throw it in the truck or the car for the rest of the weekend, but get it now, please. A lot of great stuff out there. Cletus McFarland has his merchandise set up. KTR, UPR back there, along with Precision Turbo, Fuel Tech, and even Drag Illustrated. Van, where you at, Van Abernathy? You there in Drag Illustrated? I need to know if you're here, Van. I think I see your vehicle back there, the big white van that he travels in. He took the free candy decals off the side of him, put Drag Illustrated.
We do need all Pro 275 cars, all Pro 275 racers to the lanes. All Pro 275 racers to the staging lanes, please. Once again, all Pro 275 racers to the lanes, please. P2 Contractors is a Pittsburgh-based steel building and commercial construction company serving the region for over 30 years.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Synthetic Oil. Redline Synthetic Oil is the official oil of Drag Illustrated Winter Series and a presenting sponsor of the World Series of Pro Mod. Trusted by champions across drag racing, Redline delivers race-proven performance where it matters most. Learn more at redlineoil.com.
Modern Racing is the official turnkey solution of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. Based in Mooresville, North Carolina, Modern Racing specializes in wiring, plumbing, fabrication, tuning, and complete race-ready solutions. From build season to race weekend, Modern Racing has you covered.
Coast Packing. Coast Packing is an associate sponsor of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series and a longtime supporter of Pro Mod drag racing. Led by Eric Thompson, Coast Packing proudly supports the Winter Series and will return to competition the World Series of Pro Mod. Now they're here this weekend as well.
WS Construction specializes in pre-engineered steel buildings and erection services and is a proud sponsor of the Drag Illustrated World Series. From concept to completion, WS Construction builds with strength and precision, and they can go racing too, currently sitting in the very upper echelon of the Pro Mod field, having run 355 earlier today, thanks to Randy Weatherford and WS Construction being a sponsor of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series.
Little side note there, in testing, that car ran 4 runs, 55.
Yowza.
Yeah, right. All right, I want to thank Minholt Chevrolet. Minholt Chevrolet is a major sponsor of Drag Illustrated Winter Series and a leading multi-location dealership group serving the Northern Rockies with massive inventory and top-tier service. Minholt Chevrolet drives performance on and off the track.
FT Injectors and MRV Billet bring world-class fuel systems and billet component technology from Brazil to the global Pro Mod stage. Trusted by elite teams worldwide, their precision engineered components deliver consistency, power, and reliability at the highest levels.
Fuel Tech. I think I'm wearing a Fuel Tech hat right now. Fuel Tech is a major sponsor of Drag Illustrated Winter Series and a global leader in the engine management and data systems. Known for their hands-on support and racer-first innovation, Fuel Tech continues to shape the future of door slammer drag racing.
TheFoat.com is the official ticketing provider of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, Bradenton Motorsports Park, and the Freedom Factory. For fast, easy ticketing and event access, visit TheFoat.com.
BP Racing Fuels. BP Racing Fuels powers champions across every level of motorsports. From the pits to the winner's circle, BP delivers consistency, performance, and innovation trusted by the fastest racers on the planet.
Melling Performance presents the Little Gangsters Championship Series during the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. With over 75 years of engine component innovation, Melling continues to support grassroots and high-performance racing alike, with $10,000 in a sponsorship on the line for the series champion. So both cars make their way back after the burnouts. We go from the Ultra Street category, kind of wick things up performance-wise with X275. Neither of these cars have gone down certainly near as quick as they've wanted to. We'll find out if they can start making some forward progress here. Pro 275, you should all be in the staging lanes. Pro 275, all of you should be in the lanes. Got about 9 pair of X cars to run before we move into Pro 275. And a couple of clean shots will lead us off here. Perez goes down to 434.5 at 172 miles an hour. Nice run for Troy. 471.8, 149 for Piercy. So both guys make significant gains. Troy puts himself in the 10th spot. A big pickup there. And 172 miles an hour is a really solid speed number. Piercy at 471, 149. Better than he was, but not as good as he wants to be. Tyree Smith out of Lewisburg, Tennessee. And Eric LaFerrier of Cumberland, Rhode Island on the Tripp Law Firm side. The GSC Power Products, Dewey By Racing, Precision Turbo, Nissan 240Z with its inline 6 turbocharged combination, screaming Mimi that it is. Smith from, as mentioned, Tennessee, the 1966 Chevy 2 in black with the purple flames up the nose. Rear occurrence that the 240 has not made a clean shot yet. This is its third attempt. Quickest it's been is 467. Smith went 878, then 495, so he's in the same boat that guys like Perez were in just moments ago when they try to step themselves up to a competitive elapsed time. Once again, Pro 275, you should be in the lanes. Both cars given the thumbs up by starter Jamie Luke, and they will go in. They're liking this cloud cover that's begun to roll in too. They'll take some of these clouds to manage that track temperature over the course of the day. Well, this is the run LaFerrier's been looking for all weekend. He goes a 420 at 176.56 miles an hour. So the number 14 qualifier coming into that run has greatly enhanced his operation. He goes to number 6, 420, and that was likely a conservative setup to make sure they got down the racetrack, putting himself right in that that kind of premier zone. Way off, if you will, McCain, but certainly way in the right direction. So he has got himself pulled into within spitting distance of a top 3 or 4 spot there. Clay Gearhold and John Phillips are up next. Turbo John Phillips out of Clayton, North Carolina, the 1990 Mustang. You can follow him on YouTube at Turbo John channel. Gearhold from Jupiter, Florida, the Gearhold Electric, Palm Beach Dyno, TKM Engines, Precision Turbo. boosted Ford. Burnout's complete. Both drivers begin to make their way up to pre-stage. They are ready to stage them up and lock them down. Flicker in the bulb as Gerhold. He is in there skinny, and they're both hooked up and gone. Surface working great for everybody out here. 439, 165 for Gerhold. Phillips picks up about 300s to go into the 460s at only 136 miles an hour, though. So Phillips had trouble at the top end of the racetrack because his speed previously was 148. So that thing was either eating itself up or he had clicked it off early and it scrubbed some speed off. Chris Burleson and Alan Feltz will be up next. Burleson currently qualified 10th, having gone 432 in his Mustang. Feltz in the 91 Fox Mustang is gone 441 at 134 miles per hour. Feltz out of Kentucky and Mississippi-based Burleson. Burleson's Auto and Diesel. Pandy's Performance, M&M Transmission, Detroit Battery Company, Hart's Turbochargers, and Advance Electric. All part of that deep blue Mustang sitting on the Tripp Law Firm's side. Jesse Coulter out there helping get Feltz lined up. Hammer Concepts, Mark Williams, VP Racing Fuels, Jesse's Garage, TPM Brakes, Callie's, and Energy Manufacturing. All part of the Feltz program. Seen a lot of nice consistent runs so far here in this X275 session. People walking the tightrope with that power management on these cars. Feltz overpowered the racetrack, but Burleson trying to go better than a 432 goes a 433. So again, as a run to back up your previous best at this time of the day, nicely done by Burleson at 433, just shy of 170 miles an hour. Keeps him in the number 10 spot, but again, it provides a nice solid elapsed time for this part of the day. And yes, Alan Felt's car left a trail behind it when it came off the starting line. And it looks like we got the mops out there and some juice getting sprayed on there to get that cleaned up, whatever it may be. But it is going to be a scrub job and then a trip with the flat drag before we pick things back up in X275. Pro 275 is loaded into the lanes. They'll be up next. Following Pro 275 will be LDR. We do not want limited drag radial cars yet, but you're on deck. LDR, do not come to the lanes, but understand that your call will be coming in the next few minutes. But LDR, do not roll. You are on deck.
I have breaking news. Going to affect the rest of today. We are sold out of empanadas over here on the left side. Man, that's early. That's got to be a record. Sold out. And I tell you what, those of you that listen and went down there and bought them, I know you are in approval of what you ate. Hopefully we'll be reload and have some more for tomorrow. But there's only so many you can make overnight, and you guys ate them up quickly. But they are extremely good. Make sure you get them early tomorrow when you hear us talk about them. All right, we still have these earpieces right here. I don't even know what you call these things, right? Just like molded ear pieces that have a speaker in it, I guess, and they plug into your walkie-talkie or your transponder that you talk or listen to your driver. And we still have a custom setup here that someone lost. They got a plug, the wire going to each one of them. They are red and gray. So if you're missing them, come on up here, man, and I'm not going to ask you to describe them because I pretty much gave you a great description, but if you're missing them, come on up here and get them, please. All right, we need the first 4 pair of limited drag radial. We need the first 4 pair. Right, so we need the first 4 pair of limited drag radial. We need Tate, Cobby, Monson, Husted, Satterfield, Sellers, Gearhold, and Unch. We need you, please. The first 4 in limited drag radial to the lanes. Bring them up, gentlemen. Bring them up, please.
Haley Haas and Jared Johnston coming up right now as we continue X275. Johnston, the Raymore, Missouri-based Mustang in white. 400-inch combination on one side, a 427-inch combination for Haas over here in the Triple Law Firm side.
I don't know what's going on, man. We've got some zigzag action going here on Haas' car, but what a good-looking piece that is. Currently your number 7 qualifier, 422, 176 miles an hour.
Yeah, neither car with the hair out of place, both very well put together. Surgically precise. Haas the quicker of the two so far, having gone 422 in the red Mustang. Johnson's been 437. Haas also been north of 175 miles an hour. The only car faster than Haley Haas right now is Eric LaFerrier, who went 176.56. She went 176.35 yesterday. And Haas is being pushed off the starting line. And again, some droplets discovered underneath the car as it was sitting there. So it will be a solo for Johnston. Man. Johnston goes a 432.2 at 172 miles an hour, and the neat thing about that run on a solo, you could hear the tire chewing at the racetrack, and you could hear the RPM of the motor kind of fluctuating up and down as that thing was on the very ragged edge of traction. So a pickup of 0.05 of a second for Jared Johnston, and he had to drive it. Shows the track prep here because that car was into the shiny stuff outside the established groove, and he was still able to steer it back into the middle. I mean, it sounds like the thing sounded like almost an old fuel dragster when it starts like that. The tire chewing at the racetrack. That was awesome. Going to be a moment here as we mop up the Triple Law Firm side. Not a huge amount to clean up. The eagle-eyed starting line crew caught that one before it could have got worse. Trevor Fuquay on the left-hand side, and Dave Hull will be on the opposite side. Hull's been 431. Trevor's been 418.
Trevor lives in Fordsville, but he's driving an 86 Grand Marquis.
Going to stick with it.
Yeah, he's going to stick
Going to be consistent.
Big inch right there, correct there for Trevor? 388?
Sure. Yeah.
For an 86 Grand Marquis. Dave Hall out of Brunswick, Georgia, 92 Mustang, 400 cubic inches. This is your number 5 and your number 9 qualifier. Number 5 is Trevor.
Yeah, Hull made that 431 shot yesterday afternoon, so that was a nice kind of establishing run for them that they can build on. And again, the more that we have these clouds hang around, the racers certainly love it. Keeps the racetrack temperature moderated. Obviously a very grippy racetrack. We've been seeing these pretty killer runs for the conditions out here. Over 175 miles an hour in some cases. You just saw Johnston, that wrestling match with his car. That was a lot of subtleties going on with that particular run, but it was nicely executed. Fuquay and Hull heat the tires.
That's such a cool entry right there, the 4-door.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it, man. That's and it's qualified number 5, and then it proves that thing works, right? 418 at 174.
Yeah, and these cars were basically a longer wheelbase version of a Fox Mustang. So, like, not that there's a whole lot of bolt-ons going on here, but bolt-on chassis parts and stuff for a Fox Mustang bolt onto the factory version of this thing. But yeah, unique style. Cool that it's a 4-door. Has a little more wheelbase to work with. You see Fuquay on the Hull rather, on the other side of the racetrack.
When I see a lot of these like this, I always think at some point, way back when, somebody looked at that car and said, I'm going to make a race car out of that right there.
Well, yeah, it's kind of neat when you think about it. There was somebody's at some point, their pride and joy off the lot, right? Somebody bought that thing and drove it around and had the family in the back seat, and then lived the charmed life of being built into what it is now.
Dad, can I make a race car out of your old car? Sure, son.
I'm sure if this thing had the option to talk to us, it would tell us it's better this way than rotting somewhere in a wrecking yard.
There you go, right? And qualified number 5 with that tank over there. Great showing. 418 at 174. Your number 9 qualifier, Dave Hull in the right lane with a 431.
That is just a working unit. Plants the tire, 416, 174 miles an hour for Fuquay. Picks himself up a couple of hundredths of a second off an earlier 418. Hull goes a 610 at 83. But Trevor, that 416 puts him fifth. That was awesome.
Yeah, 023 on a tree. He, like you said, he just planted it and was gone like it was on rails. Really cool, man. You got to love that car right there and that diversity to that class. Coming up next is another world beater, Ron Rhodes, coming up here in the left-hand lane.
The run we got out of Fuquay there are very few like perfect examples of how you want a radial car to work, and that was it. Hits the gas, starts to have that, we call it separation. You see the body kind of pull up off the tire. It starts driving the tire into the ground. But the front end was under total control. It was barely, inch and a half, 2 inches off the ground. So you're not wasting a lot of energy picking things up into wheel stands. That really was great.
And this pair right here is another, it just shows you the diversity of the class right here. Here
Yes.
we have a, first gen, a 68 Camaro in the right lane. We got that 2006 wagon over there, Dodge Magnum wagon. Really cool. Marty Stinnett in the right lane, your number 8 qualifier. He's been doing it a while. When you think of small tire, you think of Marty. Qualified number 8 at a 427 and 166. Ron Rhodes, very strong team over there out of Delaware. Qualified third at a 413 and 175.
So those first 4 pairs of LDR cars have been called to the lane. So the first 4 pairs of LDR qualifying session 3, you have been called to the lanes. Ron Rhodes, Neil Chance Converters, Sonax Performance, a lot of great supporters. For the man from Delaware, well, it didn't matter if you're in a wagon or a classic Camaro, nothing was happening for you there. 637 on one side, 693 on the other. Both men will stay. Rhodes third. Stinnett will stay 8th. DJ McCain and Bill Lackey coming up next. Okay, so no DJ. Did not see DJ yesterday afternoon. He is still the number 1 qualifier at 4:11.6. And now we need Dale Arnold and Keith Ray, Mitch Mika, Jeff Castaldo, Rob Goss, Wally Farbakey, Shane Stack, and Brian Priest. Arnold, Ray, Mika, Castaldo, Goss, Farbakey, Stack, and Priest to the staging lanes, please.
So, Brian, I don't know, DJ McCain threw that low number out there early on in the week, and he's probably going to sit on that, right? It says, hey, I'm not going to run right here in the heat. I'll sit this one out. So we got a solo right there. Your number 4 qualifier in the right-hand lane, Billy Lackey out of Maryland, an 02 Mustang. Beautiful race car over there.
Yeah, if you have, listen, if you got the confidence in the package, you have the confidence in how consistent the race car works, then I get it. You can save on parts, you can save on attrition, and you get something you can work with. Maybe you come out for the final session, but clearly third class of the field so far. Great look there into the nose of Bill Lackey's Mustang, the center-mounted turbocharger, 430 cubic inch Ford combination. That JSC Race Cars Mustang.
It's over there, left-hand lane. And McCain's sitting out, but what's going to happen if somebody goes, quicker than an 11 with a 6, right? Now he's going to come out of retirement here to get that number 1 spot back. Yeah, you hate that when it's too much that early on right there.
Lackey might have been trying to go 311 with a 6.
Yeah, he did. I believe he had that tune in there.
So he smoked the tire. So DJ stays number 1. Lackey will idle down, stays number 4. Ran a 4:14 earlier, now a 9:48 on that tire smoke and launch. So that will lock us down out of 3 sessions of 4 for X275. We now have Pro 275 coming up next and have been calling our limited drag radial pairings into the lanes. The last ones we called were Arnold, Ray, Mika, Castaldo, Goss, Farbakey, Shane, Stack, and Brian Priest. Merchandise, we got plenty of it. We got Bradenton Motorsports Park shirts. We got Drag Illustrated shirts. We got Drag Illustrated Winter Series shirts. Event shirts here for the U.S. Street Nationals and a whole lot more. You can go right behind the timing tower, behind the staging lanes to grab your DI gear at the official Winter Series tent. Of course, we're going to have the tent. The tent is set up to be selling the Bradenton Motorsports Park gear. We also have our Cletus trailer back there. You name it, we got it. This is apparently the last pair in X275, Cooper and Barnett. That is Stephen Barnett of Royce City, Texas. And we have 2 singles following. Thank you, Gavin. If I remember correctly, and I got to go down and clarify it with him, but if I remember correctly, Stephen Barnett was on the wrong side of one of the weirdest incidents at Lights Out ever, which is saying something. But it was one of those years where a fan stole the door of his car.
I remember that. I was there.
So a fan stole the door of his car, and the door was found in this guy's tent with him.
That's exactly right, in a tent.
So God only knows what was happening in the tent with the door, but he was a big Steve Barnett fan. I think they washed the door with a blowtorch.
But you think about the process of that, right? He just walked up there and decided, here's a free souvenir, and carried that door back to his tent.
You can see Cooper clawing for traction out there. He pedals his way to a 517 at 168. Barnett goes through a 719 at 84 miles an hour. And I shouldn't have mentioned the door. That might have thrown everybody for a loop out there. But yeah, that was one of the weirdest things. John Montesino coming up from Miami, Florida. One of 2 singles will have to round out officially X275. Montesino is not on the qualifying sheet yet.
Yeah, all the way from Miami, making his way right here. This is the first run of going in our session 3, down to 2.
Little Calypso green. LX going down through there and doing a nice job at it. 567.8, 123 miles an hour. Not a world beater, but got himself to the finish line under power and puts himself on the sheet. And the final single here, Wade Rich is going to make his way out in the scraper to do some track maintenance between X275 and Pro 275. We're now 8 pairs into our calls into LDR. So if you're part of the first 8 pairs of LDR, you should be there. Haley Ha is going to get a shot at it here. The car was leaking. They rolled her back. Didn't attempt to stage. And the Radial Outlaws Series rules allow for the fact that if you can repair the car before the session ends, you're able to make the qualifying hit if you have not tried to stage it.
Yeah, I saw it back there when they took it back in the back of the staging lanes or the back of the burnout box there, and they had this thing all torn apart, and I imagine they found a leak and got it fixed, and here they are going to get their run. Currently qualified number 7, 422 at 176. Look at that.
Fortunately,
starter down there. Did you get it? Did you get it?
No.
Let me look.
It's a no-go again.
It's a no-go. They shut him down. It's still leaking, so it's going to end his day right there, or disqualifying session number 3 for him.
So Haley Hawkins going to get pushed back. Unfortunately, not able to make the run in this session, and they will have to take it all the way back to the pits, make the necessary repairs, and come back up for qualifying session 4. They're trying to discern where it's coming from, but the problem is it's coming from somewhere. So they're going to back that car up momentarily, and we're going to do our starting line maintenance before we get into Pro 275.
Decision there. You saw the starter there reach out with the old cutthroat sign. Said, you're done, cut it off, and let's get it back so we can start doing the track prep. Let's see a few drops down there, looks like. That's not just because you're leaking and, we can't clean it up. That's for his safety as well, right? And everybody else behind him. But it does hold things up, as now we got to clean it up a little bit. And we ask your cooperation of checking those things out at the pits, make sure we're not leaking them from before you bring them up here.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Hi, Kelly. We have a bracket car on our hands. You ran a 58 with the 2. I know that you had some carnage with Jangalang last night, but if you didn't know, Kai has the best crew in the world, and I guarantee you it'll be ready for round 2 of testing for small tire.
Yeah. I mean, we did get the motor back together, so, I mean, I talk bad about them all the time, but they do a good job. So, yesterday with this car, we ran a 58 with a 3, just ran a 58 with a 2. We was hoping to go faster, but we do got a bracket car. It's consistent, so as long as I do my job, I have a chance to win.
And if you guys don't know, Kai Kelly is an absolute beast on the tree, so even if he's a little behind in ET, my boy here will get you on the starting line every time.
I'm racing you, right?
Unless he's racing me. Tommy DeApril, you've got to feel good about that pass. Just a fun fact for you, you just rounded out a 32-car field that are all in the 350s. It is absolutely insane out here to be competitive, and it's mind-blowing how fast this field is.
Yeah, it really is. It's a testament to the equipment, the crew chiefs. You know, I give all praise, honor, glory to God, who without him I wouldn't be here, and people that know that know my story. But realistically, this is insane to have 32 cars in the 50s, and we don't have mine shaft conditions right now. This is nuts. I mean, so we're blessed to be in it, and I feel very fortunate.
Thank you so much, Tommy. Jimmy Taylor getting a little get back from Snowbirds. Last night you went a 55 with a 5. That holds this round for number 1 qualifier. You got a $5,000 bonus last night for number 1, and I think you get another bonus if that holds for the whole weekend.
Yeah, if it holds for the whole weekend, we get another $7,500. So, you know, we were just glad to get it down in the heat of the day some. You know, it's probably going to get a little hotter and everything, but, you know, I mean, that's the biggest thing about turbo cars is getting them down in the heat of the day. So, you know, I feel like that was a big plus for us. And, you know, we get to run in prime condition tonight. So we're going to get to really crank her up now that we're already guaranteed in, and we'll see what happens.
All right. We're going to kill them turbos tonight, bust that number 1 qualifier time again, and not give Jason Harris one chance to take it over.
That is the plan.
And we are right back at it with Pro 275 action. Jeremy Searstad out of South Dakota coming up in the long bed at 1971 Chevrolet C10 truck. And Nick Lacarenza from Stokesdale, North Carolina, the 1990 Mustang. Backed by Tribro Trucking, Montana Brother Race Cars, Mickey Thompson, Modern Racing, Proline Racing Engines, M&M Transmissions, and the Hartz Company, manufacturer of the Hartz Charger and Hartz Turbos, Fastland Fabrication, and TKM Racing Engines. Classic two-tone look of that 67 to 72 era GMC Chevrolet trucks. Really nicely finished rig down there for Searstad. And for Nick Lacarenza, 564 cubic inches of romping, stomping big block over there with the Harts Charger on it. And he's got it hooked up. Lacarenza swung and missed yesterday, but he caught this one right. 378.9 at 201.88 miles per hour. A 102.60 foot time, 2.57 seconds to the 330-foot split. Searstad went 5:05.2 and 117, which is the best run he's put in so far as he continues to try to find the combination.
That run was loud right there. I imagine it was the lane in a Mustang. But
puffing and puffing.
Man, it was loud. Your number 10 and your number 13 qualifier coming up next. Number 13 is going to be Paul Major, right side, a Corvette out of New York. So a pair of Corvettes right here.
Ernie Dampierre out of Maryland, the Camdenton, Maryland based, 2010, a C7 style Corvette. See the big speed lump in the hood of Dampierre's Corvette. Paul Major, much more flat hooded program. Turbocharged Hemi for Major out of Fort Salonga, New York. The J&E Automotive Pro Torque, Fuel Tech, JR1 Motorsports, Paul Major Construction Services race car.
A little bit of gap right there in qualifying. Number 10 right there, Ernie with a 380 with a 0 at 212. And then 3 spots lower is number 13 with a 418 at 145, which that's not a full pull at 145 miles an hour.
Yeah, Dampierre really a strong runner here. We'll find out how much deeper he can go than that 380, and there's plenty where that came from. Car went 212 miles an hour on that run. As Major makes his way forward. Both guys trying to make a move. Number 1 is Lyle Barnett at 367. Nothing for Major. Dampierre's car is rolling. 373, 214.
Wow, look at that one right there, man. That thing just wedged up, man. You see the rear end, the separation right there, and gone.
Yeah, really nice. 105.60 foot time for Dampierre, and then they really pour the coals to it. 258 at the 330, 373.6 at 214 miles an hour. Second fastest run as far as mile per hour goes we've seen behind Brad Edwards' 215. And that took him from 10th to 4th in a hurry.
Yeah, that was a good pass right there. That thing will look really good. And like you said earlier, in the class earlier, I think with LDR, about a perfect run right there or bringing into a small tire.
Yeah.
Cars in off the hit. That was pretty quick out of the hole right there. But, man, they really threw the power to it early, and it held and out the back door to run that mile an hour.
Rick Bailey and Peter Norton will be coming up next.
A shout out to Tammy Downey there in Virginia, who's watching at home and saying, hey, I hear you. So shout out to Tammy. Your number 10 qualifier, left-hand lane. Your number 12 is going to be Bailey in a right-hand lane. So another going with some gap right here. Number 10 at 379 and 384. So we got 5 numbers right there from 10 to 12. Bailey out of Texas and Peter Norton out of Indiana.
And we need the entire limited drag radial field. All LDR competitors to the lanes, please. All LDR competitors to the lanes as Norton and Bailey, 2 guys who are also competing in the Pro Mod ranks this weekend, complete their burnouts. Norton in his Camaro that is tuned by Ricky Jones, as Ricky is down here providing the instruction over the radio to Peter as he backs up. And the man himself, Rick Jones, is down there. It's been a minute since I've seen Rick. Brilliant fabricator and racer and innovator in the world of chassis building over the years. Great hot rodder, too, is Rick Bailey. Racing with the Swan Gang team. Has that 67 Mustang across the racetrack.
I think Rick was here last month, I believe. I think I saw him
around.
Yeah. So the right lane, of course, the Mustang is out of the Swan Gang stable. I saw him post a video that, this past week of all his cars there. I only had like 6 race cars. Those Swan Gangs, the Swan Strip Zone over there. Rick Bailey behind the wheel of this one. And like you said, both of them running in a Pro Mod category. And Norton probably the better qualifier of the 2. That car's flying.
Yeah, 379 so far for Pete. Bailey's been 384. Everybody's getting a good hold of this racetrack. 379, 197 for Norton. he maintains that same exact pace. Bailey, on the other hand, picks it way up, goes from an 84 to a 78. So Rick Bailey goes to the number 7 spot. 990 60-foot time, well beneath the second.
Yeah, other than that, side-by-side action pretty close the whole way down, right? Yeah, just a little stronger down low there. Woody coming up next, left-hand side. He's now your number 10 qualifier in the 2010 Corvette, 521 cubic inches of blown power right here. The yellow one. Tweety Bird yellow right there, left-hand side.
And Jared Ring of Midland, Texas. Texas coming up here, the 2016 Corvettes, or rather Cadillac CTSV. Built by Larry Larson, run as part of the No Prep King series for several years. Had a diesel engine in it last year, and they've gone over to this 520-inch combination. But yeah, he ran this thing with a diesel in it.
Yeah, this is the one, the paint job of the wrapper with that or whatever did mesmerize us yesterday. Yeah. We're like, we don't even understand what's going on with that one. Like, we understand chameleon stuff, but that's something new right there, and that's really cool. And it becomes purple and lavender and I don't know, all kinds of different colors right there, but a really cool CTSV right there in the right-hand lane. Currently qualified number 12 with a 383 at 193.
And Woodruff with the tried and true screw blower combination, 2010 Corvette.
Body style in that Corvette with that very sloping front end and that motor. The motor looks like it's leading the front fender right there. Like it's the first thing it's going to cross the beams.
Mr. Sansui behind the race car, giving a nod to the crewman up front. Nice lead there. You saw Woodruff's car carry the nose, 381.1, 194 miles an hour. So it's repeating, a 79 and then an 81. Nicely done there for that team. They stay in the number 10 spot. Ring's car spun the tires.
Yeah, Jared just clicks it off early as that thing went up on the RPMs, as that tire got away from him right at the hit right there in the abort that run. Has to stay with his number 12 qualifying attempt from a previous qualifying round. This is our qualifying round number 3.
All LDR cars should be in the staging lanes. All LDR entry should be in the lanes.
Ryan, left-hand side, the Australian here in a Chevy 2, the 67 Chevy 2. This is your reigning U.S. Street Nationals champion out of Brisbane, Australia, Grantley Schloss on the left-hand side.
Rob Galobo, Motion Raceworks side of the racetrack, making his way back. The Michigander, Proline Racing Engines, M&M Transmissions, the Red Hat Mafia, Bohr Racing, and VP Racing Fuels on Team Galobo.
Yeah, good-looking Chevy 2 right here, man. I tell you what, that body style is hard to beat there for a race car or any kind of car. My buddy Bartunik's not going to like it because it's a 67, but it's still a good-looking car. Qualified number 9, 379 with it at 201. And again, your reigning U.S. national champion from last year.
So the Aussie driver trying to go back-to-back here. For those of you hardcore Aussies at home in Brisbane, it is 3:30 in the morning if you're watching right now.
There are some watching, I guarantee.
Oh, you know it. You know there is. And they're going to get a nice show as they go to the finish line. 372.6 at 201. So Schloss picks up 700s, a perfect 700s. As Galobo goes 379 at 199, he backs up what he did, but Grantley Schloss now goes to number 3.
Yeah, from 9 to 3 right there on that hit. That's strong. Proves why he won it last year. What a great team that is. They didn't come all this way to just finish, 8th. They're in it to win it right there. But look at the two coming up now, Brian.
Mo Hall and Brad Edwards. And Mo Hall not going to be making the run this session, so it is a solo for Edwards.
Solo because of Nomo.
That's a solo, right? Yes. A solo because of Nomo. That is a good T-shirt. So Edwards out of Leicester, North Carolina, completes the burnout. That 1997
That one's been around a while.
Ford Mustang that he has made his bones in this car.
It's been very fast for a long time, too. But currently qualified number 2, 370 with a 1 at 215.
Couple of hundreds behind the number that Lyle Barnett put up. Lyle will be part of the next pair that's come around the corner, the final pair. We have called all limited drag radial entries into the lanes. All LDR cars should be in the staging lanes now.
LDR is next, and then we'll do a little track prep. So the Pro 10.5 should be getting them down off the jacks and getting those ready.
Working 370 with a 3 at 212 miles an hour. That car is a weapon. 373, 370 with a 1, 370 with a 3. That is the package you want to have. I mean, because you're going to have to go rounds to win this race. Being number 1 is great. He hasn't caught Lyle yet, but if I'm rolling into an elimination situation with a car that can do that, and I know it's going to do that, you can win.
That's telling you right there with that consistency, you cannot slip in the other lane.
Yes.
You have to have, everything has to line.
Current number 1 qualifier, Lyle Barnett. In the Wright Mowers Salvage Title Mustang with MIC Steel, MacFab Beadlocks, and VP Racing Fuels.
Definitely my buddy here, Roger Holder, out of Bakersfield, California. You know what? If you know these guys and seen them in racing for many years, every car is a show car that these guys own. I mean, it is just flawless. And here's another prime example. Holder's Air Conditioning, Frontier Plumbing, Deeds Performance, Lions Custom Motorsports, Fuel Tech, Precision Turbo, M&M, Mincer Motor, Pro Wire, and Noonan. Just a beautiful work of art right here, left-hand side. Currently qualified number 4, 372 at 201 miles an hour for Roger Holder.
And their stuff has basically all been on this beautiful garnet red color. You know, it's been you look at all the cars they've had over the years, the majority of them have been this particular color.
Yeah, I remember the Chevy 2 was phenomenal. They had like a 70 or 68 body style Nova that was phenomenal,
yes.
That color. They got a handful with Lyle Barnett over there. Beer the beer. And just like that, I put it on him. I put it on him just like that. How about 374, 199 for Roger? Another good run right there in the heat.
Barnett, they were clearly trying to push it. He was smoking the tires by the time he got to 60 feet. 685 coasting across the finish line. And here comes Justin Swanstrom, the prenup 2015 Lexus. They say beauty only goes skin deep, but ugly goes all the way to the bone.
That one's to the bone. Yeah, that one's got some battle scars and all kinds of action going on there. I don't know, it's almost at this point, it's camouflage.
Exactly, the Hormone Logics car. And this was, you know, really this was their calling card car for a good amount of time. I would say that maybe beyond all the things, and Justin, his father, have raced some really neat stuff over the years, but this is the car that really kind of put these guys on the map.
Yeah, it works. It definitely works. And this is the first time out with this car this weekend, I believe.
I believe it is. Yeah, he has not yet appeared on the qualifying sheet.
Out of Zephyr Hills, Florida. They're a big country. His dad behind him, and behind him is the Carolina kid, who they normally get him to hire him to drive at times. Big country reaching in. Hang on, brother. Let's get this thing right. Hang on, hang on. Reaching in there. He's
remembered something very last second, whatever it is. He's gone in the passenger side.
Yeah, he left the glove box open. Had to reach in there and close
That's it.
Close in with his foot, it looks like. There we go. Big country Losing a lot of weight, by the way.
I was going to say, 6, 8 months ago, maybe he's not making the run that quick,
Yeah,
but
I
now
asked
he's
him-
light on his feet.
I asked him in Rockingham one day, I said, what are you doing, man?
Now they're trying to get the door closed. They finally got it.
There we go.
.980 foot time, 373.4, 203 miles an hour. Puts himself well into the top half of the field on that opening shot.
You know what that does, though, right here running this is it's all about the clocks on and off, right? That's a big grudge car right there. And of course,
not anymore.
Yeah, of course, we're announcing, we see a lot of stuff that the public doesn't see, but right there they just did, right, with that car.
Yeah, 373.
So I have seen it go 75, 78 before, so there it is with a 73.
And so we're going to prep the racetrack for limited drag radial. All those LDR cars should be in the lanes. LDR is going to run. Following LDR will be Pro 10.5. Then we'll go back in to the radial classes for their final qualifying runs. Then we'll go into Pro Modified, True 10.5. That's going to be the order of things. But once again, we have LDR coming next. Set the track up for slicks for Pro 10.5, and then go into the final qualifying shots for our radial categories through the middle part of the afternoon, and then work our way to our Pro Mod qualifying session 3.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
All right, we are here, and it is time for Limited Drag Radial. Biggest of our radial classes out here, about 28 entries on the entry sheet this weekend. As we roll into LDR, we have called Pro 275. Pro 275 to the lanes. Pro 10.5, Pro 10.5. We've already run the Pro 275 cars. Pro 10.5 we've called to the lanes.
LDR coming at you next, Brian. Some big names in here in the small tire world in our limited drag radial series. KTM car over there on the right-hand side. Chris Tate out of Lexington, North Carolina, known for their barbecue, by the way. 89 Mustang. Beautiful car, purple, with the KT, or the TKM, I should say, the Kevin Mullins logo on the side of that one.
Shapendi Kabe coming up on the left side out of Wayne, New Jersey.
There's Al's buddy Steve out there.
Yeah, Steve's out there giving him some assistance. Transmission guy to the stars.
Your number 26 qualifier currently in the right lane, and number 27 left side.
Mustang double bulbed. He's going to get backed up.
That's frowned upon.
Okay.
Like it when you do that? Your opponent.
Yeah, certainly in eliminations. That becomes a bone of contention. And Chris Tate is off to the, oh man, he put the burst panel out of it at the top end. 412, 174. You saw the smoke come as the pressure escaped the top of the intake manifold. Kabe goes 503.6 at 140 miles an hour, but Tate was on a pretty good lick there until the engine was no longer man enough for the job.
Left lane look a little rich on that one right there. A lot of black smoke coming out of there, but we saw the puff in the right lane. Tate.
Spotters out there giving a look-see.
Whoa. Watch out now. You don't want to fall down on that there. You can get up naked. You're starting to pull clothes off of him down there already. Oh, man, that's a thriller walk.
Yeah, there's a lot of traction end-to-end on this place as you're getting a look at down there as the spotters are as gripped to the racetrack as these tires have been. So Jim Morgan and Scott Husted are coming up next. Husted from Newport Richey, Florida, and Jim Morgan from Pinckney, Michigan. The 1989 Mustang will be rolling up on the Triple Law Firm side.
And number 25 qualifier, number 25 right side, 439. Left-hand lane, 26 qualifier, 445.
So Scott Husted, right-hand side of the racetrack, popping and banging, and he is pulling away. Nice launch.
Oh, look at that, man. Picture perfect. There was a little wheel stand.
Yeah, it broke. It ran 422, 171. Nothing to shake a stick at, but you heard the motor tack up right about the 330 where it actually started to drive, spin the tire a little bit out there. So good piece of driving by Husted. It got moderately loose at mid-course, but a 422, 171 picks him up over a tenth and a half from where he was yesterday. And the rumble of a big nitrous engine, that is Paul Satterfield of Thurmont, Maryland.
He wasn't messing around when he got the hood scoop on that one.
He was not.
Said, what do you got? Give me the biggest you got. He's got it on there, man. That's a big nose on the front of that thing for Paul.
Yeah,
up a lot of cubic inches, 762. Kevin Mullins' car, TKM Performance. left side, that's Anthony Sellers, currently number 19 qualifier.
Sellers out of 96, South Carolina, the Superior Roofing TKM Grabber Blue Mustang. You almost want to say convertible where they have the roof painted flat black. You immediately kind of peek at it, you think, oh, it's a convertible. It's like, wait a second, no, it's not.
Give that effect. That's a big pole. They got that flag in there, right? I think it looks like something in your front yard you'd have. Reach in there, pulling it out of the old Duke tank. Good looking car. Right lane going on over there for Sattersfield. The nitrous purge getting the bottle pressure where he wants it on that Camaro. Out of Maryland, the right side, currently your number 23 qualifier, 411 at 175.
Here comes Sellers and Satterfield, the 19th and 23rd qualifiers respectively. Neither of them has been able to bust their way beneath the 4-second bracket. Satterfield will not complete the run, but Sellers will, and he will go 4:02.7 at 174.
Yeah, that was a lot of smoke. That was a lot of smoke ring or something up there. Did you see that? I thought it was something flying off the car there for Sellers. We can see the playback right here. They show it on our screen, and we can tell what that was. I believe it was a panel of some sort or something. Smoke maybe came out of that and up in the air. We can get another shot of that. Here we go with the playback. Watch the right-hand side of the blue Mustang on the big end. We see something there at the end right as he comes through the traps. Boom.
Yeah, it backfired pretty hard there. A little flash underneath the body. Apparently some potential chunkage out there, which isn't good.
Potpourri. Some metallic potpourri out there. Take a look at it. Yeah, it might have been a burst panel, I believe. The panel itself, I saw something go airborne right there, and then I didn't see it after a while. But all right, how about the diversity right here in this pair? Right, left-hand side, we see a lot of that. Mustang out of Jupiter, Florida, Palm Beach, Dino, TKM. Man, TKM's all over every car in here, isn't it? Greg Powery. So Clay Gerhold, right here, left-hand side, currently qualified number 19 in the left lane.
And Jason Hunk on the right side, that 1990 Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck, late model performance. MGM full spectrum power, TBM brakes. Truck out of Clearfield, Pennsylvania. Currently 22nd, went a 4:11.9 last night in the truck. Gerhold has been 4:03 at 187.
Shout out to Greg Howell there in Newport News, Virginia. He's been watching from home. Send me a text. Says, hey, I'm watching and listening as he's in his workout room. Pounded on something in there anyway.
So Gerhold winds it up. Hunk goes in. And Gerhold takes it through a 4:01, also at 187 miles an hour. So very repeatable on the speed. He is still looking for a 3-second time slip. The pickup truck did not complete the run, only 143 through the lights, a 4:52 on the ET side of the slip.
Clay very consistent though. That car, 4:03, 4:01. They got it worked out right there. Just need to gain some numbers and go a little quicker. Boy, those Pro Charge cars are loud. Final call for Pro 10.5. Final call for Pro 10.5. Final call. Final call. Pro 10.5. Final call. So Dale Arnold, left side. 2018 Demon. Man, that thing is sitting low in the weeds. or in the grass, as they call it. A good-looking race car. The Battleship Gray, as what I always call them. I don't know. Gunmetal Gray, whatever that color is. Currently qualified 19th with 4:02.
And Keith Ray out of Derry, Pennsylvania. The Go Lithium batteries, Circle D torque converters, Morning Glory Motorsports, Full Throttle signs, line-to-line castings, Weisco pistons, Rife sensors, Bullseye turbos, Motion Raceworks, Quick Performance, Menser, and UPR all sponsoring Keith Ray. Keith Ray is going to try to find his way into the three. He's been 409, and Dale Arnold's been 08 and 02, so that is good forward progress. He just wants more of that.
Yeah, great candidates right here to dip into threes with this pair.
In goes the Demon. And there goes the Demon. One flat 60-foot time, 396, 181-mile-an-hour shot.
There it is, man. That was a strong-looking run right there. Beautiful race car. Great job, Team Arnold down there, planting that one into threes. Takes him to number 13 spot with that one.
Yeah, that was nice. And again, I mean, if you're looking at a car that's just steadily making those nice 4, 5, 600ths improvements per run, those guys are really laying it down.
That's how you do it, right? The little increments. You change a shift point here by 200 RPMs. You do this by that. You know, that's how you sneak up on it. And that's how you get there. But somebody that's already there. Many races, this right here on the left-hand side with Mitch Mika.
Mika and Castaldo. Castaldo from East Moriches, New York, out on Long Island. 782-inch nitrous motor for Castaldo. 610-inch combination for Palatine, Illinois' own Mitch Mika.
Tuxedo crew down there. Been doing it a long time up that way, and it's always been good at it. It's really a strong front runner in the small tire category, and a beautiful race car as well. I love the black 69s with the white stripes. It's just, I don't know. In my world, it doesn't get any better. Love the zoomies on that as well.
Yeah, neat how nicely it's packaged. You know, it's kind of the way the motor's set up in the car. All you can see is a nice billet cover on that intake manifold popping up through there. It's just a really well-finished car. Oh boy! Castaldo had that thing way up in the air. No wheelie bars in this category, of course. He had to lift. He saw way too much of the sky, cranked it into the ground. Mika goes to 397, 181, but Castaldo, biggest and highest wheel stand of the meet so far.
Man, he was looking at the drone right there on that one, just staring at it, and finally has the lets off. Hard to steer him like that when the front wheels are off the ground, so he had to lift. But man, it looks good. It just doesn't do very much for your ET at times, so, or your front suspension.
Wally Farbakey and Rob Goss coming up now. Goss, the 2023 Challenger. The Bischoff Engine Service 480-inch Gen 3 Hemi making the power. ProCharger providing the boost, Southern Speed. Also a supporter of the efforts of Sheridan, Wyoming's own Rob Goss. And we are going to hang here. Farbakey, heat the tires. Had a couple of small spots to clean up on the racetrack out there. Jamie Luke took care of that.
23 Challenger. Left-hand side, the number 16 qualifier.
Yeah, a couple late model body styles here, right? A couple of, you know,
what year they
swoopy Mustang.
I'm gonna stop making these.
The last
24?
model year for those, I believe, was might have been 23. This one, he goes by the 23 model year in this thing now, but it's an older car than that. But I think he's updated the hood to go the later model hood. But this was like an OG drag pack car from back in the day when they first came out with that package, which was 15 years ago now. That thing has lived a life.
It looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you're 16 and 17 qualifier right here in this category.
And Goss is going to roll up in there. There comes Wally. Nice, 396.6, 184 for Goss. That's a pickup of 200ths in 2 mile an hour. For Bakey goes a 448. That is a slowdown by half a tenth.
Yeah, we saw it go away at the end. Goss goes from 16 to 14 right there. Moves up 2 numbers with that hit.
Shane Stack and Brian Priest. Stack, the number 6 finisher in the world last year in limited drag radial, and Brian Priest, the 2014 Cadillac CTSV in olive drab green.
Stack still sporting that big body over there out of Alabama left-hand side. Right-hand lane, Priest with the Cadillac CTSV. I don't think they came, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't come from the factory with that motor in there, right? Did they?
It had a supercharger on it, but it was 1/50th the size of that. It was
a little different. You couldn't see it, right?
It was the.
Now that's all you see.
That is it.
Like a muscle machine over there in the right lane.
When the CTSVs first came out, this is now probably about 20 years ago, before they had the supercharged versions and stuff, a kid showed up on a Wednesday, New England Dragway, a track rental, and I was working Wednesdays at the time. We prepped the racetrack. And they had independent rear suspension in them. And this was a brand new car, and he had driven it from the Cadillac dealership in Brockton, Massachusetts up to the racetrack, which his father owned the dealership. He blew the center section of the rear end out, the second pass. 6-speed car, sidesteps the clutch, chatters the thing, and it blows. It was a cast aluminum center section, and it blew the center of the rear end right out of this car.
It was everywhere.
Yeah. Immediately burst into tears. He wasn't supposed to be there.
Right.
Yeah. A tire smoking launch for Brian Priest, but Shane Stack, as the sun breaks through the clouds, goes 402, 194. Conservative setup there for Stack, but they did get down the track under power. I mean, it's funny to say, but no, I never saw him again. It was a car, like a legit brand new car off the lot, and I'm sure he told his dad he was taking it somewhere for the afternoon. But he went and blew the center section out of it, burst into tears, and it sat in the pits for a couple hours till a ramp truck showed up, and up it went on the back, and away he went in the truck with the car. I don't know if he ever went home.
I saw a kid at a test in Tuna, Carolinas, when the newest Gin Camaro first came out, whatever year that was, right? The guy came out there in like a Kermit Green, whatever one. It was a real young kid, right? Racing it, and about mid-track or something, that thing spun and it nailed the wall, just tore the front end off of this thing, and I wondered the same thing. And that kid, you know he's not supposed to be there doing it.
Yeah, he's barely gotten the payment book on that thing yet. Jamie Hancock and Chad Henderson.
Hancock, another name, probably just like Henderson, been doing a long time on small tires. That's all they know, and that's all they love right there. The Alabama car, left-hand side, nitrous outlet. Hancock Performance, BTM, TBM, Diamond on board. Big purge coming out. You see that?
Little battle of the Alabamians here. Both guys from Alabama. Opelika home for Hancock, Madison for Henderson. You got to believe so. We saw Chad's son out earlier. Great to see him. Of course, the matching and dueling Grand Nationals in a couple of different categories.
That son is strong right now. Look at it down there, casting all the shadows. Your number 12 qualifier, left-hand side with 96, 396, and a 393. Your number 9 qualifier in the right lane.
Pro 10-5. Pro 10-5, and each into the lanes, please. Pro 10-5. All right, see which either of these two guys can pick something up here. 93 for Henderson, his best run. 96, his best for Hancock. Look at Stout. 88 at 186 miles an hour for Jamie Hancock. Picks up a ton. Henderson goes 398.2 at 187 miles per hour. But Jamie Hancock, on the strength of that run, goes to number 3. And that 398 doesn't move Henderson. He's 10th.
Good drag race right there.
Yeah, nice run there for Jamie Hancock. within 12 thousandths of Jamie Stanton, who leads the field.
Hey, a quick reminder, fans. Official Drag Illustrated Winter Series merchandise is available now at the Drag Illustrated Winter Series merch tent located in the vendor midway, right beside the staging lanes. You can see it over here from here. Limited edition Winter Series t-shirts, hoodies, and hats are on sale. Make sure you go get them, please. And they are selling fast. And this always happens, and I tell people this, and even I don't even listen. I get over there, my size is sold out. But they're selling fast. When they're gone, they're gone. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of drag racing history. And these will not be printed again. Drag Racing Winter Series, home of the quickest and fastest pro mods racers in history. And we're gonna prove that. We already have this weekend. But go get your apparel now. You can see it right here from the tower as the back of the staging lane, and get your official Drag Illustrated Winter Series merchandise.
Justin Martin and Chris Power Perry coming up now. Seminole, Florida's own, the 1967 Camaro. Nelson Competition, Precision Turbochargers, Menzer Motorsports, Wilson Manifolds, Atomizer Injectors, M&M Converters, Fuel Tech, and U.S. Body, backing the efforts of Chris Power Perry. Justin Martin over there, Pete Harrell Horsepower. Pete's behind the car on the headset. These guys have raced together for a good long time.
Doing work. Right, is that his tagline?
Real good at doing stuff.
Yeah, real good at doing stuff. I wasn't even close. Yeah, really good at doing stuff. I love watching his videos. I should know that. Good looking 67 Camaro here on the left-hand side. The 10's kind of blocking me in the right lane. I can't see the Nova.
Martin's going to finish the run, 4:13. He's not going to finish the run, 176 miles an hour, well off his earlier 393. Perry, 450 at 154. Also an early shutoff. Traction became in short supply.
Yeah, that one was over pretty early. I think it's somewhere around 3:30. He threw out the anchor and says, I'm done. Yeah, don't forget, Winter Series merchandise. You need to get that stuff while it lasts. Especially those sizes like large and extra large. If you wear that, you better get them now because they're the first to sell out. Believe me, I sell merchandise. I can tell you that's the first two numbers that'll sell out. 2X will be the next one going. So if you wear any of those sizes, you better get over there now and get a great looking merchandise, great looking logos on the U.S. Street and National stuff. Get it now because when it's gone, it's gone.
Billy Smith of Montgomery, Texas, backing up the 2020 Mustang over on the Motion Raceworks side. Brandon Carter from Barnhart, Missouri. The 2001 Mustang in blue with a 572 cubic inch combination. Both of these guys are current top 10 qualifiers, 6th and 8th. Carter being 6th, Smith being 8th. They both run to the bottom edge of the 390s. They both absolutely hate the fact that the cloud blew away by the sun. UV, vitamin D is good for humanity. Not so good for radio racers. Smith goes down 417, 167. You heard that thing up and down through the rev range as it was trying to maintain traction.
Yeah, a lot of feathering going on right there. That one sounded weird, right?
So Smith at 392 stays number 8. That run of 417 did not improve on his time, but Brian Weddle and Tommy Yeoman going to try to do something here. McIntyre, Georgia, the 1970 Carousel Red GTO. And Brian Weddle of Frederick, Maryland, the 1967 Camaro, ATI Performance, Debo Tune, Atomizer Fuel Injectors, and RF Engineering sponsoring the XRE 521 powered Camaro.
Right side, Brian Tommy Owens car, 1970 GTO. You might remember me telling you, my dad had one just like this. I remember going to the showroom, not just like that one. Went to the showroom, got a 70 GTO Judge, right? And I remember when I was a little bitty kid riding in the seat of that thing, but it wasn't like that, but it was the same type of car. Of course, if it was like that, I'd probably be in an institution or something right now, but yeah, it was fast enough from the factory. Currently qualified number 7 with a 92. And Brian Weddle, a beautiful Camaro out of Frederick, Maryland. That's a 60, it says 67. I don't see the vent window, but it possibly is. Blown 521, currently number 5 at 391 and 189.
Nicely done here on both sides. 390, 188. That's the best run Weddle's made. So he is one of the few in the crowd that's made a nice pickup in this session. 402 for Tommy. It slows him about a tenth off of his earlier pace, but that 390 puts Weddle fourth.
Big move right there. Great run. 90 in the middle of the heat right there, 188.
And it was neat to watch them both work a little differently. Tommy, of course, with the turbo car, it picked up and kind of carried that front end. Weddle's car making that supercharge, all that horsepower up front, carried it, set it down, and drove through. But two different ways to get the job done out there. Speaking of a guy getting the job done, Brett LaSalla, Snot Rocket 3.0, a car that went into the 380 bracket, and it is a street legal car. It is a street driven car.
Street driven car in the right lane.
He wins drag and drive events with it.
He does go to drag and
drive.
drive.
Oh yeah, he'll drive this thing 1,000 miles and race it 5 times. I mean, it's
qualified too at a 387.
Yeah. And in this particular format setup that he's got in it now, which was they've redone the thing they're always tinkering with this car. It's an amazing study in like the most cutting edge technology I think that exists in the sport. You're seeing a lot of it employed in that car. Redid the front end of it, changed a bunch of stuff around. 387, when he runs this thing out the gate, when he actually makes a couple of quarter-mile pulls with this car, it is it'll be, in my opinion, when he makes the quarter-mile pulls, it's going to end up being the fastest street legal car in the world.
And imagine that. Look at that right there, that car. You see it's street legal and it goes 387. Again, we said this yesterday. You pull up in your brand new Corvette at a stoplight. Of course, you're not going to do a lot of stoplight stuff there. You look over and look at that car. Come on, you young punk. Let's see what you got. And all of a sudden, then you reach up and tear the starter off. You take your cut off.
Well, just looking at the two of them on the starting line, obviously the Corvette is a great-looking car. Marquise Hatton's car, it's brilliant. It's got that giant scoop. But just looking at the two of them, the Mustang doesn't even look like it belongs on the same racetrack, let alone the fact it's faster.
Left-hand side.
Here he goes again. No, you saw that thing. Actually, he's got up on the tire and spun it. Was checking the tire just past the 60-foot block, and LaSalla goes 537 at 94.
That almost happened right there in the Snot Rocket, right at the body separation where all the weight went transferred to the front there and unloaded the rear end and the rear tire. So he'll stay where he was. The number.
Hatton's car spun the tire, coasted to a 846, just 81 miles an hour. But LaSalla, he wasn't taking it easy, that's for sure.
87 street car.
But yeah, you look at historically the world's quickest street cars, the guys that have set the records, and that sits down in the 5s now. That thing's going to be in the conversation, and it's going to do it when it competes with a motor that is hundreds of cubic inches smaller. A lot of guys run big block Chevy style engines, 540 plus, big turbos on them. That's a 300-inch Coyote motor in that thing. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Again,
it's one of the coolest drag cars in the world.
The Coyote motor, what that thing will do, man, with just a little, you can really make those things scream.
Jamie Stanton, Canastota, New York. Pentagon Race Fab. Stanton is the #1 qualifier at 387.6.
And a really cool configuration right there on the zoomies out.
The vertical zoomies.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. You know what would be really cool? If somebody had them out a little different links, like they all went in a different direction right there.
Guys have done that over time.
How they really?
Guys
old school exhaust on one of the front engine dragsters.
Yeah, guys have done that over time to try to use the exhaust in a an effective way for some downforce. And here comes Kyle Dvorak, the Rob Kohler Painting, Red Horse Performance, Alert Screw Products, 5-Star Plumbing, Camaro, or Chromaro.
Is this the one that Lyle drove last?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, this is another one with this sun out right here. Watch this. In the middle of the burnout, right, it rolls forward, and that sun starts to hit it. Man, look at it go.
Kyle knew that was going to be that.
Yeah, so I saw immediately when it stopped rolling right there, you could see him taking his gloves off and the window net down and the door open, and he's like, he knew it was done. Let's see if we can see the belt on it when it gets over here, kind of lateral to us.
Next thing we're going to see is Pro 10.5. After some track prep here, we're going to get our radial track turned over for slick tires. It'll be Pro 10.5, and then we will prep for our final qualifying session through the radial classes, which we've just been running. And that'll bring us to our final orders in the radial classes, and then we'll go back into Pro 10.5, our Pro Mod final qualifier coming up this afternoon in that 4 o'clock-ish time range. That means we need pairs 1 through 4 of Ultra Street. Joel Greathouse, Steve Romeo, your pair 1. Jackson Henderson, Jesse Coulter, your pair 2. Ryan Grigsby, Dave Fiskus, your 3. Rodney Reagan. Ronnie Rhodes, you're the 4th pair. So Greathouse, Romeo, Henderson, Coulter, Grigsby, Fiskus, Reagan, and Rhodes.
Okay, before we live the U.S. Street Nationals live and live in color for this time, let's take a look back at what happened in our Eliminations review. Wes?
First pair of the first round of the second race of the DI.
Maddie Deach going up against Erica Enders, her second appearance in the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, and Erica doing what she does best. Killer reaction time, 360 with a 1, which may have been one of her best runs of the weekend. Maddie gave it a good go.
Yeah.
Great drag race. Craig Sullivan going up against Zach Sackman. This is another one of those stories that I love. A guy that's, earned his stripes in nitro racing, top alcohol racing, but here he is behind the wheel of a door car, taking out Craig Sullivan in the 48 Mercury, the fan favorite 48 Mercury. Travis Harvey versus Cameron Hensley filling in for Eric Gustafson, which is kind of a cool story in its own right.
And Travis doing what Travis does, getting a huge head start on the starting line.
Yeah, and throwing it down, 359 with a 1. I mean, we've got some badass drag cars out here.
This is a review of the finals from the 2023 World Series of Pro Mod.
I loved this matchup. I couldn't believe it when we got it via the chip draw. Kurt Stedding and Spencer Hyde. Kurt Stedding kind of getting one back on old Spencer. 027 on the starting line. Great run. Jason Scruggs, the Mississippi Missile, goes into a power wheel stand, pedals it a couple of times, and ends up going home to Isaiah Rojas, one of our foreigners, right?
Puerto Rico,
I
yes,
believe that's
they got
correct,
that flag
Puerto
on there.
Rico. And I think it's so cool that we get all these racers from different walks. I mean, not only different walks of the racing life, but from different geographical. We have racers from Russia, the Middle East, Australia, and everywhere in between.
So this matchup here, this was Ken Cartuccio, obviously ended up winning the Winter Series last year. Every round win was quite important. You talk about worldwide. You got Sydney Frigo, who
Brazilian on the property, who's an incredible human being first and foremost, but one hell of a drag racer.
identical in the reaction time.
Identical reaction times, 022 to an 022, but this is when that Scott Tidwell-owned Steve Petty-tuned 69 Camaro kind of shows up and shows
The
out.
freight train.
Canada's own Kenny Lang going head-to-head with Lyle Barnett. Lyle Barnett off the starting line way sooner than Kenny, 052 to Kenny's 128, and a representative run, 374.
That was one of the tighter drag. I don't even remember. I couldn't remember who had won that. So watching this, Ty Tedero getting the win over Raymond Matos, and again, just the reaction times here at 12 sends you home.
It's unbelievable, man. And a 358, we got some hot rods. And these are the cool moments here. Antron Brown going up against Joel Winsley Sr.
Never
Joel
happened.
Winsley is a fixture in the Pro Mod drag racing world. Great guy, but how must it have felt to line up against the reigning defending NHRA Top
And
Fuel
Alexis.
World Champion driving a Lexus Pro Mod?
Mark Mickey, we talked about him. He got a #1 qualifier at every single one of the events here. Didn't get it done on any of them, but Steve King gave him a run for his money, not getting it done.
Yeah, welded together off the starting line, but Mark Mickey pulled away 356 with a 6 at 219.
As turbos do. Look at the
as
60-foot
turbos
times.
do. I mean, these cars were together off the starting line, and honestly, Steve King was out front for a few mere moments, but it wasn't enough. Andrew Handress, a local racer based out of Florida, nitrous car. I thought this was a especially cool moment because he was one of the guys that, nobody was looking to qualify, looking for to qualify at the race. But we actually got to run this back ever so slightly because you got to give it up to Scott Taylor, another one of our Street Outlaws, No Prep King stars, showing up in Bradenton, first time racing Pro Modified, qualifies at the quickest Pro Mod drag racing field that has ever been assembled. That was a hell of an accomplishment in his own right, but to win in the first round, big deal.
So this was the chip draw, the shot heard around the world. Kai Kelly and Steve Jackson. If you don't know who they are, you haven't opened the internet. This was a huge matchup.
Kai Kelly off the starting line first, 036 to Stevie's 056, and used a 359 with a 5 to edge out Stevie's 360 with a 1. What a drag race. That is
insane.
a picture of the competition.
Jeff
that
Pierce
exists
walks away ever so confidently.
in Bradenton, man. What an incredible moment.
You can see even just from the starting line, jaws on the floor.
Bob Glenn, another Florida-based racer, going up against Mike Decker III. Bob Glenn is the only racer in our entire field that competes with a Root-style supercharger, and he's kind of fighting. He's doing it the hard way for now, and it's pretty incredible to see what these guys are doing with that combination.
Jim Whiteley, hugely involved in all brands of motorsports, didn't get the round win there. Ryan Hayward actually was really on pace for making a name for himself in your Winter Series as well.
I think that he was probably one of the breakout stars of the 2024-25 Drag Illustrated Winter Series, towed all the way from Washington, like a 30-hour drive to be a part of this deal. I can't say enough about those guys. Mike Decker, Melanie Slemmy, another group of racers that go head-to-head quite often and kind of operate out of different camps. Melanie Slemmy, obviously part of the Resolution Racing Services business. Her husband, John Slemmy, her brother-in-law Jim Salimi, her son, all contribute to what we see out of that 68
She got a handful of round wins. Didn't win anything, but got a
really
handful of round wins. Next matchup here, we've got Rudolph and Jericho. Jericho again. As I'm being reminded, as we're doing these all in one day, he's a lever.
He is, man, and he does it. They've got a car that stands out, a 69 Chevelle. It's a little bit different. It's something that we love to see, and it's one of the Pro Mod calling cars. There's all these different body styles. I love to see the nostalgia body still out here being a part of this deal.
Round 2 West, Ken Cartuccio and Ty Tedero. Very uncharacteristic, not really sure what happened there. -192, that seems weird.
That very rarely happens with a driver as good as Ty Tedero, but this kind of showed you the consistency that Ken Cartuccio used to win the first ever Drag Illustrated Winter Series Championship.
What a tough draw for Antron Brown here with Mark Mickey, but gets the win.
Unbelievable. Antron Brown snuck into this field. Nobody was really sure. They had struggled. Car doesn't get raced often. They'd only had a limited amount of testing. Brand new combination. They come out here and go a couple of rounds at the U.S. Street Nationals. Lyle Barnett, Pedal Fest, legging that thing down through there, goes 0-21 off the starting line, had to do the job, do the dirty work, whack that throttle a couple of times, gets the win with a 4.09. I don't know if there's ever been a round of Winter Series competition that's been won with a 4-second elapsed time.
Listen, if anybody will do it, it's Lyle. Wow, Kai Kelly, that was the moment right there, because you win the first race and you win the first round. That was the moment where everybody said, oh.
And Zach Sackman, just proving that you've got to be there, you've got to be close, you can't win if you don't show up, if you're not a part of the action. And I agree. I think everybody's kind of looking at Kai like, oh my goodness, this could be, could he do this again? Zach Sackman got in the way and kind of stopped that freight train from rolling on. Erica Enders, Mike Decker III. Erica's off the starting line first. Has to pedal it a couple of times, falls.
This was one of those watching with the naked eye where it looked really bad. You could read elite on both sides, and after this, she said that she pedaled it twice and said, not my race car. I won't be wrecking that race car. Somebody would have to buy it.
What a moment, though, man. There's some fantastic drag racing. Isaiah Rojas going head-to-head with Jeff Rudolph. Both cars
Oh, wow.
smoked the tires. Isaiah, I guess, red lit there. I didn't catch that at first. But Jeff Rudolph, 0.37, gets the win with a 5-second elapsed time. Unbelievable.
Oh, Kurt Stedding goes red here. Just, again, big-time moment. He's been in the final round. He's been in the semis. It bites everybody.
Really incredible. Ryan Hayward, I think at this point, is probably under 10 total passes in that car and going bottom 360s.
Are we at a PDRA race? No, we're at the Winter Series.
We're at the
Travis
Winter
Harvey,
Series. Melanie Salemi uses up an engine to get around Travis Harvey 366 with a 4 at just 199 miles per hour. That thing was expiring well before the starting line, but she legged it down through there. When there's this much on the line, you don't have a choice.
All right, round 3.
Antron rolls in, takes his time. Lyle goes ahead and lights
Oh, that's
both
right. I
balls.
remember this was dramatic.
It was very dramatic. Don't know if it got to Antron a little bit there or not. I can't imagine a top fuel driver can get rattled, especially one as accomplished as Antron, but really cool moment there. Just to see these two names on a ladder, to me, is what sets the Winter Series apart from anything else.
Yep. Ken Cartuccio, Zach Sackman. Ken Cartuccio is a machine, 18 and another 59.
These guys, I'm telling you, what can you say about Proline Racing Engines, Eric Dillard, Steve Petty, everybody that's involved with that program? Nothing but the best, and they're proving it.
Oh, that was a tight one, too. Mike Decker gets the win over Jeff Rudolph. Left identically and only separated by 2 hun at the I almost said at the 1,000 foot.
Yeah, at the stripe.
660. All right, here we go. Melanie Salemi, 11 on the tree. Ryan Hayward, 29. 2 thousandths separate this. So now we're getting deeper into the day here, and as it gets a little cooler, you start to see these closer drag races, and this was
Jerry Morgano sits in the number 5 spot right now, having gone 395 at 194 miles an hour on his best attempt. Number 1 qualifier is Fletcher Cox, currently at 389.5, 189. Going to be tall order to try to catch that in this heat on a warming racetrack.
Beautiful Mustang right here, Morgano. Again, out of Apollo Beach, Florida. Currently qualified number 5. 395 and 194, as Brian stated.
Jerry's getting it there for a second until the motor started to break up a little bit and the tire is giving way on traction. So Morgano going to coast to a 536 at 93 miles an hour.
Weight transfer right there. Got up on that wheelie bar.
Yeah,
just unloaded the rear tires. You got a nice atomizer fuel injector decal on the back of that thing on the wing. A shout out to Jack French there.
Here comes Ron Fisher. Carmen Damiani on the other side of the racetrack, and Fisher, the 1968 Chevelle, working with the Tutteros to make this car improve, I should say, to make this car perform the way they really wanted, and they have been making good strides in doing just that.
Yeah, I said yesterday, I think it is it's a requirement that when you come to one of these events, any event that Ronald Fisher's car is at, you have to take a picture of it.
You do. You actually do.
You gotta have to take a picture of it, right? It's a requirement. Right side, Carmen Diamante is listed out of Fort Meade, Florida, by way of, he's from Philadelphia. Big Eagles fan as well. Shout out 9-1. And the Red Alert Mustang, they used to call that one over there. It's qualified 12th, 690 at 89. So not a full pass right there in the number 12 qualifier.
So Ron's son directing him into the beams here. They've centered it up in the lane. One of the things, you've been able to notice, just the subtle things since they've been working with the Tutteros, just even things like the routine of the burnout, the backup, the staging. There's a lot of organization that's come in, a lot of repetitive practice. doing the same things each and every time to get the consistent results they've been looking for?
That's just a full package right there, man. That factory color, left side for Fisher, I really like it.
And Ron's going to hang with this one. Fisher goes 410 at 170, using all the left lane. Damiani goes 425.6 at 183 miles an hour. What was interesting, you saw it, I saw it, Ty Tutterow was behind the car kind of motioning. He was motioning right, but Ron was being kind of led into the beams at that point. The good news is Wade Rich does such a good job with his racetrack. There's not a lot of places you're going to take that car and drive that run in that spot in that lane.
Yeah, the playback right now, Brian, shows that car. It drifted really far left. It almost looked like he was going to scrub that, but he didn't. He stayed in it. Foot was down. He stayed in it and took it down out the back. So it was a good run, though. It just used a lot of track to get there. What do they say? The shortest point?
Yeah, straight line. Chris Mattingly and John Carinci coming up right now. Mattingly working with Darrell Heron out there. Darrell directing him through the burnout. And John Carinci of Port St. Lucie, Florida, the 04 model year Corvette. Number 4 qualifier right now, low 390 car. Chris Mattingly, 407 and a 411. As Darrell and the fellows back him up. Now for Ultra Street, we've called our first 4 pairs. Here come the next ones. Jason Spina, Kelly Shotwell, Russell Justice, Josh McCoy, Sonny Rash, Lonnie Dyers, Josh Schwartz, and Brian Keep. Spina, Shotwell, Justice, McCoy, Rash, Deers, Schwartz, Keep to the lanes now, please.
Big qualifier gets you number 4 over there. Aracini in the right lane, 393 at 196.
And both guys just kind of sitting pre-stage, enjoying the moment here.
And in qualifying.
We gotta, yeah, this is, nobody's wanting to go in first. So, this is interesting because this is a rarely seen situation as Randy Lee has to step forward and provide a little additional encouragement. John's car spins a tire, he pedals it and goes a 420 at 192. Meanwhile, a 406.7 at 204 for Mattingly. Mattingly kind of doing what he has done. John was on and off the throttle. You pedal it to 192 mile an hour speed. Yowza. Tim Parton and Fletcher Cox coming up right now. Down to the last handful of cars here in Pro 10-5. Fletcher Cox, number 1 qualifier, 977 cubic inches. Big old nitrous motor over there. VP Racing, Mentor Motorsports, Diamond Pistons, Backfab Beadlock, Straight Line Media, and Shady Trail Ranch. And Tim Parton from Sydney, Michigan.
So Parton's car right here, you heard me say yesterday we were talking about the color of that thing and going to Exorcist. Right, so my buddy Darrell Jackson Jr., I don't think he's here this weekend, texted me. He said this may be that take on the Hennessy Exorcist Camaro.
Oh, the Hennessy Exorcist, yes.
Right, their take on that right there is probably where the name came from.
Got it.
Thank you so much, DJ. When you're vast knowledge right there, Michigan, my friend.
Yep, good pull. Good pull on the Hennessy Exorcist deal. Spina Shotwell, Justice McCoy, Rash, Deers, Schwartz, keep to the lanes. Phil Schuler and the boys got her tuned up tight. 391, 189 miles an hour for Fletcher Cox as Parton goes 396.5 at 190. But that 91, very impressive with what we're looking at right now. Only 200ths behind what he ran during better conditions in qualifying. So Cox's car is dialed in.
Almost a perfect run right there. Another prime example of what you need to do in that category. And he just did it. Straight as an arrow. Little wheel stand, setting it down and just flying out the back door.
Chris Tootin and Nick Agostino on the sheet, but I believe it is just Nick Agostino making the run here. Another of our runners from the Great White North. Agostino, of course, from Ontario, Canada. M&M transmission and Nash competition engines for the number 3 qualifier, Nick Agostino.
And this one, my friend, I believe is probably one of the coolest ride height Camaro, 69 Camaros you're going to see. That thing is just, I don't even know what your definition of how low that one sits right there, but it's down there.
In the weeds, baby.
In the weeds, right? In the old fairway weeds, that thing as low
yeah,
as
right.
it is, right? Beautiful car. Really dig that one right there, Nick Agostino.
Steve Summers down there with the crew. Summers says, give her a little left rudder. Wish they did.
Ryan Martin down there with his wife Cherish, watching the action going on. He's got the true 10.5 car coming up.
Man, tearing down through half track, 394.4, 200 miles an hour.
You could actually hear the tires gripping, and
yes,
you were just right there. You thought it was going to break it loose, but
yeah.
It held it, man. It pulled it on through there at about 80 foot, and what a strong run right there in the heat of the day.
Yeah, track perfectly straight, especially when all the power came in, and it carried the nose for, geez, probably half of that run. The thing was hovering the front end, so nicely done there for Agostino at 394.4. Wensley and Baker, final pair of Pro 10.5 before we go back at Ultra Street. The XPEL sponsored Fayetteville, North Carolina based 24 Camaro of Carson Baker. Wensley in the 5th generation 2014 model year Camaro out of Dearborn, Michigan.
The XPEL is where right here where Ryan Martin interest comes in there. He's standing behind the car further back as they roll it back. Javier talking to his driver there in that orange Camaro. Carson Baker currently number 2, 91 and 196, right behind big 9-1 Fletcher Cox. In the right lane, Joel Wensley Jr. out of Dearborn, Michigan, number 7 at 405 at 190. A good little separation right there from 2 to 7. A lot of numbers. Javier down there, Justin on the wheelie bars, getting them set to the correct ride height they need to have it at. Doing a lot of cranking and turning on that thing. Right-hand side, Wensley's crew. Call his dude for. They've already got his everything set. we go, Brian. Rolling them forward. Pair of Camaros. Your number 2 and your number 7 qualifying.
Nice side-by-side, 390 at 196 miles an hour for Baker. And a 97 for Wensley, but Baker tightens the gap between himself and Fletcher Cox down to 9,000ths of a second.
And in the heat right there, and that car, actually, you see it drift a little left there out of the groove and stayed in it. And great run for that team there.
Yeah, that is a strong, strong move there for Baker's car. Very nicely done. And as you said, it was like Ron Fisher's running a sense where it, moved out of really the nice worn-in part of the groove and was able to stay stuck to the racetrack. 196 mile an hour speed, but Baker, a really nice run. It sets up what's going to be an exciting final qualifying session for the Pro 10-5 cars a little bit later on after we lock down our fields in the radial categories, which will be coming up next.
All right, attention to the pits, all Ultra Street, all of Ultra Street. We need you all Ultra Street. We gotta have you all Ultra Street. We need you in lanes, Hey, if you want the biggest show in door slammer drag racing, make your way, or you want to rep the biggest show, how about that? Not want the biggest show, you're already here, but if you want to represent them everywhere you go, tell people that's where you've been at the biggest show in drag racing history. Make your way to the DI Winter Series official merch tent, located beside the staging lanes at the Midway. You get the limited Winter Series shirts, hoodies, and hats now available. Trust me again, they will not last. It's more than merch, it's a statement. Go get them. Drag Illustrated Winter Series, the home of the quickest and fastest pro mods on the planet. Go represent. Go get them down there. No lines. Get your size. Again, not a sell tactic. I'm telling you, they'll sell out. If you want like a large, extra large, or 2X, they're going to be gone. Get them now on day 2 right here.
Hi, I'm Richard Freeman with Elite Motorsports.
We're here at the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, something that was new to
Hi, I'm Richard Freeman with Elite Motorsports.
We're here at the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, something that was new to you in Elite Motorsports as of last year. What happened last year to make you want to come back this year?
To make sure we support Wes in the Pro Mod category, we love it. We're here to have a good time. We got a brand new car here. It's kind of something for us to get away and be with our friends.
Instead of going hunting?
That is going to change, or I won't be at the first one next year. All year long, I worry about just 2 weeks of deer hunting, and this sumbitch is on the last weekend of the hunt, and the big deer are showing up.
But you're here, and not only are you participating and you've sponsored this, but you've leveled up. Explain the $1 million bonus for winning this, why you wanted to do it, and what that really means.
It'd be really difficult to do. Wouldn't it be cool to see somebody win all three and win $1 million? We got 2 cars here. We're going to try our best to do something. Elite Motorsports, we bought an insurance policy. The insurance company underwrote the policy and says if somebody does win 3 races, it costs you X. Doesn't matter how much that was. We'll pay the $1 million. All this stuff is through great partnerships with all the people. They're on the side of the race car because it's for what they do that allows us to get to do this and just be out here with the people we love. You know who I am. I'm not Keith Haney, but you know who I am. Come get it.
All right, final qualifying for Ultra Street has arrived. We're going to lock our fields going forward here. Basically everything you see but the Pro Mod category will be final qualifying from this point forward in the day.
We need the first four pair of X275. X275, the first 4 pair. Please, the first 4 pair. Stephen Barnett, DJ McCain, Ron Rhodes, Billy Lackey, Marty Stinnett, Trevor Fuqua, Eric Lapierre, Davey Hull. First 4 pair. We need you, please. The first 4 pair of X275.
And so Steve Romeo and Joel Greathouse will come up for their final qualifying shot here in Ultra Street. Romeo, the #1 qualifier. Greathouse, the #6 qualifier. They run within 400ths of each other, but now is definitely not a time to reset an elapsed time record out here or even move yourself likely into #1. It is time to figure out what your race day tune-up's going to be, because the forecast is going to be like this the rest of the weekend. Warming, yes, but let's just take the basics out of it. It's going to be sunny, and that's where we can take the ambient temperature being one thing, but the sun's going to beat on this racetrack all weekend long. You need a raceable tune-up for this condition right here to be able to win this race this weekend.
That's a great point, yeah. Brian. Very smart and with a lot of insight there, because tomorrow and Sunday in Eliminations, it's going to be just like this,
yes.
Right? Even warmer tomorrow. So great. I'm still amazed here. I mean, he's been doing it for many years. That Steve Romeo in the right lane. That's your #1 qualifier in that big Chevelle over there. How about that one, Greg? How would you sport that one? Beautiful car over there, solid black, and it will flat out fly. It's flawless.
It is.
Car. It's flawless.
It is as nice as it comes. Greathouse spins the tires. Romeo goes 4:45.8 at 158 to lock in his spot.
I still say that's a great punch right there, 45, you know, up to number 140
Yeah.
in the heat of this. It's got to be pretty, that track's got to be up there, track temperature. I don't know if somebody could tell me what that is down there. I see plenty of people pointing at it with their gun.
Now that's Jackson Henderson, and that was not sounding the healthiest coming out of the burnout. Jesse Coulter didn't have those problems. The RC Components owned a Mustang, RPM transmission, VP Racing Fuels, Jesse's Garage, Hart's Turbo, and TKM Performance for Jesse Coulter in the 03 Cobra. That sounds more like it.
We've got a funny little click there. Jesse Coulter, the green Mustang in the right lane, your defending champion of the U.S. Street Nationals, won last year here.
In the defending
back to back.
Defending Radial Outlaws Series champion in Ultra Street as well. We're in that number 1 in the window.
And currently qualified number 2, probably wants to get number 1. Odds are he's not going to do it right here, but
this guy's good at everything.
Good at everything. How about that? How good looking is this Henderson's car, man? I'll tell you what. Just like it looks like they painted that thing with just a sheet of
Yeah,
black
like
paint,
they held it by
laid
the axles and just dunked it in a pump.
Dipped it in there
Yeah.
and just murdered it out. What a beautiful car. The rims look phenomenal on it as well. 87 Buick Grand National. You know, we talked about this one yesterday. Everybody, we knew somebody at some point when we were growing up around that year that had one of these, and like, yeah, that's a pretty cool car. But it's not as cool as it is now. You know what I mean? Like back then it was okay, but now they are super, super cool, and really like that one.
And getting more valuable by the second. Zippity-doo-dah. Both of them spun the tire second. They let go of the button.
Yeah, that tells you about that track temperature.
Let's bring up Dave Fiskus around the corner, the Buick V6 powered Mustang. Ryan Grigsby, Baytown, Texas. The one thing of many, I guess, Fiskus' car has won plenty of races over the course of time. But one of the interesting things to consider with Dave Fiskus' car, it makes a ton of power, but it's only 231 cubic inches. So when we look at it as opposed to a Grigsby, 588-inch motor out here, and, Fiskus' car turbocharged versus Grigsby nitrous, on a hot track, this thing, I think, has some advantages to it in that you have smaller displacement, you're going to make a lot less torque immediately off the starting line, and B, with the turbochargers, that application of the power is going to be less violent. The ramp, ramping the power in with turbochargers versus some of the other combinations, you can have some more subtlety there. And it's tough when the nitrous stages come on. They come on hard and fast. No matter how you want to kind of balance it, it's still, I think, to me, a more violent application of the power than you're going to get out of a turbocharged entry.
Also, I'd like to mention, a lot of these guys have these things wicked up right here at the wrong time, but they're wicked up because they're already in. They're going to try to see if they probably can go to number 1 right here. So, just like we heard Wade say that, the car before those goes 106.60, and then the one behind it, they spin the tire. So they're a little wicked up right there. Got the tune high on the bottom end. So it's the heat of the day right there, and they got them wicked up too high. How about the big cow hood right here on the left side? Like a skateboard ramp on the front of that thing.
A lot of intake manifold under there. Let's see what Dave Fiskus can do with his moaning and groaning Buick Bent 6 over there. Enough power to spin the tires on both sides, no matter how you're making it. Grigsby, 121 early. Fiskus 141 early. They had, especially on the Fiskus side, definitely pulled that thing back, but they were both spinning by the time they got to the first block. Setting some parameters out here to a degree when there is value in learning what isn't going to work as much as may have less value than learning what does work perfectly. Learning what isn't going to fly will prevent you from making at least the same identical mistake twice. You can make the same version of a mistake, but just not make the same exact one.
All right, one of my favorite cars right here in the right-hand lane. Ron Rhodes, you're currently number 4 qualifiers. 68 Camaro, really good looking car entry over there, right lane.
Yeah, Ronnie, the Delaware Destroyer over here, and Rodney Reagan. I believe also, we didn't see him last time. I don't think we're, maybe we, unfortunately not going to catch him here. They pulled off to the back, maybe be able to make those repairs before the end of the session. So Rhodes now on a single. See if he can crack the code for some early run traction here. You best believe it. Parachutes out, 446, 158. Rhodes was 108.3 to 60 feet. 292.9 to the split. And then 446.7 at 158 out the gate for Ronnie Rhodes. X275 we've called Barnett, McCain, Lackey, Rhodes, Stennett, Fuquay, Hull, and LaFerrier to the lanes. First 4 pair of X you should be in. Jason Spina, Kelly Shotwell. Shotwell out of Carlisle, Ohio. Bischoff Race Engines. Extreme Automatics, Pro Charger, Callie's.
Betty White.
Betty White Mustang.
Betty White, call her Betty White over there.
We need all X275, everybody from X275 to the lanes. All X275, all 19 of you to the lanes, please.
It's a long train of cars. Bring them on up here. 2 lanes. A lot of concession stands are open on both sides. Both sides got you covered.
And so Spina and Shotwell made their attempt. 1041 and 742 for both of them, early spinners. That is going to bring up the next set of cars here. That is going to be Russell Justice and Josh McCoy.
A little bit weird in the burnout right there.
Low RPM,
Justice, yeah, right. Qualified number 11 with a 450 and 153. Your number 13 qualifier in the right-hand lane.
McCoy's gonna solve that RPM deal. He just did his at about 11,500.
Yeah,
so.
he was zinging it on up right there, right? Look at the smoke still rolling. More clouds down here than in the sky. Here coming out like the windshield wiper things, right? The Mustang. You ever seen them when they shoot them straight out of the fender?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's always a good one.
You know? Doing that. Which we have bikes running this weekend, by the way. 460 index bikes are here.
So Justice and McCoy.
When he got it to work right there, Russell did.
110, 457.7, 154. Nicely done. Navigating the racetrack. Taking the conditions, playing the hand that you can play, and doing a good job with it is Russ Justice.
Again, that's perfectly running the 57 right there, qualifying with the 50. that tells him right there he's got it set where he wants to. If he can lean on it a little later.
Raceable, baby.
You know what I mean? With the temperature a little lower.
Lonnie Dyers and Sonny Rash coming up now. Rash's car went from a V8 to a V-twin in the water box, it sounded like. We'll find out if he can make a little bit more gusto down there and heat the tires. That is not sounding like it's a happening program. Lonnie Dyers, on the other hand, that 1970 Buick GSX. GSX was like a pinnacle Buick production car back in the 1970. 455 stage 1 motor in there. Had the bigger heads, a better cam in it, like 500 foot-pounds of torque from the factory. Not a big RPM car, but man, they were fast. For years, and there was some debate. Muscle Car Review, one of the muscle car magazines, did this huge story where they tested like real factory stock versions of these things, and I believe it was a 70 GSX that was actually outran a Hemi Cuda, and it actually turned into a race that they held every year at Bowling Green for many years, but it was Buicks versus the Hemis, and that was the whole shootout that came out of the fact that this magazine story said, hey, the GSX, quickest muscle car of the era. And the Hemi guys all freaked out and said, no, it isn't. We'll show you how.
Yeah. Hold my beer. I would have liked to have seen that. That would have been a great rivalry right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Buick versus Chrysler thing was a big deal. Well, Sonny Rash's car wouldn't turn the tire in a burnout box, and it just goes down 459, 155. So you figure it out. I can't.
Yeah, right. Playing lame duck right there till the lights go green. Right side, that Buick didn't get, when it finally got rolling, there was a lot of mile an hour coming out the big end right there.
Brian Keefe, Josh Schwartz coming up. The Smyrna, Delaware-based 2010 Challenger for Schwartz. Brian Keefe, the fourth generation Camaro. We saw him make that 463 run earlier, and it didn't sound like the car was all that happy about it, but it did run 463, put him on the qualifying sheet. May actually be one of the few guys that will run quicker this session. You know, he may take that 63 and turn it into it's called a 57-58 or better.
Yeah, currently qualified 17, like you said, at 63. Pro Charger on board, RPM transmissions, nitrous outlet, Poweltac, HRE, and Mincer Motorsports in the right lane.
Schwartz's combination interesting in the category. He runs a Whipple blower on this car, as opposed to a lot of the centrifugal or nitrous stuff. He actually has a Whipple on this baby, and it's a Gen 3 Hemi of 426 cubic inches.
Where they have him lined up, they have him a little bit out of the groove over the shiny stuff on the left side tires. You know, they think they may have seen something right here. We'll try it over there on this left side and see what that does. Not directly into the groove.
X275, all of you should be in the staging lanes. X275 to the lanes, please. All X cars to the lanes. They saw the light. That's what they saw. 452, 155 miles an hour. It is exactly where the thing qualified at in the hottest part of the day.
Yeah, that's baffling right there, right?
Yeah.
Their crew says, hey, you know what? Let's hang 2 tires on the outside of the groove, and I think it'll work.
It loved it.
Bam, there it goes.
It loved every second of it.
And it took everything they threw at it and more. What a great run.
Mike Freeman and Brandon Simmons coming up now. Couple of Floridians here. Couple of Mustangs spread by 20 years of production.
Yeah, a pair of Mustangs right here, Brian. They look nothing alike, right?
No.
So here on the left side, you got a pretty colorful Fox body over here that has been around a long time. The right side is just, I don't know, what do you call that? Just
barn fresh.
Barn fresh, right? Blow the dust off of it, man. Throw a big old motor in it, and you come racing in the Winter Series. Really cool looking car. 66 Mustang over there in the right-hand lane. 88 body style left side.
My first car was 84 Monte Carlo. G-body action.
Yeah, big body there, man. That's pretty cool first car.
Well, 305 4-barrel, baby. Yeah, getting it. Super chips, little super chips in there. Put a Edelbrock intake on it. And
that's a pretty cool first car. Most people got junk in that first car.
It was my great aunt Eileen's car. Two-tone brown when I got it. Had a guy paint it Acapulco blue, which is 1968 Ford color. So I had a blue car with a brown interior.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Yeah, that is not a factory. That was not a factory available program. So Brandon Simmons now.
Qualifier right lane. Number 15 is Freeman. Left-hand lane. Oh, Simmons on the right side. Good looking run. Took everything. Goes 499, 141 miles an hour.
You know, Simmons combination, it's pretty conservative out there, but it's getting him down the racetrack. And this is a guy, you can almost guarantee a guy like him is going to be able to sneak a couple of rounds through there. As Jeff Brock looking on over the Mike Freeman operation. I'm sure Jeff Brock has his hands on several cars here this weekend. Ray Cox and Jimmy Wilson coming up next.
Cox versus Jimmy Wilson. This is your number 18 qualifier left side, your number 20 in the right lane. Ray Cox out of Davenport, Florida, left-hand side, 91 Mustang. That's not a Mustang, 91 Pontiac right here, the Firebird left-hand side. RPM Trans, BES Racing, Park Hearing Ford. Cox home team. I thought you said, was that real estate maybe? I don't know.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, Mickey Thompson and Nitrous Allen on board, left-hand side on the Pontiac.
So we've seen cars set up to the outside of the group, meaning outside toward the wall. It appears as though Ray and Brad are going to set this car up to the inside of the groove, up toward the center of the racetrack. Jimmy Wilson appears to be squared up in the middle in his Mustang and Emotion Raceworks side.
Hey, that's another innovative purge right there. It came out the front like where the windshield washer fluid would come out, but also came out a little vent right there behind the front tire. That was very slick. I like it.
Rolling ahead is Ray Cox. Brad's got his foot there to help line him up to the beam. Ray's car working pretty well. 458, 149. That is the best run he's made all weekend. He actually picked up 0.07 of a second to go from a 65 to a 58. And well done by those guys.
Hey, two people we've seen go outside or inside the groove have
Picked
made
a good
stellar
spot.
runs right there, right?
Absolutely.
They're
That is
seeing something. That's strong management, team management right there. Here's your car you like right here.
Yeah,
In the right
Joe
lane.
Gleckner's car. Had my Monte Carlo, then I sold that for a 4-speed, square body 4-speed pickup truck. Had that for a few years, got rid of that and bought myself an 88 IROC, baby. That's why I look at this thing. Mine was white with, I had factory style wheels on it, but it's just, these third gens they're cool cars. They're certainly way back kind of in style now. Like everything, right? You have that period where you can buy them for dirt cheap and nobody cares about them. Well, those days are over for third gen Camaros.
Years ago, one of my buddies in Newport News, Virginia, he had an IROC, Ricky Ashworth's his name, and we went to play golf. We were living in Virginia. We went to play golf in Pinehurst area, right? We go down there, we go past Rockingham and round track. We've never been around there, and he really liked round track racing. I was drag racing guy. And the tunnel was open, so we're creeping through there looking, right? And he said, "I'm doing it." We pull out, we start making a lap in his car, right? And so they had like, somebody was there doing classes, and they had all the cars there, and they were all sitting in the infield there. Look, the guy was up at a whiteboard teaching himself, and they all the heads turned, watching us go around the track. And we were laughing, right? Making a lap around there. He makes one lap, he goes, "Man, I'm doing it again." I said, "No, man, don't." So he goes, does it again, and as he was going it again, the people were getting in their cars to come chase him. We made 2 laps and hauled ass out the tunnel. We're gone. History right there for us, man.
Tony Orts, Joe Gleckner. And 2 well-tuned, well-set-up race cars. 457, 153 for Orts, 472, 142 for Gleckner. Really one of the best side-by-sides we've seen this entire session.
Exactly, it was, man. Absolutely. Good run right there.
So we made a final call for X275. We need the first 4 cars of Pro 275, which include Lyle Barnett, Brantley Schloss, Brad Edwards, and Roger Holder. They also include Billy Smith and Brian Weddle, Justin Martin. No, don't. That's the wrong category. Ha! Rob Galobo, Justin Swanstrom, Rick Bailey, and Ernie Dampier. So the first 4 pair of Pro 275, Barnett, Schloss, Edwards, Holder, Globo, Swanstrom, Bailey, Dampier. Pretty
John
much
Pepler
killed
up
that.
next in a solo on the right-hand lane.
Pretty much killing it over here with that.
Ohio. The white Mustang, 92 body style, currently qualified number 23. Didn't make a full pull yet. They're looking to get something there. You see the bump, I guess, 457 with a 1 up there.
I do believe with the car count we have, it'll be an all-run for these guys. But yeah, if we were cutting to 16 to make, to be a top half player or closer to the top half player, 57 is where you're at. Pevler, Cincinnati, Ohio, the 92 Mustang. And Pevler stood on the gas, and the tires said, no mas. So Pevler's going to click it off and coast his way through the 8th mile. May require some pushing assistance at the top end as we get toward the end of our Ultra Street final qualifying session.
Fires it up. He's going to roll it through. Now to bring up our next class coming up there. Rodney Reagan right here in a solo pass, left lane out of Deer Park, New York. 2020 Mustang. Here comes the spool right here. Currently your 9th qualifier. It's pretty stout right here, 447. Launches it good, and here where the power starts to eat. On the big end goes 459 at 158. Nice. Night punch right there for them.
So for Pro 275, we have called Barnett, Schloss, Edwards, Holder, Globo, Swanstrom, and Bailey Dampier. To the lanes, please. Those are our Pro 275 first 4, and we have X275 coming up next after just a brief touch of track prep. Continue to work toward qualifying session at number 3 of Pro Modify. That'll be happening in about 2 hours or so. And as a reminder, if you're tuned in on FloRacing, if you're watching on the FloRacing app, maybe you have some friends that are drag racing fans that have not become a subscriber to FloRacing yet, they can go to Amazon Prime Video today, click that live TV button, and you can search FloRacing, one word. You can search U.S. Street, one word, and you're going to find the U.S. Street Nationals Friday broadcast. It is a one-day deal we're doing here with the FloRacing 24/7 channel on Amazon Prime. And it's a great opportunity for people to kind of take a look at what's going on down here at the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, presented by J&A Service at Race 2, the U.S. Street Nationals, presented by M&M Transmission.
I know a lot of people are out there listening to it. I got a lot of texts from people out there from my hometown and talking about it and listening to us. And great chance to see great drag racing and hear Brian Loans and myself, Steve Logan, announce. And it's been a good day. It's been a great day so far, knock on wood, and we got some good stuff coming up. And as Brian alluded to, we got the Pro Mod qualifying session number 3. And I tell you what, the first 2, just absolutely phenomenal.
Knockdown, drag-out stuff.
Oh, my goodness, it's unreal. So you guys, if you're out there, please make sure you're watching. Stay tuned and watch it on the Prime Video for this qualifying session number 3. And you're going to see the fastest Pro Mods on the planet right here, and they're going to show you what they do.
Just going to be a couple of minutes. We'll be right back at you here with X275 final qualifying.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot's secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot's secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot's secret is powered by science.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Well, we have prepped the racetrack up here for X275 final qualifying. Great lineup of competitors in the category. Going to certainly see them navigate the track conditions we just watched the Ultra cars did. We're going to take that same style of race car. We're going to pile more power into it. We're going to see if they can navigate this racetrack and who's going to be able to figure the way out. Yes, we're going to see some tire spin, but we're also going to see some impressive runs by those teams that are able to stick the tire and keep it stuck to the 8 mile.
Stephen Barnett here, left-hand lane, a beautiful Mustang versus a Chevrolet on the right side. Hey, this is the first time we're seeing DJ McCain.
Aha, he's back.
Right, we kind of missed him, I guess, in his first #1 qualifying attempt, where his first qualifying attempt where he went to #1.
Yeah.
Stephen Barnett out of Roy City, Texas, left side, a beautiful '89 Mustang, qualified second. So here's 1 and 2 right out the gate.
Yeah, you know, they sat a couple of sessions, and I feel like strategically probably a smart move here from McCain. It's going to give them a chance now to make sure they have a workable midday elevated temperature tune-up. 411 certainly seems out of the reach of reason this time of the day, but you never know.
DJ in the beautiful Corvette, the C6 Corvette.
Great.
We talked about how he was, where we know him most from was that little Bowser car he had that would just really get the job done in that thing. Beautiful car, really cool. It was a work of art how they got that LS motor. Just
it was a small block car too, yeah.
My friend Drew, that was his favorite car. He loved that car.
Go time for Barnett and McCain. Final qualifying at X275. How about that? McCain's going to lift early. Meanwhile, Barnett's going to go 4:14 at 174. My goodness, that is a heck of a run out there in these conditions. McCain was 5 thousandths better than Barnett to 60 feet. They're both 104. A little change. McCain was out of the throttle, basically about the 330. But man, 4:14.
Yeah, and DJ looked good down low, man. That car was pulling, man. So that might be a sign of some things we're going to see, things to come right here. As Bill Lackey coming up next against Ron Rhodes.
So.
Your #4 qualifier out of Maryland, left-hand side, the 02 Mustang. Really cool paint scheme on the side of this thing. Beautiful car, left side. Love the way that rear balance panel cut out for the wheelie bars that he does not have, but a good-looking car, nonetheless. Billy Lackey.
Ron Rhodes works with a lot of great companies that have supported him and continue to support him. He's added new sponsorship for 2026 from the Stainless Headers Manufacturing Company. Stainless Headers Manufacturing, a new sponsor for the Ron Rhodes program, a program that is back on its feet, back on its 4 wheels after Ron had the crash in the car. Really a car that's beloved. I mean, that guy and that car have done so much over so much length of time. When he had the incident, got into the wall, people, it was a heartbreaking thing, but he bounced back very quickly. And here he is again, qualified #3. We'll take all Pro 275 entries. Pro 275, all Pro 275 entries to the lanes. All Pro 275 entries to the staging lanes, please.
Here we go, your #3 and your #4 qualifier right here. Ron Rhodes in the right lane. Billy Lackey left side. Oh, what a good pull. Can he make it all the way down? Both cars. Pretty close, 420 dead. 420 with an 8 and 420 with a 3.
Identical runs. I mean, dead the same to 1,000th, 108.0 to 60 feet for both cars. They were within 2,000ths at the 330. They spread within 5 at the finish, with Rhodes' car picking up more in the back half of the racetrack than Lackey's, 420 with an 8.
Both cars stay where they were respectively, 3 and 4. No change right there, but good runs nonetheless.
Marty Stennett, Trevor Fuquay coming up now. Fuquay, the 1986 Grand Marquis, and Marty Stennett from Catawba, Kentucky, the 2006 Dodge Magnum wagon.
Pair of big bodies right here. Brian, a pair of big bodies. Your #5 and your #8 qualifier. Stennett #8 here left side. 427 at 166.
Yeah, a couple of more doors, the two four-door cars we have here.
Way in the right lane, your number 5 qualifier out of Kentucky in the 86 four-door Grand Marquis. And this one works. Watch this one go down track and forth. He stands no chance because I said it. Yeah, perfect, right? No chance. The wagon is gone.
Stanek goes 427, 866 miles an hour. Matches the best run he made to the 1,000th.
Oh, man, look at that, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Even a mile an hour, right, is perfect.
It is, yeah, 166 on both sides of it. Fuquay spun the tires, a 10-second elapsed time. Eric LaFerrier and Dave Hall coming up now.
And his last attempt finally gets in the show. They couldn't get that thing down there, and he finally did. Good. Punches in there, number 6 spot, 420 at 176 miles an hour.
Pro 275, all Pro 275 entries should be in the staging lanes. All Pro 275 entries should be in the lanes. So Hall and LaFerrier coming up to the starting line. And a man who has escaped the clutches of a cold Chicago wintertime. Mr. Altucci, what's going on, man?
Hey, Brian and Steve, I'm going to tell you what. No lie. Walking out of the house to start that old Denali this morning at 4:35.
Nasty.
That thing was talking to me. It's going to shut me off. Yeah, but it was wild. It was incredible. Here we go. Look at LaFerrier, man, getting that thing up. Wild rice for Eric and company to shut it off. 055 on a tree. Rhode Island don't look good at this point.
671 at only 69 miles an hour for Eric. They made really one representative run at that 420, so they'll go into eliminations number 6. Hull had the same number or level of luck on his side of the racetrack. Nothing doing there. Is Jared Johnston and Haley Haas will come up next. Haas, they made an attempt to make a run last time. There was a little bit of a leak in the car, so we'll find out what Haley can do. And Johnston from Raymore, Missouri. The triple off for him side will be coming up for his final qualifying shot at X275. We'll take the first 4 pair of limited drag radial.
All right, first 4 pair. Brett LaSala, Jamie Stanton, Tommy Yeomans, Jamie Hancock, Billy Smith, Brian Weddle, Justin Martin, and Marquise Hatton. To the lanes, please. First 4 pair, limited drag radial.
Haley Hall's in the right-hand lane. Had some issues there last qualifying session. Glad to see him back up here. Qualified number 7, 422. And Jared Johnson, left side. Qualified number 11 with a 432. So a 10 separating the two right there. Qualified number 7 and number 11. Out of Spencer, North Carolina, right side.
Johnson and Haas now. Haas able to stage the race car for this final session. They're going to make the most out of it. And Haley is going to make her way down, put the burst panel out of it down there at about 500 feet. And Jared Johnston goes 426.3 at 173. Haley matched him to the 1,000 through the first 60 feet, was 400s better to the 330, and then the thing spit the bit down there and slowed down.
Let go of those reins in that little Mustang, my friend. Anyway, good looking weather to get out here and see that it was in the high 70s, low 80s, man. I'm telling you what, beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. U.S. Street Nationals, man. Winter Series, Drag Illustrated. I know you had a whole
Let's go LaSalle, Stanton, Yeomans, Hancock, Smith, Weddle, Martin, and Marquise Hatton. Those first 4 pairs of LDR. Let's get them on down the line.
That'll bring up Junior, Troy Perez Jr. coming up, Plant City, Florida. The 93 Mustang will be in the left lane. That car looks familiar, man. Well, I mean, there wasn't a real lot. There was a couple real bad to the bone green ones back in the day. You remember?
The baddest of them all was Pearson's Little Evil. That Little Evil car. Yeah.
Looks familiar. Here we go. Watch this. Little tire spin. Then he says, yeah, little. Hit the traction control and put that thing to the mats, man. 5.20 seconds at 162 miles per hour. Perez coast down there at 899. 62. Spin of the tires.
Clay Gearhold and Alan Feltz. They have run within 200ths of each other over the course of their 3 now final 4th qualifying session. Gearhold Electric, Palm Beach Dyno TCAM engines and Precision Turbo for Clay Gearhold. Jesse's Garage, Hammer Concepts, Mark Williams Enterprises, VP Racing Fuels, TBM Brakes, Callie's, and Energy Manufacturing supporting Alan Feltz.
Oh, good hook, man. Hook and book there for Alan Feltz, man. 4.25.5 at 174 miles per hour. Looks like the Jesse's Garage took that thing out at the right time.
Well, they figured it out at the right time, too. They went from a 41 in more easily navigated conditions down to a 25. They moved themselves to the number 8 spot off of what was about a 15th qualifying position. So a nice job there for those guys that figured it out in the right order, I suppose you'd say.
Awesome deal, man. That's what it takes, especially here. You know, it's the beginning of the season for a lot of these drag radial guys to come out here, their first points race. Radio Outlaws going on here today. John Phillips, Clayton, North Carolina, will be in the left lane. His 98 Mustang, or 90, excuse me.
That's Turbo John, left-hand side, known all over the Carolinas and surrounding states. Turbo John, been doing it a long time. This is a good look. Well, normally he has those cars that put together like patches. Remember that car, Patches?
Oh, yeah.
That's, Turbo John started out with some of those that would just flat out fly. But now he's, this is a beautiful race car he's got right here. And he has progressed really fast. Turbo John, left-hand side.
Nice deal. Going to be a single, or we got someone going to, where's Marty at? Not up there.
Piercy unable to make the call. I believe we're down to 2 pair here in this final session of X275.
So Turbo John will get a single pass here in this qualifying lap. See how he does right now. Building the boost, looking for the green.
I think a very, very good approach taken by a bunch of these X-Racers here. Lifts early, goes 520, but the early numbers is what he wanted here. The 116 is the number to really pay attention to. He got the car to stick, drove it to the 60-foot block at 116, lifted early, but he was looking for the front half numbers. Tyree Smith and Derek Cooper.
You remember Tyree Smith? Go way back, the 80s. Is he from Tennessee? Yeah. Tyree Smith, where he... I go back to this race. I know Law will remember that name. Tyree Smith really had his stuff together back in the day. I mean, with traction, making a car hook good. I don't know if it was ladder bars. I don't exactly know, but that man could make a car work back in the day.
Well, it's a good-looking piece he's got here, this 66 Chevy 2.
Beautiful, man. You described it perfectly, you said, with the all black in the previous run with the purple.
Yeah.
It's like a ghost flame. It looked really cool.
Good looking car.
Pretty car.
Derek Cooper on the outside lane, the right side out of Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Yeah,
94 Cobra.
Makes me wonder if this is the same Black Nova that he campaigned back in the day. I'll have to find that out. Number 17 in qualifying, he's gone 495, 107.
Now we need, of LDR, we need Henderson, Carter, Priest, Perry, Farbaki, Arnold, Castaldo, Goss, Ray, and Mika. Henderson, Carter, Priest, Perry, Farbaki, Arnold, Castaldo, Goss, Ray, and Mika to the lanes now, please.
Action there.
And there you have it. Derek Cooper, 434 at 172. Smith goes 442.3 at 164. Smith threw the parachute out, and it blossomed in a weird way. I thought it threw the door off the car. I glanced back up the racetrack. The way the parachute blossomed, it kind of moved to the right side, and I thought it was something flying off the thing. I glanced back down there, and there was nothing still airborne.
Pretty impressive, though, to find 5/10 of a second your next run. I mean, that's pretty good.
It's a ton, and I think I'm very most impressed by what we saw in that X session, in that people, by and large, made full runs down the racetrack. You know, they really were tuning to the conditions in front of them. That's bodes well for the race day that will kick off for these guys tomorrow.
Very nice, man. Don't forget to get something great to eat, great bite to eat right here. I mean, the lines are pretty full when I came in just about 10 minutes ago.
We sold them out of empanadas already, baby. We sold them out. We sold them out.
Man, we had some good ones too. They were good.
We had them yesterday.
Very nice.
Yeah, we had the new buffalo chicken flavor.
Isn't that homemade food tastes so good?
It does.
It? Very nice. But
you know what else tastes good? Cold beer. We don't make it here, but it's good. And we got plenty of it down there.
In North Carolina, David Farlow watching it from home right there. Miss you in the old gold Mustang running. See you soon.
right, speaking of feeding her, man, nothing wrong with 300 and a bag of Gold Meadow. I'll tell you what, though, if you get down there, there's plenty of food on the grounds today. Always some great stuff. They got the T-shirts going. I see, hey, a brand new KTR T-shirt booth over there for that team. Wow. Get in line, baby. I'll tell you what, Precision Turbo's in the house. Motion Raceworks is so cool to see all the companies coming out. Make sure you get some apparel because they have a ton of it on the grounds here today. Get yourself the U.S. Street National shirt. M&M, thank you for everything. M&M Transmission and Wes Buck and all the crew out of Missouri and Dallas. We thank them all for all they've done. Race number 2, man. J&A Services, expert solutions for the oil and gas industry.
Once again, we've called Henderson, Carter, Priest, Perry, Farbaki, Arnold, Castaldo, Goss, Ray, and Mika in for Limited Drag Radio final qualifying.
Up, LDR, all call. Limited drag radial, all call to the lanes, please. LDR to the lanes, please.
Lyle Barnett, Brantley Schloss, the number 1 and 3 qualifier. Schloss, the defending race winner.
What was the story? I saw that on the old internet. Yes, we're missing the next round with the salvage title. Tommy put it up. Is that a problem?
I don't know. There's been some friction there. Some friction among the team and the rules and everything. They came out here went number 1. I don't know if they sat to make any sort of a statement or if they had some sort of a problem, but either way, they decided to sit that round out. Pro 275, final call, all cars, all Pro 275 entries to the lanes. But no, listen, it's been kind of a public spat. Lyle said his piece.
The class? I mean, the rules.
Oh, sure. It's like, listen, there was weight
from...
adjustments made. You know, guys react to weight adjustments. Everybody seems to be over it. They're currently number 1.
There we go. Schloss has problems in the old Chevrolet 2. Lyle Barnett's going to go all the way through as the number 1 qualifier. How about that? Slows down just a touch. 369.1 at 2:05.
That is a gnarly run for the conditions. He runs only 200ths off of his number 1 qualifying spot. That run would also be good enough to qualify him number 2. If he could qualify, he has both the first and second quickest runs, and no one else is even there yet. So that is something.
There you go. You know, that car, even before, you know, when Marcus drove it, that car was bad to the bone, man. That car could hold its own.
Brad Edwards,
his girl. Go ahead.
Brad Edwards and Roger Holder. Edwards has been closest to Barnett, having gone 370 twice. And Holder's car, that beautiful 69 Camaro.
Wow. Marlboro maroon, black cherry, whatever it be. That thing is good looking. Brad Edwards not making the water box, or did he?
Apparently no. Edwards apparently sitting this one out.
So with that, they'll bring up Roger Holder, man. They got a whole bunch of fast guys. Him and his kid and a few guys down there come out of Bakersfield, California, all the way at the other end of the world. That 69 Chevrolet and this one out of the Panama shop too. Do they keep this car down here or back at home? Lions Customs Motorsports doing the work on this car. Now I like this thing, supercharged. Is this the first piece for Roger to be in a supercharged car?
As far as a screw blower, I think they did a lot of centrifugal stuff in the past. I believe they had turbo stuff. This may be his first screw car. Don't quote me on that, but it may be. Now that I put my mind to it, it could be.
And it all goes back to when I said, "Wow, look at that car." See. We'll see how he goes right here. Oh, you're going to just smoke the tires doing that. Now, if the drone guy was really good, he would have got right next on a single, right next to the driver's window and seen him going.
Yeah, just track the thing.
Yeah, track him all the way down. Smashing the wheel. Unreal. So Holder will be back. They'll get her figured out. His kid doing very well. Brylan, very proud to see that kid getting into a pro mod and doing the things he has. And I mean, there's a group, more than a handful of guys that have switched and went into pro mod that you got to say, wow, when you see the runs. And of course, the owner of this track's one of them. I mean, to watch some of the numbers he put up, and you know, the seat time is everything. It
is.
And he's got, what, 60 passes in that car?
Something like that.
That's incredible.
Rob Globo, Justin Swanstrom coming up now. Justin not going to run this session. Globo coming out in the Corvette, so it'll be a solo here for Rob. Swanstrom came out, made that 373 hit, 203 miles an hour. All steel, all glass car did that, by the way. The Lexus all steel, all glass legal car to go 373 at 203.
Impressive.
Is hyper impressive. And those guys are going to let that number stand. We'll see what Rob Galobo can do out of Highlands, Michigan.
What came to my mind when you were talking about the car all steel, all glass, the Wild Bunch. I don't know. It popped into my head. Remember back in the day, the old 427 blown Camaro? That thing used to 7-second rock my world. You know,
Tommy Howes had the ZX. You had, obviously, Camp Stanley had the Taurus station wagon. What was the guy? Dr. Demento was the guy with the Jeep. He had a whole name.
Wacko.
Dr. Wacko, the Jeep. That was great.
Bright was the guy in the Camaro. Something bright light. Bright light, they called him. That car was cool. Just a plain Jane looking super
Tommy
gas.
Howes had the Datsun or the Nissan.
First guy to the high sixes, right?
Yeah, first door slammer in the sixes. Tommy Howes in the Nissan.
Atco, I think.
I believe so.
Here we go, man. Rob Globo, he knows what it's like to go fast. He's been doing it his whole life. Well, he ain't gonna like that, but little Chevrolet Corvette obviously didn't come with the traction control on it. So Rob Globo will go down there, spins the tires, shuts it off. The 19 model Chevrolet Corvette out of Highlands, Michigan. This coast to 619. He'll stay number 8 at 3.785 as he stands there now at 199. That'll bring up our next two cars. One car, excuse me. I apologize.
Looks like Ernie Dampier will be the solo artist in this particular run. Rick Bailey was slated to be next to him, but it will be just Dampier here.
I think Ernie just had a birthday. Happy birthday if it was your birthday. Same last name. Maybe it wasn't Ernie. I think it was.
Could be more than one of them, but maybe, no, you know what the chances are.
Happy
you're
birthday
right.
to your next one, whatever. Just make sure we get it out there. The number 6 qualifier coming up, 373.6 he's been. Beautiful Chevrolet Corvette. Getting ready to make it happen down here.
Once again, we've made that final all call for limited drag radio. All LDR cars to the staging lanes, please. All LDR entries to the lanes.
Well, when she comes out hot, don't she, the sun?
It does.
Really
that's really why the X275 session impressed me so much, as we saw so many completed runs there. You know, this is a bit of like kind of probing the depths. What can I get away with? What can't I get away with? What's my race day setup going to look like? And we're learning a lot of the how not to set it up, if you will, rather than the guys are making full runs. But you know, they're probing the edges here, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, give it a little, take some back, you know.
Mo Hall, Nick Lacarenza. Nick out of Stokesdale, North Carolina.
This will be good to see, Mo Hall. This will be curious. See what goes down with the nitrous oxide. Assisted Chevrolet Corvette, world champ sitting down there in the right lane.
Both of these guys intense competitors. Triborough Trucking, Montana Brothers Race Cars, Mickey Thompson, Modern Racing, Proline Racing, M&M Transmissions, Hart's Superchargers, Fastland Fabrication, and TKM sponsoring Lacarenza.
And all that wordage you just said, you just built a 3-second car.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
See how he does right here. Mo Hall, nitrous oxide. Lacarenza over there in the Ford Mustang, pulling in here in the left lane, getting ready to go, make it happen. Beautiful Friday afternoon, fans. Here we go. Pro 275 competition coming your way in qualifying. She wanted to go, man, for Mo, and then it just 20 feet. She said, no, too much power for that surface right there. So Mo Hall and Nick obviously have to shut him off and coast him down there for this one. Big thank you to all the guys from Rife Sensors, TBM Brakes, and Motion Raceworks. All that's on display down there. You can check out all their new stuff for 2026. Go down there and tell them Brian sent you.
Thanks, man. So Jared Ring and Mark Woody Woodruff will be next up. Mo Hall restarted his Corvette. Will drive it off the end of the racetrack. And both Ring and Woodruff will appear in this matchup against Father Time, if not each other. And Jared Ring of Midland, Texas. Al, wait till you get a load of this Corvette, of the Cadillac, I should say.
Wow.
Right?
That's not the one that was a diesel, was it?
It is. This
is that
the
blue one?
Yeah, this thing had the diesel in it.
They got a nice looking wrap like that, huh? Or is that paint? That's good looking, man. Looks like someone busted open a clam.
Mother of pearl. Mother of pearl. So the Missourian Woodruff has gone 379. Ring has gone 383. And this round, not many guys have gone more than 3 feet. So we'll find out if either of them can put something together to make a run. I know. Yes. So Woody and Ring, second verse, same as the first. They motor down to a 752 and a 751 respectively. It was an evenly spaced parade lap. Something. I'm going to win something this weekend, and this may be it. Here's Paul Major. And that is Peter Norton.
Man, is that thing gorgeous. Is that Franklin, Indiana? Is that what that says from
Yes,
Tennessee?
it does, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Franklin, Indiana.
70 Chevrolet Novo to vinyl top, man. That could be Barney's cousin, Phil Stoll. They're going to back up Paul Majors here to the left lane, his Chevrolet Corvette. Long-time veteran drag racer in the radial world. Construction company owner and all around a good guy, man.
J&E Automotive and Pro Torque, as well as Fuel Tech, JR1 Motorsports, Paul Major Construction Services. Helping Paul get this car down the road and down the racetrack. And it appears Pete Norton's car has been shut off over there. I believe they might have found something dripping out of the bottom of it, so that means Paul Major on a solo. Final pair of Pro 275 cars. Limited drag radial is slated to be up next. Then we go back into the world of slickage after LDR for the rest of the afternoon. So Major had about as much success as most others in the category, and that will lock us down for the qualifying order of Pro 275. When we go into eliminations tomorrow, Lyle Barnett's number 1, Edwards 2, Schloss 3, Holder 4, Swanstrom 5, Ernie Dampierre 6, Mo Hall 7, Rob Globo rounding out the quick 8. As we get our track set up for limited drag radial, a brief bit of track prep here. We're going to go to our final radial category. We'll make the switch over to the slick prep after LDR. Great time to hit the concession stand and immediate seating, no waiting down there. Get yourself an ice cold beer, something to munch on as you watch our final LDR qualifying and as we get ourselves ready for what will be after LDR. The final 3 categories of the afternoon. We'll run Pro 10.5, then we'll run Outlaw Pro Mod, then we'll run True 10.5 to close the evening. If you're at home and you're watching on Amazon Prime and you're enjoying everything you're seeing and all that kind of good stuff, grab yourself a Flow subscription. I mean, listen, the Amazon Prime deals for today, it's a free trial, so to speak. It's a great way to look into the event. But if you've watched this much of it, you're going to want to see who ends up winning first round, who ends up going the distance, who wins the 75K in Pro Mod, who takes home the wins in these other categories. It's all on Flow.
Oh, the excitement level from this day on till Sunday is incredible. You got to be a part of it.
And so we are parking the equipment, and that means Limited Drag Radio final qualifying will be up next. The most sizable radial category we have on the grounds. A couple of dozen entrants in here getting themselves locked into position in this final session. They're all chasing Brett LaSalla. Snot Rocket 3.0.
Right, going to start it up, Brian Loans. How about that? All the way from New York, I believe, in the right lane?
Yes.
How do you say? I always say
Canastota.
Canastota. He said it's not Canastota.
Yeah.
I said, I'm sorry, but he let me say it all those years. Jamie Stanton down there, ready to go. Chevrolet Camaro that he's probably built for class racing. Yeah, and then rebuilt it and then turned it into a radial car. I mean, this car's been through a lot. And guy, I can remember the story, top of my head when I met him. He goes, oh, you're from Chicago, Tucci? I go, yeah. He goes, you know Chuck Samuel? You know all those guys down there in Pappas? And he goes, man, they slammed their hood in my face once. I went over there at a race, and I was so excited. I go, really? They did that to me, too, when I was 18. He goes, so I built a car I'm coming after.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were his heroes. And then he said, well, we'll find out. He's a good guy. Tough guy right there. Jamie down there, and tell me a little bit about this car right here in the left lane.
Well, brand new version of the famed Snot Rocket of Brett LaSalla, the quickest one that has been in existence. Ran 387.8 at 199 earlier in qualifying. Not numbers you'd expect to see in this session, but we'll find out how it works in the heat. Working pretty good.
Wow.
LaSalla lifts early, still goes 406 at 157. Stanton powers to a 391.1. That is impressive. But Brett LaSalla, 108 short time, 268 to the 330, and then he lifted at, let's call it, 400 or 500 feet.
Incredible.
Jamie Hancock up next.
How about it, man? Young gun over there, man. I remember him back in the 80 RL days, that young kid. Missed his prom, won a drag race down in Georgia. Good kid, good family. Hanging out, got the judge to take on Tommy Yeomans. Beautiful 1970 GTO. Proline power under the hood. UPR and all the guys on the grounds here today, I believe. UPR always having some great stuff for the new season. Go check out what they have on the manufacturer's midway. M&M transmission alongside. the GTO getting ready to go to work.
Nitrous Outlet, Hancock Performance, BTM, TBM Brakes, Motion Raceworks, and Diamond Pistons for Jamie Hancock.
Well, the Pro Line tuner, Lee White, who's tuning the GTO, tunes all the cars, I believe, for this man. Tommy Yeomans, as he'll get in. Let's see if she get her to hook up. Send a goat out to the pasture. Kid in the right lane. Man, when they get serious about winning, they get serious.
Yes, they do.
Not bad, Brian. Check it out, man. Got himself a drag race right there. How do we do?
91 with a 6 for Tommy. That is the best run he has made all weekend. And Jamie Hancock goes 93 with a 4 right next to him. So Hancock will stand on his 388.7 as the number 3 qualifier. But Tommy, with that run, now is the number 6 qualifier. He improved.
Is that an 87 right there at the top for Stanton?
Yes, it is. Stanton and LaSala. Stanton's 87.6 that he just ran moments ago next to Sala. Put him number 1, drove him around the outside of the 87.8. LaSala was leading the field coming in with.
So he just made himself slow down by about 300ths from the track conditions. Let's see how they do now as they pull up now with a beautiful Ford Mustang. Chevrolet Corvette, is that Edwards? Who is that?
That is Brian Weddle and Billy Smith. Weddle out of Frederick, Maryland, the ATI Performance, Debo tuned, atomizer fuel system fed, RF engineering. Oh, this is Marquise Hatton. Yes, Marquise Hatton on the right side in the Corvette.
And Billy Smith is something else, man. Great drag racer, loves the radial drag racing series. And that beautiful black Mustang sitting down there in the tower side. Smith will get ready. Always a top contender, man.
And Marquise Hatton out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina in that Corvette. Marquise has been 391.4. Billy Smith's been 392.1.
Unreal. Here we go. I believe that's old Salty Beach. Chevrolet Corvette down there. Look at that thing riding out the storm down there. 3.909 at 184 miles per hour for Marquise. And how about a 398, right, in the left lane?
Yeah, for Marquise, the best run he made by 5 thousandths. Also the best run he made by a couple of miles an hour. So now the number 5 qualifier ran around the outside of Tommy Yeoman. He ran down his 391.6. Billy Smith ran 398.4. Doesn't improve, is the number 8 qualifier at 392.1.
Not bad at all, man. Just a part of the qualifying till we get into the serious stuff come Saturday night or Sunday. Then you'll see a lot of these guys lighting it up. Here comes that Oklahoma-based Ford, excuse me. Justin Martin, I love that car, and I called it a Ford 72 Chevrolet Nova. Will back up. Another long timer here in the drag radial world. Radio Outlaws first race, points race, I believe, of the series this year, starting out right here in Bradenton at the U.S. Street Nationals. Down in the right lane, Brandon Carter out of Missouri, Barnhart, Missouri. Here they go, building a boost right there. Not bad, man. Not bad. Well, it was a parachute that came out. I had a Brian Loans moment. I thought something flew off the car. It was because of the color of the shoe.
The shoe's like, yeah, it's like yellow. Wait a second, what's that?
Yeah, unreal. So Brandon Carter down there, number 7. He'll stay in qualifying at 391.9.
You know, Martin, a conservative run there, I believe, 399.1, 189, but it was drama-free, underpowered of the stripe. They are still the number 9 qualifier they had run, 393 earlier.
Not bad. Right below him, Chad Henderson on the qualifying list as they pull him up now, ready to go into the water box here. U.S. Street Nationals, presented by M&M, Transmission, Drag Illustrated, J&A Service, bringing you all the action. Thank you to Jim and Andy Whiteley for all they do for the sport of drag racing. Here we go. So that'll be Chad Henderson coming up here out of Madison, Alabama, the farmer by trade, the 07 Buick Grand National. All-Star Pro Service, Mickey Thompson Tires, Eagle Collision, the Spray Tech Fertilizer, one of my favorites. Just ask the Moss boss. VP and Motion Raceworks. Who do you have in the right lane, Brian?
Big Spray Tech guy. Chris Perry over there with Nelson Competition, Precision Turbo, Mentor Motorsports, Wilson Manifolds, Atomizer, Injector, M&M Converter, Fuel Tech, U.S. Body, 1967 Camaro. That has run 5,000 slower than Chad Henderson's car. On paper, they're about an even matchup here as they make their final qualifying runs.
Well, if Beauty was a championship points winner, that'd be this car right here in the left lane. This car is so gorgeous.
It really is.
I love the stories. I know I've told many times how his dad bought all the kids brand new ones. And then his mother told me, look what Chad did. He'll never get another one. That's what she said to me. She was so serious. When you said that years ago, I'm like, well, it looks nice. Back in the Monty Smith days when they used to tune for him. The late Monty Smith. Nitrous oxide and all the great things. Here we go. The farmer coming up now, ready to knock the barn doors off this thing. Let's see how it does.
And Chad Henderson has the parachutes out, as does Chris Perry. 389.9 for Henderson. A great run down there for Henderson. Picks up 0.05 of a second off of his previous. Goes 4th in the order. Runs around the outside of Brian Weddle. Chris Perry sitting in the 11th spot. Did not improve on that particular run.
That's not your average Cadillac coming up there on the tower side, man. That thing looks cool. Got the old blower hanging out of the hood. Ryan Priest, McDaniels, Kentucky. 14S or CTSV Hemi-powered Cadillac. Who whipped the old door open there, get some smoke out of the car, and who's he going to take on other than Dale Arnold out of Illinois. I'm from Illinois, and I can't even tell you the name of that town. Mascota. So they're going to back up that Cadillac ready to go here for Priest and company. He'll be in the left lane. Check that thing out. Good looking. You already saw Ring's car. It looked good. Retrieve a piece or a part that's off of a car way down on the top end. So we're going to shut them down for safety, and then we'll get back at it here in more qualifying. So give them a moment. It was a great time.
know the track anymore, but yeah, if they didn't come out here, yeah, there it is, yep. Yeah, that giant chunk of something down there.
All right, there they go. Man, oh man, look at the big wheels coming up in the air over there in the right lane for Arnold. Down there in the top end, Arnold goes through at 396.4, 394.6. How about that? 394.6, 396.4 in the right lane.
There's a nice rearrangement of the numerals down there. Yeah, some kind of symmetry, but yeah, good side-by-side pull in the 390s as Rob Goss rolls through the water box. Wally Farbakey out of Barrington, Illinois, will be on the opposite side.
Yeah, and Wally in the iRestore machine. Got a brand new company on there. And I would tell you, you can remember I used to say Aloha Construction.
Yeah.
They've changed it to iRestore. And they do all the things that I told you about for many years. Windows, roofs, painting, concrete work.
All that work.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to get your house done, that's the guy you want to talk to. iRestore. Wally Farbakey, a great guy too, man.
And we need Pro Modified pairs 1 through 5. That is going to be Hayward Taylor, Scott Taylor, Scott Palmer, Rick Bailey, Mickey DeLeon, John Dock, Jacob McNeil, Ellington, and Mills. Pairs 1 through 5 of M&M Transmission Outlaw Pro Mod.
Getting down there to the next round of Pro Modified qualifying, fans. Hopefully you got something great to eat, something ice cold to drink. Nice beer, nice soda, whatever it be. Just enjoy, it's on its way. Here we go. There we go. Wally's got one hanging out there. Look at Rob Goss in the right lane, though. The Challenger doubled up. How about 397.3 at 185 miles per hour? And Wally goes down there 394. Not bad at all. Got the thing to go.
94 at 192 for Farbakey. His best run by a significant amount. So he is now the number 12 qualifier. Goss is 15. Mitch Mika, as the parade of Illinois guys continues, and Jeff Castaldo from East Moriches, New York. Yeah, 782-inch nitrous engine for Jeff Castaldo.
That is a cool looking ride, man. Look at that thing. Low slung down there. Got the big old hood scoop on there to let you know that there's possibly bottles going to work, or it could be naturally aspirated, but it looks cool, man. Good looking ride.
And once again, we have called the first 5 pair of M&M Transmission Outlaw Pro Mod.
There's the answer to everyone's question. The nitrous oxide being purged down from the high pressure in the bottles. Get that thing down to 1,000, 990 or somewhere in that range. Then you're going to let that thing eat. Let's find out how good she'll eat up here. All right, 2 Camaros, 1 down. Oh, there you go. The nitrous oxide car just put a picture window, I think, in the block. And I'm not exaggerating. There was a big, huge flame and a whiff of smoke underneath that car. And man, that didn't look good. I'll just put it that way. Mitch Mika goes down there 397.3, 182. And they'll have to check the track out down there, make sure everything's all right. It could have been a backfire shutting it off, but a lot of smoke right after the fire. So I shouldn't say that he pelleted or anything. Anderson.
Here comes Keith Ray and Shane Stack.
How about it? Thrill Billy ready to go to work down there in the right lane. The Monte Carlo. Man, look at that thing hooking up. Looks just as sweet as Henderson's Buick did, didn't it? The way the chassis worked on that deal. Gets down there 391.2, 196 on a mile per hour. In the left lane, you've got yourself a good run of, what is that, a 4?
424, 183 down there for Keith Ray.
Thank you.
Went a 409 earlier, so he's kind of in the ballpark. Car wasn't maybe as aggressive as he would have wanted early as Clay Gearhold and Jason Unk coming up right now. And Unk, that 1990 Silverado truck, unique as it is. Here comes Jason and Clay.
Pickup trucks. Well, one of them is. Look at that thing, man. Yep, of course. Got the old salt bags in there from up north for traction.
466, 172, and the motor went way up in the revs, but the thing just didn't go anywhere. It was, I mean, it was, I don't know if it was a converter, what was going on there, but it revved to the moon when he hit the gas, but acceleration-wise, there was nothing doing. That 172-mile-an-hour speed is kind of a strange run there for the pickup truck. They'll have tonight to assess it. That is so impressive from Brian Loans because he's got like Air Force-style headphones on, and he could hear everything as he was speaking into his microphone. No, it is. I was just thinking it was a whining small block. Very impressive. I like this car, though, man. Here we go. You forgot about the fact I can, breathe through my eyelids and hear through my nose.
You're very talented, dude. In the words of Tim Orris.
Anthony.
Boy, they're talented, dog.
Anthony Sellers and Paul Satterfield. So Paul Satterfield, the nitrous Camaro. Anthony Sellers, the 96 South Carolina-based Superior Roofing sponsored 1992 Mustang.
All right, so that silver Chevrolet, man, Satterfield's machine out of Maryland. God, you look at that car. Oh, the car reminiscent of the day of the old 10-5 racing back they used to go on back there in the East Coast.
Jimmy Dale and the crew making their way around the corner. Paul Satterfield and Anthony Sellers get ready to take the tree. And Sellers got that, rather Satterfield's got that nitrous car stuck pretty good. Goes a 419, 173. It's under power and composed to the finish line as Sellers a 521 at 142.
Boy, as Tim would say, they're really talented, that nitrous car. Doing a good job right there. Look at old Tim on the wall.
Couple of solos here. First being Scott Husted of Newport Richey, Florida. So Scott Husted.
That him in the left lane?
Car for sale out there. You got the for sale sign in the rear window.
Didn't Husted go into pro mod racing for a while? Or no?
I think he's always been a smaller tire guy. Scott's in there. And that is a tire spinning launch motoring down the left side of the racetrack. Well, here comes one of the wildest thrash stories of the entire weekend. Jimmy Dale is rolling up right here. This car spit out a carbon fiber drive shaft. That was bad. Then the car spit out a steel drive shaft and tore itself halfway to pieces when that happened. They have worked for multiple days to repair this car. Jimmy and a small group have been absolutely thrashing on this thing to get it to this point. Nick Harvey, Chris Owens, they worked on the thing relentlessly. He has been unable to stage the car yet, and he's going to be able to do it here, which will put him on the qualifying sheet for limited drag radial. Last attempt, he came and made the burnout. The car shut off, but he is going to be able to make a run here.
So have you done the homework? Is this the first time he's drove a supercharged car? He's a nitrous guy, isn't he?
Well, of the screw-blown variety like this, I have to believe that it is.
Yeah, I mean, those guys live for nitrous oxide over there in Texas. See how he does right here.
And so this right here, the combination of an absolute load of effort to get it this far, to even get this thing on the racetrack after disastrous couple of moments in testing. Michael Pollan out there next to the race car, of course. Barrett Green's down there, the whole gang.
Hey, he was on it, man. I want to tell you what, the driver, he was right as soon as he felt the tire, he was off the pedal.
He was off it quick. It was spinning pretty good out of the gate, but Jimmy Dale will be on the qualifying sheet. And so there is more to be seen of that Camaro, and the multiple-day, unstoppable, sleepless thrash has brought them into eliminations.
So, it's going to
Kayla Morton here with Larry Larson, and he is competing in the 28-10-5 class this weekend. If you don't know Larry, he's a little sour, a little grumpy, but has an absolute heart of gold, and once you're on his good side, you pretty much stay there. Now, Larry, I kind of feel like you're the one to chase here in this class. You previously won Snowbirds. You're coming off of a win of King of the South, which is a huge small tire race. Do we feel like that's all due to skill and testing, or do you have a little luck on your side right now?
You know, it's kind of like the MPK deal started out. I came over there and I just had a little bit more experience in a lot of different venues than most everybody else did. And so the first couple of years, we did extremely well. Then everybody started catching up. You know, I didn't have as much time to test as those guys. So now you're seeing the same thing here. I started out King of the South, had no runs to speak of. I always like a challenge, so the small tire was really cool. Unbelievable finish for King of the South. And then we came down here and, you know, with high hopes of doing well also. And, you know, once again, kind of caught them with their pants down again. But this race, not so much. Everybody is kind of backed up and reassessed the situation, and this race is a little bit different.
Yeah, so previously the clocks weren't on, so we didn't know exactly what everybody was running. You know, there's always talk, gossip, rumors, but nobody really knew unless obviously you showed somebody your slip. And I feel like this field is a lot faster than it was at Snowbirds. Why do you think that it's picked up, or do you think everybody has always been that fast, but now it's just for everybody to see?
Well, you know, it's definitely picked up. From what I know, it's at least a tenth faster than what it was at Snowbirds. You know, we're going to find out tonight with the clocks on. So the biggest thing has been they let this thing get away with a dual power adder, and which I don't agree with. I don't want to see this class screwed up, and I think that's what's going to happen with this dual power adder scenario. The small tire, some of the guys are having chunking problems with them. You know, to me, safety is always a big thing, so I hate to see that. But the dual power adder thing, I just don't think needs to happen. If they want to keep the class alive and keep 30 to 40 to 50 cars coming at most of the events, or 60, whatever, you let a handful of guys get out there in front of everybody, and then it kind of disheartens everybody else. So we'll see what happens. As far as the clock's on, I really don't care. I think that's up to the promoter, and so I see both sides of it. I mean, the fans want to see, but yet it's pretty cool to go out there and run and really close racing, and people don't know whether they're going 380s or 420s. It's just good racing.
Yeah, so you'll never, ever have to guess what Larry is thinking. He's very opinionated. I've always respected that about you. You always just tell it how it is and whatever's on your mind. One more question for you. We know that you have multiple cars here this weekend, and we also know that you have a pretty good history with drag and drive stuff, and that's kind of where you originated. So now that the truck is here, are you going to be attending Sick Week?
You know, I told everybody that I wasn't going to go back unless I was ready, and literally, I hadn't even done a burnout until I got here with it. So we did a burnout. I ran it to the 330. I ran it, you know, on the second run to the 330. You know, the thing would have went 590 something if I'd have run at the other end. Third run, I got a little greedy, and you know, it wouldn't have went that fast. But I don't know. I've only driven it about 10 miles. We were going to try and drive it here the next couple days. The worst thing I'm seeing is looking ahead at the weather. The second day at Valdosta is supposed to be a high of 53 and a low of 27. And I'm not real hip about putting antifreeze in my street car. So we're going to see. I would like to go, but at this point, no guarantees for 100% for sure.
No guarantees, but I know Larry Larson, if there is a small chance that he feels like he's 100% prepared and can go win at Sick Week, he will absolutely participate. Nothing will hold him back, and he's pretty good at winning that.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good record with the drag and drive stuff. Something that I'm pretty proud of, because we've went to 11 of those events, and we've finished every one of them, and it's all been in the unlimited class. So for me, that's a huge accomplishment, because I don't know of anybody out there that's even come close to that. So, and the law of averages is going to get me sooner or later. I just don't want it to be this time.
Well, thank you, Larry, so much for taking the time to talk to me. You guys give your opinion. Go to the social media. Let us know what you think about Larry's opinion about the dual power adders here in the small tire class. And thank you for watching.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Courtney Enders at the beautiful Bradenton Motorsports Park. I love that lead-in shot with the drone. I love that lead-in bumper. That actually was filmed this morning from Q1. You're seeing all the stars live as the action happens here at the second race of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series, the U.S. Street Nationals. I'm joined by my buddy Wes Buck over here. Wes Buck, we've got one more tonight. We bumped it a little bit to try and get in a good air. I think the back half of the session is going to, but we are here for our Redline Oil round recap. How you feeling?
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Blessed beyond measure. Look at this place. The sun's out. The good Lord has blessed us with incredible weather. We've got inarguably the nastiest field of drag racing cars that I believe has ever been assembled. As my dear friend Brian Loans once told me, there's no historical comparison for what is happening here with the Drag Illustrated Winter Series. So super proud of it, man. Proud of these men and women for the show they're putting on, and I can't wait to see. I mean, as you mentioned, it's 4 o'clock. The sun's out. It's a little salty out there. It's a little warm outside, but I tell you what, as the sun begins to set here on Bradenton Motorsports Park, I think we're about to have ourselves one hell of a show.
Before we get into our Redline Oil round recap from the last run, first I want to say that little Brian Loans chip right there, he's a part of our live studio audience, so way to go there, pumping up the talent. But I do want to tell you, you talk about 4 o'clock in the heat of the day. Fans at home, if you don't know this, a spot on this racetrack is earned. The men and women that run at the back half of the field tonight that will get the better weather, they earned that. That means that they went faster than everybody else that is going to be at the beginning of the pack. So, although you get multiple qualifiers, every single one of these matter the time you put up on the board because the weather can change in one instant. So let's talk about Q2 big movers. We had that. We knew we would with qualifying session number 1 being the only one yesterday in our Redline synthetic oil. Thank you folks at Redline. We've got right here Spencer Hyde, former World Series of Pro Mod champion, comes in the Champs car, goes from 66th to 9th. Randy Weatherford, another huge move right here. We knew this was coming here. Harsh charger
Without
to the
question.
front, as he says. 61st to 3rd. And at the top, it is still Jimmy Taylor and Jason Harris, 1-2. The last qualifier is going to be tomorrow, but as you said, maybe a little bit hotter tomorrow. Jason Harris towards the back of the pack. Let's talk about the battle between those two, because Jimmy Taylor right there trying to stop Jason from getting that new car.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, Jason Harris, Party Time himself, is the only driver currently qualified for the Jerry Bickle Clean Sweep Challenge. So if he were, by some act of God, able to qualify number 1 at all 3 of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series races, he gets a brand new rolling chassis Pro Mod from our friends at Jerry Bickle Race Cars, which is, I would say, easily worth $250,000. So it's absolutely titanic that we see Jason Harris, I believe, make a serious effort to improve tonight. But I don't think Jimmy Taylor is going to come up here and just take it easy. He's going to come up here swinging for the fences as well. He's solidly in the field. Obviously, he's number 1. That was what they wanted to accomplish. They wanted to make sure they could send the car down the racetrack in the heat. They went at 3:58 earlier today with much warmer conditions than we had last night, so they're clearly capable of making a consistent A to B run, and I'd venture to say we're going to see him swing for the fence tonight.
As the qualifying standings flip to the other half of the top 20 here, I've been talking about Callie Mills. You know me, I always like to pick one of those back runners of hey, I know they've been improving in testing. I saw what she did out here in Bradenton a couple of weeks ago. That is going to be a girl to watch. Sydney Frigo, as you see, John Dock, Greg Blevins running incredible. But what I want to concentrate on, not that these names on the left side aren't important, the ETs. We are down to number 20, and we are at a 3:58. This is shaping up to be the baddest field in Pro Mod history. And Wes, I know that maybe people who don't understand and don't get the feels that we feel think we say that about every single one of these events, but that's what these events do. As we go down to number 30, we are still 3:59.7. And a reminder to all you men and women out there, we take 32 cars. It does not matter. We've got almost 80 cars here this weekend. We had 90 something at the last race, probably 100 at World Series of Pro Mod. That 32 spot right there that you see, that line underneath, in between, a world champion right there, Dallas Glenn and Kurt Stedding. All those names below, Dallas, Ryan, Kyle, Erica, Kenny, Bo, Manny, Nate, all those people could win this race. This is insane.
It's absolutely insane. And I look at those guys sitting from 33rd to 40, and I know every one of those cars is easily capable of dipping into the 350s. And this is, as it stands right now, this is the quickest and fastest field that has ever been assembled field in the history of pro modified drag racing, a brand of drag racing that's been around for 4 decades. This is the quickest 32-car field in history, and I would say here in just a couple of hours, it'll be an all 3.5-second field.
So if you're watching at home here, things to watch for. Obviously, that top spot. We want to see numbers in the lower 50s. And as we get down to the sun going down, I think we're going to see some of those. I've been roaming around the pits. I hear some squanderings. I was here during testing. I saw 54s. I saw 55s. We are going to get that. But something else to watch as we watch the men and women out there getting to work. Man, that's got to be hot out there. Another thing to watch is this field. We are 4,000ths of a second away from an all 50s field. You said this a million times at the Snowbird Nationals. Why is that so important to have happen here?
I think an inherent part of a drag racer's soul or in their DNA is the pursuit of performance. Like, consistency is great, but these guys want to feel progress. I think progress is a tenet of human happiness, but especially for a drag racer. So I think the opportunity for them to be improving and maybe not be slower than the last race or slower than where they ran somewhere else in the country or a different time of the year, it's an important thing for these guys. And you mentioned this earlier, but we actually ended up with 72 cars. We had some crashes, we had some carnage, but we had 72 cars enter competition this weekend. And, you know, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart for the 50 guys almost that are going to end up loading their stuff up tomorrow night and heading home. But I think that this is a group of people that love that. They want an environment where iron sharpens iron. They want to go into shark-infested waters. They want to go up against the baddest men and women on the planet. And I think that as close as the competition is, with cars separated by less than 500ths of a second, from number 1 to 32 is 500ths of a second. Historically, that is a spread that is reserved for NHRA Pro Stock.
Yes.
That is something
With
that happens
16
with
cars.
16 cars. That happens nowhere. To have 32 cars separated by 500ths of a second, this is where I get excited. It's going to be all on the driver's shoulders. This is going to be a situation where all these cars can run the number. It's going to matter who's off that starting line first, who's able to do a good job driving, who's able to stage consistently, do their burnout consistently. These things, it's routine based. And whoever is able to perform, the human that is able to perform the best, is who I think we're going to be handing a check for $75,000 on Sunday.
And we've seen that pan out in all of the Winter Series events, every event that you've ever had here, any event that a Pro Mod is at. But you just mentioned something. You talk about, you know, I think these men and women like that, the cutthroatness of like, hey, this may break Wes Buck's heart, but it didn't break it enough for him to make a secondhand race, right? I'm just kidding you, but we may get into that later. But guys like Jim Halsey, right? We saw something insane happen. Him and Jeff Rudolph, on-track incident. I did an interview with Jim, and he was like, man, you know, I got to rethink everything. I don't know how this is. I know he went home, had to come to Jesus with his wife, maybe had to come to Jesus with Jesus. But he made the decision to spend the time, the money, the amount of work that had to be done to pull that thing around for comeback. I don't think we've talked about his comeback enough.
I couldn't agree more. Whenever I went down to check on Jim immediately following that accident, which was watching from the starting line, was absolutely terrifying. I've unfortunately seen a lot of scary moments out on the drag strip, but that one was particularly scary. And as I got down there, and I was, you know, thrilled to find that Jeff and Jim were both okay. But when I spoke to Jim, I could see the dejection. I could see the I'm over this. This is a guy who's raced for 40 years. I've known Jim for 20 years, and I think he's the guy that you never see tear anything up. He doesn't crash. They're not hard on race cars, and my heart was broken for him as well. And I worried. I asked my team, I said, man, I'm genuinely concerned that this is the last we're going to see of Jim Halsey. And it wasn't 48 hours later that I was getting a phone call from Jim saying, hey, we've already got this thing on its way to the shop. We're going to fix it. We're going to do everything we can to be at the U.S. Street Nationals. And by God, they pulled it off. And earlier today, clicked off a 359 with a 6, 210, I believe, and really showed that they belong. And I don't sleep on that nitrous